Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Solo Part 219 Chapter 18, Senpais and Sports Festival. Hado quickly got out of the dungeon as she sits on the beach, still wrapped up in the winter coat. She heard Izuku say, "Arise," a few times before she left the frozen hell she was just in. Izuku steps out of the blue portal like it was any other day. He turns back, making sure the gate disappears. He nods softly, seeing it close and fizzle out of existence. Was it due to our difference in strength? Izuku thinks back to shadow extraction that failed on Baruka. What a waste. Izuku crouches down, seeing his senpai holding the coat tightly around her. Are you okay, Hado senpai? Yes, it's just different from what I'm used to. I also have millions of questions. Hado looks up at her younger. The guy who just protected her the entire time they were inside. He caught an arrow out of midair, that was pretty cool. He took down a bear in one punch, how could I forget that? Can All Might do that? Maybe Tiger from the Wild Pussycats can as well. Questions can wait for another day. I know you must be tired. As Izuku speaks, Hado couldn't stop a yawn from escaping. She covers her mouth some before nodding. He holds out his hand once he unequips his coat but lets her keep hers since she was still cold. Hado takes it as he pulls her to her feet. Good, let's get back to UA. Izuku and Hado walk back to UA in silence, until Aizawa drops down in front of them. Izuku already had a blade at the ready in case it was a villain. Easy Midoriya. It's just me. Aizawa pulls his signature yellow goggles off. Hello, Aizawa-sensei. Hado waves with less enthusiasm than she usually had. That made Aizawa's attention zero in on the both of them. Neither look injured. Midoriya always was high-strung and would jump when it got too loud too fast. The dagger he manifested was new, though. Hello, Nijire. You two do know it's 3:50 AM correct? Aizawa informs while looking at his watch. And we do have classes tomorrow. Are you heading in as well? Midoriya asks after letting his new blade go. No wonder I'm so tired. Nijire yawns. How long were we inside the dungeon? Is timing different? Oh, maybe, she yawns again. Yes, I was waiting for you to come back. After the false alarm, Aizawa strains his tone. I wanted to make sure you were alright. Is that why you sent Hado's senpai to watch over me? Izuku feels the blue-haired third year lean against him, apparently almost asleep now. Don't blame her. Dungeons mess with your sense of time and a few hours in the real world could be days inside a dungeon. Izuku knew he would be asked questions once she found him again. Yes, Aizawa knows it was better to tell the truth than a lie. Izuku sighs. Very well. Izuku gently picking Nijire up since she looks ready to fall asleep on her feet. Shall we go? Hado quickly got comfortable in his arms as Aizawa just nods. The three walks back to UA. Hado had fallen asleep during the ride. Where did she get the coat, and why? Aizawa speaks in a soft tone as they walk the empty streets. She got cold, Izuku states in a dull tone. I couldn't let my senpai get a cold now, can I? Izuku smirks some. Aizawa just drops it since he wouldn't get a straight answer from Midoriya. They continue the walk back in silence. What's the system for underground heroes? Aizawa perks up at Midoriya's question. The system, Aizawa keeps a straight face, but he was chuckling inside. It's the same as Daylight Heroics except for a few key details. You will be learning most of this between Heroics and Hero Laws next year. Heroics has rankings. We rank villains, heroes, and some civilians between their quirks, minds, and motives. For Heroics, it runs down the hero rankings. Top heroes are usually S-ranked, they have the firepower to back it up. It goes down the rankings, A, B, C, D, and E. Rank Bs are usually classed as civilians. For the villains, you have S-ranked villains that are usually on underground heroes lists. Same with A-ranked. The rest are too dumb or pushed over to Daylight heroes to deal with, Aizawa sighs. So Daylight heroes don't deal with S-ranked villains? At all? Izuku feels Nijire move some before coming to a rest laying her head on his chest. No, they still deal with high-ranked villains if they're in the public's eye. Look at the hero killer, Stain. Daylight heroes are always searching for big fishes but still must deal with the smaller fishes. Underground, we actively hunt for high-ranked villains, so they don't get the chance to get a spotlight. Aizawa and Midoriya make it to the gates of UA. The underground is unknown to the Daylighters. For a good reason, you need a certain personality to deal with it. Plus, the strength. No one under a rank do not get invited to become an underground hero, Aizawa concludes. What do you think Shigaraki and Kurogiri are ranked? Izuku's grip tightens around Nijire subconsciously, thinking back to the killing intent he felt rolling off Shigaraki. What do you think? Use Gunhei as an example or All Might. They're both S-ranked heroes. Aizawa swipes his card, making the UA gate drop. What are you? Izuku asks curiously. Ranked, Aizawa answers. Kurogiri was a ranked then. Warp quirks are extremely rare like yours, and if he can use his warps like I think he can, he might be an S rank. Izuku explains. And Shigaraki? Aizawa turns to look at Izuku. A sleeping Hado in his arms with her head resting on his chest. Aizawa will never say it out loud, but Nijire was one of his favorite students. She could fall asleep anywhere if she was tired enough or low energy. Plus, the big three were already making a name for themselves. B rank for now, but a lot of room to grow. The USJ was just his opening act. He will be back. Izuku looks at Aizawa for his answer. You will be a great daylight hero or underground hero, Midoriya. Whatever you decided. 3A dorms are this way. Let's drop Nijire off then get some rest. The other two idiots are probably waiting for her to come back anyways. Aizawa leads Midoriya to the third-year dorms. Once they walk into the dorm, they see two students passed out on the couch. One had dark hair and was leaning against a muscular blonde that could have been All Might's son in a different life. Aizawa just sighs before smacking them both upside the head, making them jump up into combat stances. Hey Aizawa-sensei. The blonde whisper yells while relaxing. The darker-haired body stares at Midoriya before hiding behind the blonde. Oh, hello. You must be Midoriya. The blonde smiles brightly. Maybe he is All Might's son. WW, what are you doing W with Nijire? The darker-haired student asks in a nervous tone. Be nice, Tamaki. Nijire probably fell asleep while watching over Midoriya. We can take her off your hands. The blonde moves to take Nijire. Izuku just looks at Aizawa, who nods. Izuku hands over the sleeping girl. Thank you for taking care of her, even if she was supposed to take care of you. It's fine, she did her job. She only fell asleep after we meet up with Aizawa-sensei. Izuku breaths out while still getting washed by Tamaki. Oh, sorry, I'm Mirio Tagata. The nervous guy is Tamaki Amajiki, and this? Mirio holds up Nijire-sama. You already meet, Nijire. It's late. If you want to bug each other, do it tomorrow. Aizawa grabs Midoriya's hood, pulling him. You all have class tomorrow. Right. Mirio stands straighter. Good night, sensei. You as well, Midoriya. Aizawa drags Izuku back to A1 dorms. Go to sleep, sports festival is in 2 days. Yes, sensei. Thank you for answering my questions earlier. Izuku leaves Aizawa in the common room as he goes to his room. He checks the time, seeing it was already 5 a.m. I'm not getting sleep tonight. Izuku thinks dully before bringing up his new dagger. Item. Baruka's dagger, item class. A type, dagger. A dagger wielded by the great warrior, Baruka, the lightweight. Magic enchantment will make the wielder more agile. Attack plus 110, agility plus 10. At least I left the dungeon with something. Izuku spins the light blue dagger in his hands before dematerializing the blade. Just do my daily quest till the sports festival. Once I get a week off, I'll travel to the Demon Gate again. The day of the UA Sports Festival, everyone was waiting in their respective waiting room. There was a small group waiting for Class A one of the days they were leaving class for the day. Bakugo spouted pure truth. They were in Class A because they proved themselves and wouldn't be taken down so easily. It was stupid to think otherwise. Even Hagakure has been taking martial arts since she figured out she wanted to be a hero. Class A was dangerous, and other classes didn't understand that. Their loss. Izuku walks into the 1A prep room with Momo behind him. Everyone good to go? Mike will be starting the festival soon. I hope everyone is happy with their preparations. Izuku began only to be ignored. Wish I could've worn my costume. Ishido talks at a table surrounded by classmates. They're not allowed, in the interest of fairness. Ojiro sits back in his chair. Whatever, Izuku checks his stat sheets and his equipment. Izuku made sure to add equipment that was more for agility and movement for the first event. He would have to change it between games, depending on the situation. The blue hue disappears once he equips what he wants. Midoriya. The typical cold Todoroki speaks from the left side of the room. Yes, Todoroki? What is it? Midoriya turns his head as he closes the screens. Objectively speaking, the two-toned-haired student stands in front of him. I'm stronger than you. Izuku's irritation spikes some. The last guy to think that lost his head. Izuku smirks. Sure, you are. The teachers have their eyes on you. Whatever happened inside the USJ. They didn't want anyone to know. Todoroki leans forwards. All Might's got his eye on you, doesn't he? Izuku lost his smile at those words. I will beat you. Ooh. A declaration of war from the strongest in the class? Kaminari ever the done speaks up. Hey, man, why pick a fight now? Kirishima tries to pull Todoroki back as the two men were in each other's faces, ready to go right there in the prep room. We're about to go on. I really don't care. I'm not pretending to be anyone's friend, here. Todoroki shrugs off Kirishima's hand. Aizawa was already on my ass for slacking off during the quirk test day 1. There is a truth to that in a way. No one in UA has yet to push me to go all out. So how about you stop playing the cold little boy and warm up some? Izuku shoulder checks Todoroki. You won't beat anyone with half your power, and if we match up, I will kick your ass until you break whatever is holding you back. Izuku throws the door open. Let's go. Izuku growls as he heard Mike yelling while getting the crowd hyped up. The first year stage. The students are coming out. Mike yells as Izuku leads his class. He grits his teeth. I'm going to beat Todoroki into a bloody pulp. I'm tired of his cold shoulder, plus I'm pretty tired of icy bastards. It's UA's sports festival. The one time each year when our fledgling heroes compete in a ruthless grand battle. Mike continues to hype the crowd. First up, you know who I'm talking about. The first years of the hero course. Class A. The crowd cheers. The stadium was filled with civilians, heroes, and much to Izuku's distaste, media. Wow, what a crowd! Shiro smiles as other classes were introduced somewhat quickly but still given their due. Izuku keeps his eyes forward as he saw Midnight standing on a stage. Seriously? Fan service? Nezu, seriously? Now for the athlete's oath. The sound of Midnight's whip cracking makes the attention turn to her. Ooh, the first year's ref this time is Midnight. A pro hero smiles while elbowing his friend. What about the principal? His friend asks while moving away from the elbow. He's always assigned to the third-year stage. He continues, but it seems they wanted to watch. The hero points up to a booth. The winners of last year are watching. Nijire, Mirio, and Tamaki were in a booth usually saved for the upperclassmen. It is never filled during the first-year sports festival since they are getting ready for their own festival. Why are we here again? Tamaki was hiding behind the two in front of him. Nijire wanted to watch Midoriya. Mirio smiles, seeing the younger students getting ready. Plus, we get to see what our first years got since Aizawa expelled the last Class A. Nijire, Tamaki whines, but Nijire was mumbling while watching the green-haired student. Why? Because his quirk is interesting, Nijire speaks while watching. Trust me, this sports festival will be entertaining to watch. She smiles as usual. What is his quirk, anyways? Mirio watches as Midnight told everyone to shut up. I don't know yet. Nijire pouts. Your student representative is. Midnight pauses for dramatic effect. From Class 1A Izuku Midwaya. Izuku let out a long sigh. Why did no one tell me? Aizawa watches as Midoriya walks towards the stage. I knew I forgot to tell him something. Yamada turns to him with a deadpan expression. Must be because he placed first in the entrance exam. Shiro tries to stay quiet, but other classes overheard that. The Hero Course entrance exam. A snotty girl from Class C states. Izuku's vein bulges as he looks at Momo, who is looking away from him. The athlete's oath. Izuku stands in front of hundreds of people. He feels his stomach twist with nerves but steels himself. He looks towards the announcement booth knowing his teacher was up there. Thank you, sensei, for telling me I needed to give a speech, Izuku states with heavy sarcasm. Whatever, please don't make this year boring. I look forward to seeing everyone in action. Katsuki and his classmates tense up. They knew what that meant. Midoriya's calculating eyes scan the students in front of him. He only enjoys the sports festival to see quirks in action. Give it your all or just leave. You're wasting people's time if you're going to half-ass this festival. Good luck. Izuku walks off the stage back to his class, making sure to give Todoroki a pointed look. Todoroki was glaring at him. The rest of the students couldn't figure why he said, good luck. Why did he say good luck? He seemed bored already. Class A and their arrogance. A blonde snarks. Izuku rolls his eyes. I need to finish this quickly if I want to see others in action. Now, without any delay. Let's get the first event started. Midnight brought the attention back. Everything at UA is always without delay. Ochako was next to Izuku, who was looking towards the large entrance. It's going to be a race, Izuku speaks under his breath. These are the qualifiers. Midnight and most of the stadium turns to the large screen. It's at this stage that so many are sent home crying every year. And the fateful first event this year is. The screen stops spinning, showing 3 names in a line. Obstacle course race. Izuku smirks, seeing he was correct. Too easy to guess this stuff. It's a race between every member of all 11 classes. Midnight begins to explain the race as the classes lines up to the large gate. Izuku has seen many entrances to dangerous places. The walls always seem to close in before opening to the boss doors. Izuku could see the walls start to get closer deeper into the hall. Few students got into a stance. Izuku bounces on the balls of his feet, ready to sprint through this. Racers, to your position. Class A was towards the front as everyone got ready to run. The teachers were placing bets on who would win, and the times it would take from their booth. Start. Skill. Sprint has activated. Everyone in the stadium caught a blur of green and blue move faster than most speed quirks disappear down the hall. Everyone chases after it, but the walls close in. Todoroki freezes anyone near him before running through the gate, leaving the ice in his wake. Youch! I'm frozen, a few students yell, so cold. That bastard, Aizawa. Are you ready for our live coverage and commentary? Yamada questions his tired friend. Not voluntarily, Aizawa lost Midoriya like everyone else, but he saw the destruction he left on the cameras in each section. He's gotten faster. Too easy, Todoroki. Class A was already rushing forward, able to dodge Todoroki's first attack. I ain't letting you get ahead that easy. Half in half, Katsuki blasts forward as Momo vaults over students. Ishido uses her acid, and Ojiro uses his tail. A Class C student was being carried out of the tunnel by other students. Todoroki hears Mineta get slapped away by a robot as they made it towards the first obstacle. There was a problem. Mike's voice dies over the speakers as the overview of the massive army of zero-pointers was missing a line. Knocked over like dominoes, each missing their heads. What happened to those zero-pointers? Mike questions the man next to him. Aizawa, on the other hand, was watching the recording of the area. Midoriya Izuku happened. He pushes the replay of Midoriya's blur shoot past the line of zero-pointers. and then the zero-pointers falling backward, each missing their heads towards Mike. "That kid is scary," Mike mutters before turning back to the other racers because the cameras couldn't find Midoriya. The rest of the zero-pointers moved towards the racers. Todoroki and others didn't catch the already headless bodies of the zero-pointers as he freezes one that reaches for him. Kirishima and his silver steel twin got trapped under it while chasing Todoroki. Katsuki flies above the zero-pointers as he finally learned how to use them to prolong his flight. He operates as high as he could, watching green hair walking into a tunnel. He already won. Katsuki huffs before dive-bombing back to the floor to at least get second place. Momo creates a cannon to destroy the rest of the zero-pointers and helping others get to the next stage, which was a pit with ropes connecting platforms. The standout of the event was a support student that used her babies to get through the obstacle quicker than some of the Hero Course students. Bakugo and Todoroki were fighting each other while making their way to the last barrier. Iida poses on the lines using his engines to propel himself forwards, a smart move. Even if Mike called it unsightly. In the stadium, the crowd talks about the students' maneuvers and the leaders. The kid in the lead just can't be stopped. His quirk's awesome, but it's not just that. He's also incredibly athletic and perceptive. You got that, right? You know the flame hero, Endeavor? That's his son. A few members of the crowd keep talking while the third year and keener eyes notice the general public were wrong. Todoroki isn't in first place. Nijire speaks softly while leaning against the railing watching the screens. "Yeah, I saw it too." Mirio nods along. "He's quick and powerful. Did you not see the line of dead zero-pointers? It was like the entrance exam again. I wonder when others will notice." Tamaki stretches some. In the teacher's box, Nezu plays with his tablet that was connected to every part of the school. The other teachers were just watching the action, commenting on what their students needed to work on. Class B was sticking together, which Vlad was happy about, but they were not genuinely showing off their strength. He remembered that they wanted to make it a strategy to hide their quirks till the second round. Vlad King said it was up to them, and they followed through. One question was on his mind, though. "Where is Midoriya?" he asks. He hasn't seen the green-haired kid since his speech. "I was wondering that as well," Yagi states as the cameras switch between different students getting past the second obstacle. A few students with green hair, none of them was the boy they were looking for. "Oh, you haven't noticed?" Nezu asks while looking up from his tablet. "Noticed what?" Snipe questions while looking at his boss. Midoriya finished the obstacles. He just is not taking first place yet. He's waiting for someone. Nezu shows them the camera in the tunnel. Midoriya was standing right near the end, watching the TV and writing in his notebook. "What the?" The teachers grabbed the tablet. "When did he get there?" "He's been there," Nijire states while floating with her head over the wall. By the time Todoroki got to the second one, he walked into the tunnel. "Good eye, Hato." Nezu smiles. "I'm surprised to see one of the third years watching." Nezu knew if one third year was here, the other two were as well, and just to prove his point, Mirio's head pops through the wall. "I'm here too, principal, and so is Tamaki." Mirio's energy alongside Nijire's was also infectious to the people around them. "So, what are your thoughts on your youngers?" Nezu smiles while turning back to the tablet. "They are strong and clever." Mirio grins. "A lot smarter than we were when we started. You guys have grown a lot since your first years. I know Aizawa is proud of all three of you." Nezu speaks loudly so Amajiki could hear. "Thank you," the three call out, one much softer than two. "So, Hato, where did you and Midoriya disappear off to when you were both off campus?" Nezu was curious like always. "Oh, well, he created this portal with this ice key. Then when we went through it, it was like a winter wonderland. It was cold, and I still have the code he gave me. Oh, also, we got attacked by evil elves." Nijire explains quickly as teachers perk up at that. "What?" the teachers yell. "Don't worry, Midoriya took care of them. Apparently, they are a part of his quirk. He took down a bear in a single punch. It was so cool and interesting." "Oh, have you seen his shadows?" Nijire was sitting on the dividing wall as Mirio was staring at her like the teachers. "You mean the big guy he used during the entrance exam?" 13 asks. She wasn't inside the USJ, and it was kept need to know. "Oh, I'm talking about his army." Nijire drops the bomb on everyone in earshot. If just one of them could destroy a zero-pointer and kill whatever the Nomu was. An army of them would be devastating. It was awesome, but he has this big guy that's really goofy and sweet. Nijire was about to continue when Mike's voice booms through the speakers. The one WHO made it back to the stadium first is, the stadium watches as Izuku Midoriya strolls out of the tunnel while writing in his notebook. He had a massive grin on his face as Todoroki and Bakugo both glaring at his back. Izuku Midoriya. Where did he come from? He was already in the tunnel before the students got to the second obstacle. Aizawa explains as most of the crowd was confused since they thought Todoroki was first the entire time or so they thought. Watch the screens, and he will replay his 4-minute run-through. The crowd watches the blur move through each obstacle with ease. The students all suddenly understood the words Midoriya spoke. Good luck. 19 Chapter 19, Team Game and Small Talk. Izuku flips through his notebook while Midnight explains the Calvary battle. Class B tried to be clever but still used their quirks. Only 3 of them made it top 10, which is a weird strategy. Only 1 support student and 1 general education student made it to the next event. Where did all that animosity go? I thought they wanted to put up a fight. So disappointing. Then Todoroki and Bakugo. That's a different problem. The cold princess is all prissy, which is good, and Bakugo just looked pissed. I was waiting for him. He wasn't surprised to see me. Izuku feels someone tap him on the arm. He looks up, seeing everyone was looking at him like he was prey. What, did I miss something? Izuku turns to Ochako, knowing she was the one that tapped him. Why yeah, your headband is worth 10 million points. Ochako tells him in a soft voice. Cool, maybe you guys will finally get serious. Izuku went back to his notebook as the faces of his opponents turned to anger. I wonder, could I use my shadows to make my team? I wouldn't make Eagers carry me around. Iron doesn't have the agility I need. Maybe the boss bear. Izuku was already ignoring people again until his arm was tapped a second time. Izuku looks down at Ochako, who is currently pouting. You are in your head again, Izuku. Ochako sighs. Izuku himself looks around. Teams were building quickly. Only Ochako was around him, he shrugs. Bakugo looks straight ahead while everyone surrounds him. I don't even know what your stinking quirks are. Katsuki yells. A redhead was moving towards him quickly. Izuku laughs at the shocked faces of his classmates. So, you want to team up with me? Izuku turns his attention back to Ochako, she nods. As long as you use your head and not get lost in it, she teases. We need more people. Izuku gets slammed into by the only support student that made it. One more person. Izuku groans, rubbing his ribs as Hatsume spoke faster than he ever mumbled. Mineta teams up with Shoji and Asui. Good team, the big guy 2 smaller teammates to hide. Izuku rubs his chin. We need attack and defense. I rather not use my shadow soldiers just for now. Izuku scratches his head before seeing the man he needs. Dark Shadow and Tokoyami are perfect for defense. Iida was already part of Todoroki, Momo, and Kaminari. Crap, but hopefully, Todoroki is too stubborn to listen to Momo. Izuku crouches down with his team as he draws on the floor with one of his daggers. This is what we are going to do. Your 15 minutes are up. Time to get started. Midnight was stretching, showing off her assets. Mineta was probably getting slapped by Asui soon. The beautiful sound of Mineta's cry puts a smile on Class A's faces. Okay, guys, ready? Izuku stands at the front as he felt Ochako's handcuffs under his right hand, and then Hatsume does the same on his right side. Tokoyami got on top of the 3 of them, and Dark Shadow covers Tokoyami altogether. The headband couldn't be taken as Dark Shadow covers Tokoyami. Ready? His team cheers out. Let's get a battle cry. Blood begets blood in UA Grand Match, Mike yells, getting everyone ready. Let's have some fun, guys. Izuku smirks while staring at the captains of the teams which were sitting on top of their horses. Izuku was the only one leading front the ground. A few minutes earlier with Todoroki's team. The reason I've chosen you all is that our team formation will be by far the most stable. Todoroki was looking over towards Midoriya's team, crouching in a circle. Kaminari. You guard the left and keep enemies away with your electricity. Yaoyorozu. You take the right. Provide an insulator, shield us, and supplement our movement. Iida, you take the lead. We'll make use of your mobility and physicality for defense. Todoroki looks around his team. And you'll hold them off with your ice and fire, Todoroki? Yaoyorozu asks but frowns at his answer. No, Todoroki looks up at his old man. In battle, I refuse to use my left side. Hey, no hard feelings, Tetsu, Monoma states while sitting on his horse. Right. The silver twin of Kirishima nods. Here, we go? The countdown to this brutal battle royal. The students ignored Mike's voice as the crowd cheers. 3. Our target will be the others. We go after Midoriya later in the round. Katsuki states. Wait, Katsuki stops when he sees Izuku leading the horse. Well, never mind then. Let's go after the bird. 2. We go straight after Midoriya's team, Todoroki states as Momo sees what Dark Shadow was doing. He's covering Tokoyami perfectly, that's a new move, she thinks but didn't speak up. 1. Start. The teams rush towards Midoriya's group. Everyone hold. Izuku feels Hatsume and Ochako grab around his wrists as he grabs Tokoyami's feet tightly. Dark Shadow's arms out to the side. This is really a fight for the 10 million, and everyone knows it, Tetsu yells. We're coming for you. Midoriya, Hagakure and her team rush forwards, just like everyone else. Even Bakugo and Todoroki's group were coming for them. They left the back right of the field completely empty. Now, Izuku feels the ground soften under him while talking, and Tokoyami activated the jetpack just as Izuku jumps upwards. Hatsume's babies help the girls keep up with Izuku as he climbs above everyone. Ochako took the weight off the team, so they were floating for now. Ochako, you good? Yep, she smiles even if it was strained as she keeps her concentration. Honanuki, softening. He can soften the ground. Kinda cool but should have tried sooner. Izuku speaks in a monotone voice. He watches the skull-faced dude flinch, hearing his name and quirk. Jiro, Hagakure yell. Got it. Jiro calls out while going for the attack only for Dark Shadow to knock her earjacks away. Well done, Dark Shadow. Thank you, Midoriya, for recommending this. Tokoyami looks down below as they float above the battlefield. Hatsume told him the jetpack and boots could handle it for a while. You figured it out yourself. I just gave you the idea. Izuku watches Class B stick together. Going after Class A, he observes the attack patterns since they were not reachable for now. Izuku, I need a small break. Ochako was slowly turning green. Got it. Let's get down. The team nods, and Ochako releases her quirk. The hover boots helping them glide down. Keep your head up, guys. Ochako, relax and get your stomach calmed. Good job. Izuku watches the teams turn to them, ready to charge again. Some break off to attack other units. Todoroki already broke off, and Bakugo got distracted. Okay, Hagakure just lost her headband to Monoma. Shoji and Mineta are coming from the left. Izuku breaks the grip from Ochako as he materializes a dagger, throwing it at a purple ball flying towards them. Midnight had to duck as the dagger slams into the wall behind her with a purple ball. She swallows roughly, seeing it demetallize, leaving the purple ball stuck to the wall. The purple ball was cut down the center. Cool. Izuku thought he pulls his entire team forward when Asui's tongue shot out of Shoji's arms opening. The tongue shoots past Izuku's group and nailing Tetsu in the face. Tokoyami had to grab Izuku's hair, so he didn't fall off as Dark Shadow knocks away the tongue. How did you cut one of my balls? Mineta yells while poking his head out. They're unbreakable. Hey, that's a cool name for a move, Kirishima states while hardening his head as Bakugo let off an explosion towards a different team. Shut it, shitty hair, and pay attention, Katsuki orders. We're good to go, Izuku. Ochako smiles, looking healthy again. Cool, let's stay on the ground for a little. Izuku let Ochako grab his wrist again as they ran from Shoji's team and letting Tetsu deal with the team. Bakugo just lost his points, so he don't have to deal with him for a while. Todoroki is still collecting smaller points. Izuku mumbles while watching the battlefield. How are our teams doing after 7 minutes of play? Mike and the crowd were confused as the teams were put up on the screen. Oh, now, wait for a second, besides Midoriya's team, Class A's not looking so hot. What happened to Bakugo? Mike gets Bakugo to realize he was missing his headbands. Izuku just rolls his eyes. Kinda ruining the event, Mike. Too simple, really. The sound of cocky blondes and an asshole with an infuriating voice spoke. Class A. Monoma ties the headbands around his neck. Give that back. I'll freaking kill you, Katsuki screams. He got us, Ashido half-turned, looking at the blondes team behind them. When Midnight announced the first event, it didn't take a genius to realize they wouldn't be thinning our numbers that much in top preliminary. Monoma's voice was irritating to many people in Class A. It wasn't expecting a celebrity, the victim of that sludge incident. Shut up, Izuku yells across the field, getting people's attention. Katsuki was already pissed off, so no stopping him now. Fucking blondes. Izuku sighs. Just play the damn game and stop being a prick. Let's go. Izuku and his team took off towards a less populated area away from people. Kirishima, plans changed. A dark aura surrounds Katsuki. Before we go for the nerd, I've got to murder every last one of them. Katsuki and his team chase after Monoma's team, looking for blood. Izuku and company find themselves in front of Todoroki's team. Izuku looks at Iida, who looks ready to do something. We're coming for you. Todoroki and his team slides in front of Izuku. Izuku, unlike others, notices the general education kid already climbing the ranks but stays invisible to the attention. That was all on Izuku and Todoroki now that they were facing off. Those two teams, we're out if we can't steal their points. Mineta yells, as many other teams quickly realize the same. Looks like this won't end without a fight. They're really gunning for you, Midoriya, Tokoyami states. Technically, you're wearing the band, so it is you they are after, Izuku smirks. But don't worry, we already know what they're going to do. Izuku felt Dark Shadow grab his shoulders, ready to block Kaminari. Dark Shadows stay on Tokoyami. We can't leave the headband unguarded. Plus, I think Iron needs his debut. The Shadow stays back as Izuku watches teams start to rush forward. Now, Todoroki commands. Iron, Izuku yells out at the same time. Momo creates an insulated blanket to cover the team while Kaminari releases the most significant electric shock he could. Todoroki lost sight of Midoriya as a towering figure comes from the floor. The other groups got electrocuted with 1.3 million volts. Izuku watches as some of his mana drain from his reserve, but not a lot. Iron, you did great. Izuku watches the electricity die, and Iron's shadow drops into the floor, leaving his team untouched. Nice try, Todoroki. Izuku keeps pissing the cold boy off. Less than 6 minutes left. No turning back now. Todoroki creates an ice staff freezing teams behind him and to the left. Sorry, just hang back. Shoji and a few teams from Class B were frozen to the floor. What's this? Todoroki's taken out a herd of Calvary teams with one attack. Also, it seems the only team not affected by the blast of electricity from Kaminari's was Midoriya's team, Mike comments. He waited until they were stopped by Kaminari's shock before freezing them in place. I wouldn't expect any less. Aizawa watches carefully and certainly didn't miss the large shadow that once stood in front of Midoriya's team before disappearing before he could get a good look. He must have recalled how many competitors managed to dodge his ice during the obstacle course. Aizawa finishes his explanation. Nice play-by-play. Mike gives him a thumbs up but keeping his eyes on the action as Team Todoroki was on the attack stealing from teams he once froze. Arg! Our headband, Kendo yells. Soon enough, it was just Todoroki and Midoriya. The pack's on the fritz. Hatsume wins, seeing the jetpack spark. Take it off. It weighs us down. Izuku states as Dark Shadow reaches out to attack, keeping the team back while Tokoyami pulls it off and throws it out of bounds. Yayorozu, Todoroki yells as Momo creates a large paddle to block Dark Shadow. Her creation quirk. What a pain. Tokoyami glares while Momo looks proud. I'm surprised Kaminari's not stupid yet. Izuku saw the blonde peeking out from the right of the team. Iida was in the front. Hey, the blonde whines. I'm just saying a good job done. Izuku brushes off while sighing. He's a problem, but we can keep faking them out till time's out. No staying still anymore guys. Boom, ooh, that's neat. Monoma throws an explosion right back at Katsuki. Nice quirk you got. That's my, Katsuki TSKS. He has your power, too. Bakugo, Kirishima winces, feeling some blowback. Monoma hits Kirishima's hair as Bakugo attacks. This jackass is just a copycat. Ding ding, Monoma grins. Well, any idiot could figure out that much. Another team of Class B students helps Monoma retreat. Katsuki stands on his squad, pissed off. The crowd watches as 4 teams were practically fighting for the top spots, Bakugo versus Monoma and Todoroki versus Midoriya. A minute left on the clock, and it was down to 4 teams. Most teams that were on the blitz attack for Midoriya were frozen by Todoroki. Everyone else was wisely staying away from the powerhouses. Todoroki made his own little arena and was primed to snatch the 10 million in an instant. Mike does his job well. Or so he thought. But it's been 5 minutes now. Midoriya's team managed to evade Todoroki inside this small space for 5 whole minutes. Todoroki keeps charging, and Midoriya's team keeps dodging and sidestepping their attack. It was getting repetitive, but the crowd was loving it. Use your left side, and we will stop dodging that way. Izuku yawns as if he was bored. I know you can't use Sparky again, or he goes stupid. Izuku grins as he bounces on the balls of his feet like he wasn't tired. He really wasn't. Fatigue. 25. I can do this all day, Ice Princess. Dark Shadow chuckles from above him as Ochako giggles at Izuku's jab. Iida finally spoke up, and Izuku was waiting for one of them to come up with something. Everyone, in a minute or so that remains. Well, what I'm about to do will render me useless. Then it's up to you guys. Iida tightens his grip some. Izuku smiles sadly. I'm kinda sorry about this, Iida, but you are not going anywhere. Sorry, Iida. Izuku apologizes before his eyes start to glow blue. Skill. Bloodlust was activated. Be sure to graw. Iida's voice becomes frozen as he doesn't move an inch. Iida couldn't move or hear anything. It was like he was drowning in shadows. The stadium disappears, and so did his teammates. The only thing with him was a monster with blue eyes. The outside world watches as Iida was frozen stiff. Midoriya's team wasn't moving either as Izuku keeps eye contact with Iida. Iida? Momo asks, feeling his muscles completely tense. His engines were cut off, and his breathing was shallow. Iida, she calls out. What's wrong? Todoroki looks down, seeing fear overtake Iida's face. He's seen that fear in his mother's eyes whenever his father got home and started training him. But what's causing it? Todoroki looks back at the team across from them. Midoriya's eyes were glowing. Midoriya? Todoroki sent a wave of ice towards him. Still, Izuku and company just sidestep it, going to his left side before attacking. Todoroki feels flickers of flame crawl up his arm and face. What's wrong? It seems Todoroki's team is experiencing some difficulties, Mike yells. Oh, it seems Bakugo got his headbands back from Team Monoma and is heading right for Midoriya. The ice was destroyed, and it hits Iida knocking him out of the effect that bloodlust caused. Izuku curses and taps Ochako's hand. She activates her quirk, and he jumps straight upwards. Iida charges headfirst into the Bakugo team. Each team collides and almost breaking apart. Time's up. The 2 teams that crashed together fell apart, landing on the floor. Kirishima and Iida were bleeding from their heads as Iida was shaking. Bakugo was on his back, looking up at the floating team. Let's see who the top 4 teams are right now, Mike yelled. In first place, Team Midoriya was able to keep the 10 million points away for the full 15 minutes, second place, Team Bakugo, third place Team Todoroki, and in fourth place Team Shinso. Where did he come from? Midoriya's team drops back down, and Tokoyami jumps off. Dark Shadow slips under the gym uniform to get much-needed rest. The new move was challenging to control for the quirk in person. Good job, guys. What did you do? Todoroki grabs Midoriya by the collar, wanting answers. Iida was being helped up by Momo. Iida looks like he's in shock as he didn't even look towards Midoriya. Bloodlust is a hell of a skill, Izuku thinks. I did nothing. Izuku breaks Todoroki's grip. Anyways, congratulations on getting third place. Izuku walks back towards his team, leaving Todoroki clenching his left fist. We'll proceed to the afternoon portion after a 1-hour lunch break. See you then. Hey. Eraserhead. Wanna grab some food? Mike keeps talking with the mic on. I'm taking a nap. Eraserhead's dull voice comes over the microphone. Iida flinches when Momo rubs his back. Are you okay, Iida? She bends over, checking him for injuries. He had a small cut above his eyebrow where he ran into Kirishima, but something mental was worse. What happened, Iida? Todoroki speaks with a softer edge to it. I don't know, I was going to use a move I've been working on. Iida slowly stands up all the way. Then, I was surrounded by nothing but shadows and darkness. No one was around. There was this monster with blue eyes. Iida swallows before looking down. I froze up, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Midoriya did something. I think he was the cause. Todoroki watches as Midoriya speaks with Hatsume about her support tech as Ochako and Tokoyami stand next to them. His eyes were blue when you were frozen. I really wanted to measure up to Midoriya, Iida sighs. He has a lot of tricks up his sleeves, Momo consoles. Let's get some lunch, we are still in this. Momo pulls Iida up to his feet. Right, Iida watches Midoriya leave with his team to get lunch. Soon enough, Class A left the field with the other students to get lunch. Izuku finds himself facing Todoroki in a hallway that leads outside the stadium. How did I get here? Izuku thought he was walking towards the lunchroom. Ah, whatever. So, you wanted to talk? About what? Izuku shoves his hands in his pockets. Todoroki was leaning on the opposite wall. Ice Princess, I'm hungry, so hurry it up. That got Todoroki to glare. I broke my pledge when I saw that fear in Iida. What did you do? It's one of my skills I can use. It's called bloodlust, using it. I can put people in a state of fear for a minute. I knew Iida was your mobility, so I made him freeze up. What's the pledge you took that is handicapping you? Izuku was curious about what made the fire roar. Have you heard of quirk marriages? Todoroki speaks softly. Nijire was happy to see the big guy during the Calvary battle. I wonder what happened to Todoroki's team. It looked like their lead horse was scared. Mirio rubs his chin. I wonder what caused it. Nijire smiles. I kind of wish to see the big guy more, though, but I guess he's saving him for the one-on-one. It won't be a one-on-one then, more like 2-on-1 or maybe an army versus one. Tamaki rubs his neck softly. We will see. Mirio smiles. 19 Chapter 20, One-on-ones? The lunch break was over, and everyone was back on the field. Izuku and Todoroki had their talk. Katsuki was hiding behind the wall. Izuku leans against the far wall of the arena, thinking to himself when Mike's voice came over the speakers. Before we get to the final event, I've got good news for all those out of the running. Aizawa and Mike were back in the commentating booth. This is still a sports festival, so we've prepared a recreational activity for all participants. We even shipped in cheerleaders from America to get you pumped up. The Americans were cheering until they saw Class A girls walk out in similar uniforms. What's this? What are they doing? Aizawa mutters into the microphone. Class A? Why? Mike yells. Izuku sees Menta grinning along with the stupid blonde in his class. Mineta. Kaminari. You tricked us, Momo screams before trying to hide. How'd I let myself get fooled by Mineta's stupid prank? Those idiots, Jiro growls, throwing the pom-poms on the floor. Izuku looks at the girls, but before he could order Mineta's death, Hagakure cheers the girls up. Still time before the main event. No sense in sitting around, she starts jumping around. Why not go with it? It could be fun. The invisible girl laughs freely and seems to enjoy it. You're enjoying this, Toru. Asui deadpans. Izuku just ignores it once Toru got the girls to cheer up. He pulls his notebook out and starts preparing for the 1-versus-1. I wonder who I face against first. Hope everyone enjoys this little recreational competition. Once that's over, we're on to the final event. Between the 16 members of the 4 winning teams, we'll have a formal tournament. A series of one-on-one battles. Mike's voice carries through the cheering crowd as people move closer to the main stage where Midnight was. A tournament, huh? So he'll be up in that ring I see on TV every year. Kirishima grins happily. Was it a tournament last year too? Shiro asks as the Momo was still pouting behind the boys while listening. The format's always different, but most years involve some kind of head-to-head competition. Izuku explains from afar while spinning his pen in his hand, still looking through his notebook of the 16 students moving on. The matchups will be decided by drawing lots. Midnight holds up a box with the word lots on them. Did All Might make that one too? Ochako asks, still dressed in the cheerleader outfit. Shut it, Midnight hisses softly. Class A snickers, remembering their first class with All Might. Once that's settled, we'll move on to the festivities and then the tournament itself. It's up to each of you finalists whether or not you participate in the fun. I expect some of you would rather take a breather and save your strength. Midnight takes a breath after that as she shifts on her foot, ready to go again before Ojiro spoke up. Excuse me. The tailed classmate raises his hand. I'd like to drop out. Many of Class A was surprised by this. Izuku just crosses his plan out for Ojiro, not commenting. He was on Gen Ed's team. Ojiro. Why? Iida did the job of information digging. The cavalry battle, I have no memories of anything that happened up until the tail end. Ojiro speaks softly. Izuku hides his smile as he saw the purple-haired Gen Ed kid turn away. It's probably his quirk that did it. Well, that's very interesting. Izuku taps his pen on the edge of the book, watching everyone. I know this is a great opportunity. I know how stupid it must seem to throw it away, but this final tournament, everyone else made it here by their own strength. Ojiro keeps going. Okay, I'm gonna stop you. Izuku throws his arm over Ojiro's shoulder. What you did was your strength. His quirk just helped you be one mind, one body. A strong quirk that caused a bunch of people to create the perfect team. Izuku shrugs. Also, his kind is skinny, so that doesn't really prove your strength. Izuku jokes, the purple hair kid seems to be listening, as well. But it's your choice. Drop out. I know how prideful people can be. Izuku claps his classmate's shoulders while standing over his classmate. You're a good man. Ojiro. Izuku walks away, leaving that information to stew in Ojiro's head. But a stupid one as well. Izuku throws his notebook into his inventory as some Class B students on the same team withdrew as well. Midnight even calls them naive and green but makes it sound like a compliment, allowing them to drop out. Soon Tetsu and Shiozaki were pushed up into the last round. Here are the matchups: Uraraka vs Bakugo, Todoroki vs Shiro. Shiozaki vs Shinso Iida vs Hatsume Ishido vs Aoyama. Kaminari vs Yaoyorozu, the hardening twins. Tokoyami vs Midoriya. Shadow brother. Dark Shadow mutters. Izuku smiles, seeing Tokoyami's name next to his. I'll make sure to give Dark Shadow something to play with. Tokoyami gives him a nod. Damn it, I need to go through the Ice Princesses. Yes, he was stealing that from Izuku. And no, Katsuki wouldn't tell anyone. To get to Izuku. Katsuki growls to himself. Hatsume walks towards Iida, giggling. He wasn't scared of her, but he was nervous. Now, let's set aside the tournament for the time being and get on with the Thrill-A-Minute festival. Mike announces louder than he needed to. Izuku saw Tokoyami head out towards the forest as Izuku just goes get comfy in Class A's spectating booth. Ojiro stays around Hagakure for the time being. The girls of Class A had fun even if Momo and Jiro looked less enthusiastic. Soon enough, the minigames came to an end as Cementos finishes the rain. Okay, that about does it. Cementos creates a chair for himself near the rink. Thanks Cementos. Hey, guys. Are you ready? Present Mike screams. You've been through hell to get here. But now it's time for one-on-one battles. You've only got yourself to rely on. Izuku smirks at that comment. Even if you're not a hero, this saying holds true. You know it. Mike was hyping everyone up. Izuku finds Ochako near the entrance of the stadium. You ready for this? Izuku watches Ochako jump and turns to him, breathing out. Relax, just kick his ass. Izuku smiles. Thanks, Izuku. Ochako smiles more. I'll see you in the finals. Can't wait to see you there. And just a word of advice, Izuku stops talking when he heard Mike introduce Bakugo. Versus, watch out for his right hook. Izuku walks off, waving back at her as she steals herself. My personal pick, Ochako Uraraka, also of the hero course. Ochako gets onto the stage across from Bakugo. Ready, angel face? Katsuki moves into his stance. If you're going to back down, do it now. 'Cause crying uncle later won't cut it. Ochako lowers herself as she already had a plan ready. Up in the stands, Izuku sits next to Tokoyami and Iida. Did you give Uraraka a counter strategy for Bakugo? No, she looked like she already had something in mind. I just told her to watch the right hook. Izuku pulls his notebook out before opening it to a blank page. Katsuki is strong. She can't float him because he has been practicing with mid-air battles ever since our first exercise. It will be a good match. Izuku watches Midnight start the match, and Ochako charges forward. Baking down's not an option here. She yells while keeping herself low to the floor. Katsuki moves his right arm back as she gets closer and closer. At the last moment, he blasts her while making sure not to fall over. Whoa, harsh. A few heroes or civilians call out. Izuku just did his best to ignore it. Going all out against a girl, another stupid person speaks up. The explosion creates a smokescreen that Ochako uses to her advantage. Katsuki catches the floating jacket as she leaps from behind him. She threw her jacket over and sent it floating, all on the fly. Mike starts his play-by-play. Katsuki quickly realizes that she was behind him. Katsuki still uses his right hand to create another explosion, blasting her backward. Faster reactions. Katsuki's taking her for a real threat. Good. Izuku continues to write in his notebook, ignoring the side comments from Shiro and Kaminari. Uraraka wastes no time. She's charging again. A few people cringe each time Bakugo sets off an explosion. Figure something out, Ochako, you won't last long. Running headfirst into them. Izuku watches as the devil girl yells out. He can see the rubble floating upwards, but taking each explosion just to keep adding debris wasn't the smartest move. Ochako, Asui looked worried about her friend. Bakugo's that type of guy. The purple child leans forward. Ochako keeps going as the crowd got more and more worried. Then comes the booing. Hey, that's not the way someone who wants to be a hero acts. Some weak hero yells, getting the crowd behind him. Stop toying with the poor girl. Izuku was about to beat up a hero if he kept talking. Class A's box suddenly got colder, and it wasn't Todoroki since he was in his prep room, getting ready for his own match. Tokoyami and Iida were leaning away from Midoriya. While he was leaning forward, glaring at the hero that was talking out of his ass. A group in the crowd has started booing. Mike sweat drops. But to be honest, Mike grunts into the microphone. Is the one who said he's toying with her a pro? Aizawa's cold tone comes from the speakers, getting Midoriya to calm down some. How many years of active duty? The crowd shuts up and listens. If that's what you're taking away from this, then you can leave. No point in watching. Go home and start looking at job hunting sites. Aizawa scolds the crowd and hero. She's come this far, and he knows her strength. His caution shows that he recognizes her as a worthy opponent. Bakugo and Uraraka stand across from each other. She was trembling some. It's exactly because he wants to win so badly that there's no room for carelessness or holding back. Aizawa finishes. Katsuki watches Ochako still going. She's not dead yet. Katsuki growls. Ochako brings her hands together, only saying one word, release. Huh? Katsuki looks confused for a few seconds. I win. Ochako grins, already charging. Katsuki's head turns upwards, seeing the sky fall. It's a meteor storm, Mike yells. Keep up. Aizawa watches the rubble fall. Self-sacrificing strategy, you will be a great hero, Ochako. Izuku observes Ochako snag a rock out of midair and throwing it right into Katsuki's shoulder, making his trajectory change as his explosion rockets him diagonally. Right off the stage. Making him use his quirk against him. I didn't even think about that. Katsuki sits up, staring with wide eyes as Ochako was panting and still standing. What an explosion, but it seems Uraraka used it against Bakugo, Mike screams excitedly. Bakugo is out of the ring. Midnight begins as Uraraka's eyes slowly start to close. She sways on her feet. Uraraka moves on to the second round. She got me. Bakugo mutters under his breath as he watching her drop from exhaustion. The crowd jumps to their feet with roars of cheers. Uraraka was taken to Recovery Girl by medical boats as Katsuki walks out with a straight face till he was in the hallway. That was just the first match. We'll move on to the second on after the ring is fixed, Mike calls out. Izuku was leaning against the wall as he sees Katsuki come from the stadium. You both fought with everything. Izuku stands straighter. Did you give her that self-sacrificing play? Katsuki was gritting his teeth, trying to stay calm. No, Ochako came up with that all on her own. I only got to say good luck. Izuku smiles proudly. I have to admit, I've never thought about using your own quirk against you like that. You better not go all out on Icy Hot. He doesn't deserve it. Katsuki turns his head away. Don't worry, and we will fight soon, Katsuki. For now, we are just learning. Good fight, but I'm going to check on Ochako. Izuku turns around and heads off, leaving Katsuki alone. Ochako was still asleep, so Izuku just sits down and watching the next match, Ice Princess vs. Zero. Ice Princess isn't happy, so Trash Fire must have talked with him. Izuku feels bad for Zero as he got an avalanche of ice thrown his way. Iron can block that, maybe? Izuku watches as Todoroki cleared the ice. Obara Shiozaki vs. Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku couldn't hear what they were seeing, but he saw their mouths moving before Shiozaki completely froze. Then she simply turns around and leaves the rink. Shinso looks somewhat smug about something. Ojiro said he didn't remember anything after answering Shinso about being on his team. Could be some sort of brainwashing. Izuku feels a soft hand on his forearm. He turns to see Ochako giving a bright smile. I won, she states proudly. Yeah, you did. Izuku holds out his fist, which she quickly hits with her own. Good job. Who am I facing next? She slowly sits up, looking at the screen. Todoroki, Izuku answers calmly. Ochako sighs and lays back. You got this. If you can take out Bakugo, then you got the Ice Princess. He tries to cheer her up, but it didn't seem to work. The match between Iida and Hatsume worked wonders as it had the pair laughing loudly. Their teammate turned Iida into walking advertising before forfeiting. Recovery Girl eventually kicks them out once Ochako was free to go. They both made it back to the booth, and Ochako was quickly surrounded by the girls beside Mina, who was getting ready for her match, Ashido vs. Aoyama. Izuku gives credit where credit was due. Mina was the most flexible and agile in the class. She did the splits over Aoyama's laser. Mina dances closer before uppercutting the blonde's chin. Damn, I think I just saw the stars come from his head. Izuku watches the blonde get carried off by medical bots as Mina gives the crowd attention. Tokoyami gets up before looking at Izuku. I wish you luck, Midoriya. You as well, Tokoyami. Izuku smiles as Momo and Kaminari were introduced. The two boys leave the booth heading opposite ways. Izuku sits in the prep room while Kirishima left it. Momo destroyed Kaminari, which was a given. He used too much energy too quickly, causing him to shut down. Of course, the two hardheads went punch for punch. It was like the old Rock'em Sock'em Robots' silver and red clash. One would give any moment, and Izuku was correct, in a way. They knocked each other out. Both B and A class yell in sync. We have a tie. Midnight tries her best not to giggle, but she couldn't hold it. We'll determine our winner after they recover with a quick arm wrestling match, or something. The medical bots get them off the stage. For the last matchup of the first round, Mike's voice comes alive. Midoriya and Tokoyami were already walking up the stairs to the ring. Offense and defense in one body. The Dark Samurai accompanied by Dark Shadow. From the hero course, it's Fumikage Tokoyami. Tokoyami has his arms crossed while looking straight across at Midoriya. Versus, Midoriya has his hands in his pockets while giving a sly smile to Tokoyami. The man who casually took first place during the first event and had more tricks up his sleeves than his teachers can count. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku ignores the comment about his tricks since they weren't tricks. Last match of round 1, start, go, Dark Shadow. Igris. Two shadows rush forwards before meeting in the middle of the ring, slamming into each other. Igris and Dark Shadow clasp their hands together, pushing against each other. Dark Shadow was strong, but Igris wasn't connected to Midoriya like Dark Shadow was to Tokoyami. Oh, we finally see a part of Midoriya's quirk, finally. Mike leans against his palm as neither student had moved from their starting sports. I knew I didn't see things. You also have a shadow that consumes you. Tokoyami ever the edgelord speaks. He doesn't consume me, Tokoyami. He protects me. Izuku explains before charging the bird-headed student. I'm sure Dark Shadow does the same for you. Dark Shadow tries to retreat, but Igris wasn't letting go. The two students quickly exchange punches. Izuku dodges easily. Just because you have a strong quirk doesn't mean you can slack off on your. Izuku kicks Tokoyami's feet from under him, own training. Tokoyami kicks Izuku in the gut and quickly stands back up. Let Shadow go, Igris. Igris listens, and Dark Shadow rushes towards Midoriya's back. Igris just stood watching his leader about to get attacked when Izuku drops low, letting Dark Shadow ram into Tokoyami, but instead of what Izuku thought would happen. Dark Shadow just slips into Tokoyami's body without causing blowback that would have knocked Tokoyami out of the ring. That won't work twice. You did the same thing in Cavalry battle. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow was back together in a fighting stance. Dang, you caught me. Izuku backflips landing next to Igris as Dark Shadow tries to attack him. The 4 face-offs, not sure who would make the first move. Please do not hold back, Midoriya. You already proved I am not as well trained as you. Tokoyami asks while getting into a fighting stance. As you wish. Igris, please send them out of the ring without hurting them too badly. Izuku steps backward. Igris raises his fist, still being chivalrous knight, as he does not bring out his sword. Igris rushes forward, dodging Dark Shadow's swing before punching Tokoyami in the chest. Dark Shadow covers Tokoyami before he crashes into the far wall. The crowd was silent for a second before cheering loudly. Good job, Igris. Thank you. The knight disappears as Izuku passes him to check on his classmate. You okay, Tokoyami? Izuku cringes, seeing the cracked concrete above his classmate's body that slumped forwards. He ignores Midnight, saying he won. Yeah, just ow, Tokoyami coughs. Dark Shadow was able to buffer the hit some. Izuku holds out his hand. Tokoyami grabs it as he gets pulled to his feet. Good match. Izuku smiles. You, too, I have a long way to go. Tokoyami rubs the back of his head as Dark Shadow was looking for Igris. Where's your companion? He's already back, waiting to be called on again, Izuku explains as he walks Tokoyami to Recovery Girl to get checked out. Izuku didn't go far as he listens to Uraraka and Todoroki's fight. In a one-on-one, Todoroki is almost impossible to beat unless you have something to break the ice. Ochako didn't. Uraraka is unable to continue. Todoroki moves on to the next round. Midnight's voice echoes in the empty hallways. Ochako walks from the stadium but quickly notices Izuku waiting for her. She picks up her head and gives a strained smile. Guess I lost. Ochako, Izuku starts, but she didn't let him continue. I just got carried away at the fact that I could beat Bakugo. I thought I could get to face you. Uraraka tears up slowly. Are you hurt? He knew better than try to cheer her up right now. I'm okay. He's just too strong. I couldn't put a scratch on him. I'll try harder next time. Ochako stops and sees the small smile on Izuku's lips. You did good, Ochako. Izuku was cut off by the announcers. Hitoshi Shinso moved on to the next round. Guess Iida got trapped as well. Izuku hums. Ready to head back up? Izuku turns down the hall. I am going to give my parents a call. I'll be watching when you face Kirishima. Ochako smiles and goes to the locker room while Izuku heads back to the stands. Todoroki still hasn't been back to the stands since his first match. Izuku has seen Endeavor stalking around the hallways but seems to be looking for his son. Daddy issues later. Izuku starts writing as Tokoyami sits next to him. Iida had to leave for some reason. The last matchups would be intriguing. Todoroki was already locked in to face Shinso. You should head down. Your match is next, Tokoyami states in a relaxed tone. Thanks. Izuku catches Momo, creating a big bat ready to knock Mina out of the ring. Last round before we move on to the semifinals. Manly and passionate hardening. From the hero course, it's Eijiro Kirishima. Mike yells into the microphone. The redhead cracks his knuckles, still proud since he beat his copycat. Who am I facing again? Kirishima questions himself. Versus the man with the Shadow Knight. Kirishima quickly hardens his nerves knowing who it was as the dark green-haired student walks onto the stage. Izuku Midoriya. Hey, Kirishima. Midoriya smiles while standing in a relaxed stance. I'm going to make you give it your all, Kirishima grins. Okay, Kiri. Let's see what you got. Izuku slides his right foot back, bringing up his fists. Start. Midnight cracks her whip. Kirishima hardens his fists and attacks. Izuku caught one fist, pushing the redhead back as the hardened knuckles cut into his palm. Pretty strong, Kirishima. Izuku pushes the redhead back before jumping up, delivering a hard axe kick to the hardened head. Izuku sees his HP drop slightly. Shit, that's a hard head. Izuku quickly dodges another jab aimed for his jaw. Izuku smiles, and palm strikes his opponent, sending him backward. Want to face someone stronger than me? Kirishima perks up but nods. You're talking about the big guy, right? Yep, he's a lot stronger than me. Izuku is still in a defensive stance waiting for an answer. Nope, you're the one I'm trying to surpass. Kirishima goes back on the attack, which Izuku dodges and redirects his punches. You need to work on your speed and agility. Izuku spins Kirishima around some. Also, look for a different. Izuku grabs Kirishima's wrist before shoulder, tossing him outside the ring. Angles, Izuku grunts. Dang it, Kirishima huffs but smiles, looking up at Izuku. That was really cool. Thanks. Izuku holds out his hand. Kirishima takes it, getting pulled to his feet. What sportsmanship? Midnight coos as the boys quickly clear the field away from the dominatrix of a teacher. We have our final four, Shoto Todoroki, Hitoshi Shinso, Momo Yaoyorozu, and lastly, Izuku Midoriya. President Mike calls Todoroki and Shinso to the ring. Izuku and Momo were waiting in their respective rooms, creating strategies. Momo's going to be rough. Just needs confidence. Izuku looks towards the screen as Todoroki froze Shinso solid. I'm pretty sure he hasn't taken a single step the entire time. That's a good strategy, Izuku smirks. Well, the dark horse from general education is finally out. Shinso will face whoever loses this match between all-purpose creation. She was admitted through recommendations, so her abilities are certified. Izuku watches Momo sink into herself again once the recommendations were brought up. From the hero course, it's Momo Yaoyorozu. The crowd area cheers loudly for her. Versus, the guy that doesn't like showing off his quirk, Izuku Midoriya. What is up with him and bashing me? Izuku holds his hand over his chest like he was hurt. Momo giggles to herself at his acting. I'm doing my best. Are you Izuku? She moves into a fighting stance. Of course, but I also want to give my competitors time to show off what they got. Izuku follows suit. This is all about showing off Momo. Start. Izuku rushes forwards for the first time as he doesn't want to give Momo time to think. She ducks under his kick as she creates a staff and swings it towards his head. Izuku manifests his dagger, blocking the metal staff. You have gotten faster with your creation. Izuku smirks, leaning in as Momo pushes him back. Thank you, it took practice. Momo grits her teeth as she's shoving him back using the base of the staff to attack. She gets a good hit on his stomach before spinning it, aiming for his temple. Izuku catches it with his blade, cutting the staff shorter. She creates a second baton as Izuku manifests both daggers. You have a lot more training with weapons, don't you? Izuku spins the blade, some as Momo and Izuku was ignoring everything else happening around them. Of course, just like my quirk. I practice day and night. Momo and Izuku circle each other. I knew you would be the hardest person I faced today. Izuku rushes forward, dodging the left baton as he disarms her right side. The broken staff falls from her hand, and he kicks it out of bounds. Momo brings the other rod down, hitting Izuku in the shoulder. He grunts before pushing her back some. Ow! Izuku rubs his shoulder where the metal hit. Momo was already making a second baton. They were both standing in the middle of the field. Izuku decides against using his daggers since Momo had more training than him. Plus, he needs to disarm her and make sure she couldn't create another weapon once he does. Izuku steps forward before blocking Momo's swing. He twists the baton upwards while using his forearm to prevent the other. As soon as he takes the rod, he jumps back as she was swinging for his head. His hand had a soft blue hue to it as he activated his Dominator's touch. He was disarming her other hand. Once she was free of weapons, he attacks. Momo grits her teeth since Izuku wasn't giving her a second to concentrate on her creations. Crap. She kicks her leg up, aiming for his head, only for it to be caught by Izuku. His hands snaked around her waist as they were face to face. Her leg hangs over his shoulder, leaving her on one foot. Trying to kick my head? Izuku smirks as she glares at him, creating a small dagger behind her back. He was the only thing keeping her from falling over. I wouldn't move Momo. Izuku speaks quietly as Baruka's dagger pressed against her neck. They both softly panting as she drops her blade before smiling softly. A faint blush paints across her cheeks as her position wasn't the most appropriate. I lost, she speaks loud enough for Midnight to hear. Yaoyorozu concedes from the match. Midoriya wins. Midnight calls the match as Izuku lets go of his dagger and dipping his shoulder, letting Momo's leg down. Good match, Momo. We should spar more. Izuku lets go once Momo was on both feet. Agreed. Momo bows before leaving the ring. Izuku could feel the eyes of jealousy burn into him as he quickly left. We have our two finalists. We will take a short break before we have Todoroki versus Midoriya. It should be a great final match. Present Mike continues talking as Izuku breaths out, checking his fatigue. Fatigue. 33. Izuku and Shoto were waiting at their respective entrances when Endeavor came looking for Midoriya. Luckily All Might distracts him long enough for Mike to call the boys out into the rain. Both of these competitors have won top marks at this festival so far. Todoroki Shoto has been yet to be touched by a single attack, and Midoriya Izuku has given us examples of hand-to-hand combat along with some slick moves you guys and gals can try on your significant other. Izuku turns, glaring at the commentator's box. Please slap him for me, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku begs loudly, but the crowd roars with laughter and cheers. Midnight giggles since she was close enough to hear him. Todoroki just looks unimpressed or disinterested. Well, you boys know the rules. You're the last match, so go all out. Midnight steps back as she raises her whip. Start. Izuku plops down on his butt as she calls the start of the match. Iron, magicians. Izuku calls on 4 shadows as Todoroki attacks. Iron comes up, slamming his shield down in front of Izuku as the magician uses fire to blow the wall of ice away. What's going on down there? Mike yells as the steam from fire and ice cover the stadium. Soon enough, the steam clears, showing Iron still protecting the magician and Izuku. Izuku is still just sitting on his butt, looking up at the clouds. Midoriya. Midnight looks at the boy sitting in the middle of a match. Yes. Izuku lulls his head to the side, looking at his teacher, Ref. Match started. She points to his opponent, who is looking at the shadows Izuku called on. Oh, I know, until he uses his full power, I will stay on my ass. Izuku waves off and looks back up at the sky. They can keep me protected, till then. In the teacher's booth, the teachers just watch in fascination as each attack Todoroki sent Midoriya's way was blocked then destroyed by fireballs. Hato. Explain, please. All Might in Yagi form asks. She pops back up and giggles excitedly. The big guy is the one I was talking about, I think I heard him call him Iron. He's really big and a goofball. He's sweet and protected me during the last battle until he was needed. The other guys I don't know. I saw them on the outskirts of the battle, but I guess they can use fireballs to attack. Hato sits on the dividing wall watching the match. Is Midoriya not taking it seriously? He looked a lot more serious when fighting anyone else. 13 taps the chair softly. Todoroki hasn't used his other side ever since the Calvary battle. Snipe points out as Todoroki rushes Iron only to get knocked back by the big guy's axe. So they are both not paying each other the respect of a full-powered match. Vlad King frowns. Who knows? Nezu watches Izuku stand up only to move towards a clear area on the ring before sitting back down and letting his shadows deal with Todoroki. Class A was just shaking their heads, watching the two powerhouses go head-to-head with half their strength. Katsuki was laughing to himself as he watches the Ice Princess get pissed off at the nerd. He's keeping his promise though those shadows are creepy. Izuku was a lot more serious earlier, Ochako was leaning forward, why isn't he now? Todoroki has been only using half his Power Angel face. The nerd is just paying him with the same respect as Ice Princess has been to everyone else. Katsuki growls. On the other hand, the crowd loves the action even if it was not a full-powered match. Compared to everyone else, in the tournament, it felt like it was full power. The wind pressure blows people against their seats every time a fireball destroys the ice. People would get hit with the ice-cold air before burning feeling. Are you done yet, princess? Izuku asks while finally standing up and recalling Iron and his other shadows. Can we get serious now, or do you just want to keep getting beaten back by my soldiers? Todoroki was feeling the toll his quirk causes as the ice was creeping up his neck and cheek. You're shivering, and I'm not going to let my magicians warm you up, so what now? What will you do? Izuku manifests his notebook, opening it up to Todoroki's page. Shoto Todoroki, half cold, half hot, with his right, he can create ice and, with his left, fire. If using too much of his right side, he will get too cold and succumb to hypothermia. Izuku flips through the book. Daddy issues, but who doesn't have those, right? Izuku chuckles. You're 18 years old princess, stop acting like daddy and be your own man. A smaller wave of ice was sent at Izuku, but he just jumps over it. Everyone is giving it their all to win. To achieve their goals to make it to the top. The general education kid got 3rd place overall. Ochako beat Katsuki. And here you are. I watched your matches. One match after another, you never moved an inch. Never take people seriously. Izuku kept jumping around and Todoroki tries to pin him down. What about you, then? You're a hypocrite. You knocked Tokoyami out in one hit. Kirishima you flipped over your shoulder and then Yayorozu. You played cat and mouse with her. You haven't used your full power once during the entire festival. Todoroki's right side was shivering as he knew he couldn't attack much longer with his ice. I gave them chances to catch the eyes of heroes. Izuku motions to the crowd that was still cheering and watching the two. If I knocked them out in seconds, then the festival would be a waste of time. Plus, I get to watch how their quirks work. How they use them. Izuku rolls his shoulders some. If you want my full power, then turn on the fire and stop messing around. You're not your father, so stop acting like him. Izuku manifests his dagger, pointing it at the dumpster fire, glaring down at the boys with a familiar frown that was currently on Shoto's face. I don't use his quirk, Shoto yells. It's your quirk, Shoto, not his. Izuku whispers into his ear as Izuku is standing back to back with him. Shoto moves to turn around only to have Izuku follow his movements, still standing back to back. It was like a dance, and Shoto was upset. Do I need to say it louder? Izuku leans forward, kicking Shoto in the back, sending him into his own ice wall that blocks him from going out of the ring. It's your quirk, not his. Izuku watches Shoto's hands curl into the ice wall as fire comes to life, melting everything on the rink. That is a lot hotter than any of my magicians. Izuku smirks as Shoto turns around, looking slightly better than before. The ice disappears off Shoto's arm and face as Izuku claps happily. Finally, my turn. Come out. The crowd watches shadows pour off Izuku's skin before the cement rink was covered with an army of shadows. Let's see how long you last, Shoto. You wanted my full power, you got it. What's this? Mike yells as soon as the fire was on. He and Aizawa were dumbfounded as the powerhouses seemed to finally get serious. He used it, Aizawa mutters. Of course, the tired homeroom teacher noticed Shoto's distaste for his right side. He's never pressured the kid to tell him anything and planned to let Todoroki come to him when it was time, but there seemed to be no real need anymore. Midoriya did his job for him. Then came the army he really didn't want to see again, but there was a problem. It's grown. When did he get more soldiers? His friend and colleague looked over slightly worried for his friend. It seems Midoriya and Todoroki are looking to end this final match. Mike yells into the microphone. The cheers were deafening. In the teacher's booth, many high-ranking heroes all swallow roughly, seeing the army cover the rink and some of the field. There's his army, Nijire informs. Did Midoriya just force Todoroki into using his fire? Yagi asks, remembering all the hero classes Todoroki refused to use fire. I believe so. Nezu glares down at the number 2 hero that seems to be yelling until a large shadow stands in front of him, making sure he stayed back. A few moments earlier. SHOTOOOO. Endeavor stomps his way down the stairs as the boys both roll their eyes at the loud voice. So you finally accepted it? Yes, excellent. The man was about to make it to the end of the stairs. Igris, keep him back, but don't hit him. Even if I want to. Izuku sighs as the shadow at his side seemed to disappear before appearing in front of Endeavor. His broad sword placed in the concrete of the stairs keeping the hero back. Get out of my way. Endeavor growls at the shadow that did not respond. He just stayed in the way as the crowd looks at it in fascination. Anyways, shall we end this, Shoto? Izuku turns his attention back to his opponent, who was rubbing his cheek. You're crazy, you know that, right? Shoto smiles weakly. Oh, trust me. I know. Izuku thinks about his life. Always a foot away from death, either from his best friend wanting to kill him or watching heroes and villains fight feet away. Walking into dungeons, not knowing what is on the other side or if he would walk out. So my army versus you. This didn't go well for the villains. Izuku warns as he mentally gave the order of no killing and watching his shadow knights put their weapons away, bringing up their fists. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself, and don't blame me what happens next. Shoto stomps his foot down as the army rushes forward. Igris's cold eyes staring down the number 2 hero was quite funny as the crowd wasn't paying attention to them anymore but on the 2 students fighting. Todoroki tries to attack Izuku, but Iron was already there protecting him, so he turns his attention to the army. Izuku would call back a shadow each time they regenerate as soon as Shoto cut them down. Soon enough, Izuku only had Iron, Igris, and his magicians. Shoto, on the other hand, was tired, and he wasn't accurate with his fire. I have to admit, Shoto. You're stronger than your father. I just hope you will become a better hero than him. Izuku rushes forward with Igris. Both Knight and Monarch sent Todoroki flying through the air with their attacks. Shoto was able to create enough ice to stop him from crashing into the outer ring. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya is the winner. Midnight calls the match as Izuku pats Igris on the back before the Shadow Knight slips back into his skin. That concludes our contest. The first-year winner of the UA's Sports Festival is Izuku Midoriya of Class A. Present Mike had opened his window using his own quirk instead of the microphone. The crowd cheers as Izuku recalls his shadows to check on Shoto. You good? Izuku holds out his hand. Yeah, Shoto grabs Izuku's hand as he gets pulled to his feet. Now that was a good match. Izuku smirks as Shoto nods, having to agree. Later, now, let's move on to the award ceremony. Midnight shows off the winners. In third place, Momo and Shinso share the platform. Shoto was in second place, and Izuku stood on the first while still writing in his notebook, not paying attention to the crowd. Ochako and Katsuki facepalmed. Now for the medals. Presenting them this year is you-know-who. Izuku slowly brought the notebook closer to his face, praying to whatever dark god it wasn't someone associated with the title of number 1. IAM, All Might jump down from the top of the stadium. He's everyone's hero, Midnight and All Might talk over each other. Here with the medals. All Might, Midnight yells. Silence. The entire crowd was silent as the two heroes talked over each other. Izuku chuckles behind his notebook as he glares at the number 1 hero. What an idiot. The first years this year are something else. A crowd member talks freely as the crowd comes back to life. Even All Might came to watch. All Might walks over towards the third place platform as Midnight hands him one of the medals. Congratulations, Shinso, kid. You're a strong one. All Might laughs. The purple-haired Gen Ed student looks like he was hiding a smile. You have proven your strength in today's festival. I have no doubt you have caught the eyes of your teachers. All Might keeps the same grin on his face. But relying on your quirk alone won't be enough to overcome a bad matchup. A fit body and strong mind are needed in heroics. Understood, Shinso bows softly. Yaoyorozu, you have a mind for strategy and proved your versatility today. Keep up the great work. I cannot wait to see the hero you make in the future. All Might places the medal over her head as she smiles and nods. She looks over to Shoto and Izuku. One looks like he was thinking over life, and one looks uninterested that the number 1 hero was just feet away. Todoroki, congratulations. All Might places the second place medal over Shoto's head. You held back. You didn't use your left side until the final match. Was there a reason for that? Midoriya, I lost my way a long time ago, but he helped point me back in the right direction. Todoroki looks down. There's still something I have to settle before I can even try to become a hero like you. Shoto seems to relax while talking to the number 1 hero. That's a new look I see on your face. All Might hugs Todoroki, which Izuku watches the rage on the older Todoroki in the stands. So say no more. Whatever you must settle, I'm sure you can do it. All Might stands in front of Midoriya, who is writing in his notebook before looking down at the number 1 hero. Izuku smirks. And finally, Midoriya. Well, All Might grabs the medal and walks up. All Might has been in front of the most powerful villain and only felt hatred. The look on Midoriya's face was giving him chills that would make the villain he once faced shiver himself. I won't bite All Might. Izuku places the notebook away, smiling brightly. The other 3, close to Midoriya, listens in. All Might coughs softly into his hand before standing in front of the man. You have done well today, young Midoriya. Helping your competitors realize their weakness even during the match. Helping young Todoroki realize what he needed. You changed lives today. All Might talks on. The plastered-on smile on Midoriya slowly fell. You will be a great hero, Midoriya. All Might places the medal around Izuku's neck. I'm sorry I doubted that when we first met. All Might steps back and turns to the crowd. Well, these are your winners. All Might turns to the students of UA, some looking upset. They didn't make it far. Others looking relaxed now that the festival was over. Everyone here today has the potential to be standing up here. As you all witnessed, competition, encouragement, pushing each other to climb higher and higher. The sprouts of today will grow into the heroes of tomorrow. All Might calls for the final cheer, not noticing some of the winners were looking at Midoriya. They overheard what All Might said, and now, curious what the number 1 hero once said to the overpowered young adult. Izuku himself already tunes everything out and just smiles. At least he thought he was. 19 Chapter 21. Names and internships. Tenya visits his brother, and something darker begins to manifest in his heart. The darkness that makes you evaluate decisions you never thought had answers. Ida would soon learn how darkness clouds minds and makes you choose who lives or who dies. Shoto spends his day visiting his mother. The same mother that gave him the permanent scar over his left eye. He never blamed her for scaring him, but just like his older brother. They were all pushed past the breaking point. He needed to see her if he was going to start using his fire. Ochako gets ambushed by her family, and they spend the day at their apartment having family time. Most of the class heads out to spend time with their own families. Izuku spends his free time working out and listening to the news. Inko still hasn't called him. Auntie told him she was stubborn when they picked Katsuki up the other day. Well, the Midoriyas can be stubborn when they wanted to be. Izuku's father came back from his 13 years of being too busy. Izuku scoffs at that. Just when he fights in a televised festival and wins. The dick wants back into his life. Yeah, fucking right. Izuku puts the bar back onto its stands before taking the plates off the ends of the bars. He breaths out before moving towards a treadmill. He already finished his daily quest. Now he was just working to tire himself out. Not like that was possible, but it beats just laying in bed all day. Midoriya, the tired voice of his teacher comes from behind him. Izuku mutes the TV that was playing the news of Ingenium's attack, which ended his career. Yes, sensei? Izuku doesn't stop running. You've been in here for 5 hours. Give it a rest. Aizawa sits down on the workout bench nearby. Izuku looks at the clock on the wall, almost tripping himself up, seeing Aizawa spoke the truth. Guess I lost track of time. Izuku stops the treadmill. I talked to Nijire. Can you tell me about your quirk now? Aizawa crosses his arms, looking at the boy who was drenched in sweat. Or why you're not home like your classmates. Yeah, big skip on the home life, sensei. My quirk creates dungeons filled with monsters. I can use them to level up and gain more skills or experience. Izuku sits across from Aizawa while drinking his water. Also, I need a week off to go explore one. We have internships soon, and I might give you a week off after that if you are fine with catching up with work. Aizawa knows the kid would just sneak off to do it. It's to improve your quirk, correct? Yeah, as I said, these dungeons just help me increase my levels. It also gives me ways to approach situations without getting people hurt, since usually once I enter one, everything inside wants me dead. Izuku stretches his arms out. No wonder you were so calm talking to villains, along with your actions. Aizawa mutters. Why should I even let you go alone? If it's dangerous, shouldn't you have a backup? Aizawa looks at his student, who was giving him a dead fish look. Hado-senpai entered, and I had to protect her the entire time. She probably could have won against the ice bears. Izuku calls a smaller one out, letting Aizawa look at it. But not against the real enemies inside, they were called ice elves. They took a shot at senpai as soon as we entered. Most of the monsters inside the dungeons level up alongside me. The only person I would ever let come with me would be Momo or Shoto. Momo's a tactician like I am, and she can create anything she needed. Shoto has the firepower to protect himself, but even then, it would be dangerous and stupid. It's better if I do it myself. Also, I have my army that watches my back. And as if it was a command, his shadow soldiers fill the gym. Aizawa looks around, seeing knights and bears surround him. How do you grow your army? Aizawa turns back, seeing the two more prominent knights standing protectively behind Midoriya. That is a secret, Aizawa. Izuku presses his finger against his lips as if to be silent. If I ever use it in the real world, you and heroes would not like it. Izuku smiles. Anyways, a week of catch-up work after the internships. I would like that very much. What paperwork do I need to fill out to get a leave of absence? Izuku asks while his soldiers go back into Izuku's skin, waiting to be called on again. I'll get it to you tomorrow. For now, go back to the dorms and shower. Aizawa watches Midoriya stand, bow, and leave the gym. At least he trusts me enough to tell me about some of his quirk family issues aside. Aizawa sighs before getting up to go get the paperwork for his student. The break was over. Almost everyone was back in the dorms. Only one was still missing. Tenya Iida stays at home due to his brother's situation. He would be traveling to and from home until his brother comes home. Everyone was understanding, but Izuku was waiting to see Iida himself to see his mental state. The robot was too formal over the phone to catch any mental vulnerability. Izuku got his chance when he was walking towards the main building. He caught Iida in a poncho and rain boots running towards the building. Good morning, Midoriya. Iida slows down enough for Izuku to jog behind him. You know, we got 5 minutes before the first bell, right? Izuku spins the plain umbrella over his head as they make it into the building. Izuku shakes the water off the umbrella while Iida was getting ready for class. How's your brother? You needn't worry about my brother. I apologize if he or I caused you any undue concern. Iida doesn't even turn to face Izuku. Well, I hope your brother heals Iida. He was a great hero. I hope you follow in his footsteps. Izuku leaves Iida to get ready. Everyone was inside the class, talking about getting recognized in public. Izuku was suddenly really happy he didn't leave campus. I had all these people talking to me on the trains. Mina laughs and smiles. Hagakure is bouncing slightly near Mina's desk. Same here, so many stares, it was embarrassing. The invisible girl sounded happy about the attention. Me too. Kirishima grins, all these grade schoolers told me I made a good effort. Siro frowns as Asui adds to the insult. Good effort. She hides her mouth with her arms. Everyone was talking to their desk buddies until Aizawa walks in. The class goes silent, and everyone sits down, looking forward. Morning. Aizawa quickly finds himself in front of the class. Good to see you, Aizawa-sensei, Asui states while everyone gives the chorus of good morning. We've got Hero Informatics class and a special one at that, Aizawa continues. Kirishima sinks in his chair some. Stuff about hero law and junk, I suck at that. A special one? Don't tell me it's a pop quiz. Give us a break. Kaminari starts to sweat. You'll be coming up with your hero, aliases, Aizawa states in the blandest tone. How awesome, time to shine. Yeah. The class yells out while cheering before being silenced with a glare from red eyes. But first, concerning the pro draft picks I mentioned the other day, it's based on who the pros think will be ready to join the hero workforce after another 2 or 3 years of experience, so you could say that it's a way for them to show interest in your futures. Aizawa let his quirk turn off as his hair lowers itself. But there's ample time for their interests to wane before you graduate. And any and all offers can be arbitrarily revoked. It happens quite often. Stupid adults and their whims. Mineta slams his small fist on his desk. Wow, I kinda forgot about him. Izuku peeks over Katsuki's shoulder. So if we're picked now, that just means there'll be higher hurdles in the years to come. Hagakure states from her desk. Yes. Now, here are the complete draft pick numbers. Aizawa motions towards the board as names and numbers come up. Midoriya 4340, Todoroki 4123, Bakugo 3000, Yayorozu 2300. Tokoyami 360, Uraraka 354, Iida 300, Kaminari 272. Kirishima 68, Gah. They're in a whole other league. Kaminari leans back in his chair after seeing the top 3. Those pros have no eyes for talent. Aoyama looks pissed for the first time since meeting the blonde. Didn't Bakugo lose to Uraraka? I mean, the first 2 make sense, but shouldn't she be higher? Kirishima asks, but Ochako was too busy shaking Iida to listen. Whoa, she tears up while seeing how many offers she got. Yes, Iida states while being shaken. Mineta doesn't dare turn around to face the Shadow King that was 2 seats behind him. Momo was congratulating both him and Todoroki. They respond in kind. With that settled, whether you were picked or not, you will all have a chance to work alongside the pros. Seeing the pros in action and taking part yourself will still be valuable training. Aizawa brings the class back together. That's where our hero names come in. Sato, the only other guy Izuku likes in the kitchen, starts talking. This is really getting fun. Ochako smiles, raising her fist some. They're only tentative, but you still want to pick something appropriate. Aizawa was cut off by the door being thrown open. Or else you'll know true hell. Midnight walks in, swaying her hips way too much for the amount of testosterone in the room. The name you pick now may be what the world ends up calling you. Midnight walks towards Aizawa, who looked too tired to live. Yes. True enough. Midnight here will be assessing the sensibility of the names you pick. I'm no good at that. Aizawa leans down, grabbing his sleeping bag. What future do you see yourself? The name you choose will bring you ever closer to cementing a certain image, because names are capable of reflecting one's true character. Aizawa gets into the sleeping bag towards the corner of the room. Like with all might. 15 minutes later. Let's finish up. Midnight looks across the class, seeing most had their boards and markers down. We can start with whoever's ready. Aoyama goes up first. He flips his board and surprises everyone. Shining hero. Eclairer. Aoyama smiles brightly while stars seem to glow off him. Fitting, I approve. Midnight smiles. The class claps and cheers for him. Okay, I'm next. Ashido walks up proudly, showing her board. Ridley hero. Alien queen, from the sequel. Is it because her blood was super acidic? That's terrible. Midnight yells. Also, copyright, so no. Midnight. Izuku raises his hand. You can go if you're ready. She turns back to a soured look of Mina. No, I'm saying copyright laws stop after 70 years of the author's publication. Alien was put out in 1978, so Mina can use the name. Maybe not use the Ridley hero part, but Alien Queen fits Mina. Both have acid and kicked ass. Izuku offers the reasoning to his intrusion. Most of the class looks at him weirdly for having that knowledge, but Mina looks like she fell in love. You've seen the Alien movies. The pink girl watches Izuku nod, and she squeals. Fine, just fix the first line. You can be Alien Queen if you wish. Midnight wants to argue, but the movies were old, and some people wouldn't connect the dots. Yay, Ashido sits down, and Asui takes her place. I've had this thought out since elementary school. Call me, Froppy. The board flips, showing off her full hero name. Rainy season hero, Froppy. So cute, it makes you sound like you'd be easy to get to know. Midnight grins, finally having a regular name come out instead of the French word for light and a cold classic horror movie reference. The rest of you, take note. This is a perfectly lovable name. Kirishima went next. A tribute to the Crimson Riot. Midnight warns him of the pressure that will come of bearing the name. Kirishima was ready for it. Others had some trouble coming up with their own names. Izuku already kicked Katsuki's chair seeing the stupid name he was going to put. Hearing hero. Earphone jack. Jiro smiles tight-lipped without saying much. Tentacle hero. Tentacle. Shoji talks with his extra mouth keeping his head down. He seems embarrassed but hit it very well. Taping hero. Cellophane, was Ciro's quick fitting for the tape god. Tailman, for the martial arts hero, Sugarman. Chargebolt, invisible girl. You're all doing great, let's keep 'em coming. Midnight smiles as, throughout the years, this process would be a headache and a half. Creata, for Momo. Would have gone with God, but Creata works. Plus, it's modest. Izuku already had his name down but wants to wait. Shodo. Shodo got some people to question it, but most stay quiet when Midnight allows it. Tsukuyomi, the god of night, fit Tokoyami very well. Grape juice, for the midget that had to hold up his board since he was hidden behind the podium. Anima, for the very soft-spoken Koda. Finally, Katsuki got up with a smirk. He flips his board over. King Explosion Murder, Katsuki states with a straight face. No good, try again. Midnight facepalms alongside most of the class. Okay, my turn. Ochako smiles before showing her name, Uravity. Cute and punny. The class thinks as Midnight okays the name. This went smoother than expected. All that's left is Bakugo's revision, Midoriya, and Iida. Iida looks down as she just shows his first name. Izuku frowns at the guilty look Iida wears. Bakugo's back up for seconds. Midnight sighs, ready to deny it but stops when rereading the name. Ground Zero. Was written boldly and proudly. You're talking about the impact point of a nuclear explosion. Midnight smiles. I approve. Katsuki tsks softly but gives a grin at his name. Izuku just smiles, remembering the childhood where they came up with different names. Glad he chose that one. Midoriya, you're up. Midnight informs. Izuku slides his board off his desk before standing in front of everyone. It's a from my job name and still means the same, I guess. Izuku flips the board. The Shadow Hero. Monarch, fitting, scarily fitting. Everyone thought about the shadows Izuku controls. Great, everyone is finished. This is a first. Midnight smirks before leaving Aizawa to deal with his class. Everyone was given their draft sheets. The top 4 were given stacks of paper with every hero that wants them. Izuku already crossed out Endeavor's name alongside a few smaller hero agencies away from major cities or more criminal-filled areas. Izuku wasn't looking for a quiet, peaceful time. He was looking for experience and knowledge. Also, he hates endeavor, so that was a big no. Izuku sighs to himself as everyone already seemed to pick their choices quickly. I need to talk to Aizawa. After school, Izuku waits for his classmates to leave, and Izuku walks over to Aizawa, who was collecting the paperwork that was turned in. Please help. Izuku bows, holding out his paperwork. The tired underground hero just looks at the kid that named himself Monarch and sighs internally. Underground agencies are in the back. If you want, I will be training a promising student that may take a spot of a hero course student, but at night I will still be patrolling. You can put my agency down, and you can come to see what an underground hero does. Aizawa shoves his paperwork under his arm. My agency is on page 54. Have a good day, Midoriya. Aizawa leaves the classroom. Izuku smiles and quickly opens the packet seeing Aizawa's agency. Perfect. Izuku leaves for the dorms. The weekends and the internships begin. Izuku leaves his costume back at the campus as everyone was ready to go. He stands next to his teacher, who informs the class that it is prohibited to wear their costumes in public, then sends them away. Izuku watches Ochako speak to Iida, but he just stays with the fake facade of being himself. Aizawa. Where is Iida going for his internship? Izuku watches the robotic student get on the train heading for Hosu City. Normal hero manual agency, Aizawa answers lowly, watching the trains leave. Is that wise? No, but we will be patrolling there from Wednesday to Friday. I know you are still carrying your temporary hero license from the Hero Commission, so if something kicks off, I trust you to protect your classmates and civilians alike with your full power. Aizawa turns. Let's go meet Shinso. He should be ready by now. Izuku nods, and they walk back to UA. Hitoshi Shinso was sitting in the gym with his knee bouncing softly. He was waiting for Eraserhead. He couldn't believe he was going to be trained by Eraserhead, the legendary underground hero. Shinso smiles to himself. He took third place at the festival. Above those who were blessed with powerful quirks, he wasn't expecting Eraserhead and the winner of the festival to walk into the gym. Shinso, this is Midoriya. He will be helping and training alongside you. Aizawa explains. If either of you is going to complain about training under me, then leave. Understand? Both students give a short nod. Good, stretch out, talk to each other, or whatever. I need to get something from Powerloader. Aizawa walks out of the gym. Izuku rolls his eyes at his teacher's tone. Hello, I'm Izuku. Izuku holds out his hand, only getting a glare from Shinso. Relax, I'm not stealing your time with Eraserhead. I'm on my internship, and he is the only one I trust enough to show me the ropes of underground heroes. That gets Shinso to perk up. Shinso, Hitoshi states while shaking Midoriya's hand. So, why do you want to be a hero? Izuku starts stretching. You know, I'm jealous. Your last match against Endeavor's kid. That power while you just sat back and let your shadows do the work. Shinso keeps his voice low, and Izuku frowns. Thanks to my quirk's nature, I couldn't enter the Golden Gates. You wouldn't get that you're naturally blessed. Shinso comments, which in turn pisses Izuku off. There are things you don't understand, Shinso. Izuku stands straighter. Hitoshi was slightly shorter than him, so Izuku seems more dominant in the situation. Shoto had family issues to work out just like you have something bugging you. Are you mad at your quirk? You've had it all your life. Izuku mutters that in spite. He watches Shinso flinch slightly. You have an amazing quirk, Shinso. Be glad you have one and don't talk like you understand people. What don't I understand? Shinso asks. You don't understand a lot. Izuku felt something pull before snapping. Shinso steps backward as soft green eyes turn into ice blue. I see, I'm an awful matchup for you. Worse than Todoroki even. Great spellcaster Kandioru's blessing, permanent effect, longevity. All diseases, poisons and status effects are healed. And sleeping will explosively increase regeneration ability. I am glad to find out, your brainwashing is useless against me. Izuku stalks towards the purple Gen Ed student. You called me naturally blessed. What's so natural about a quirk that force manifested? Izuku manifests his dagger, placing it against Shinso's throat. What's natural about humans beating on another human till they're bleeding all over the floor? What's natural about telling a child to kill themselves since they didn't develop a quirk when they were 4 years old? What's natural about the suffering of some quirkless kid hanging onto his dream for 13 years until the #1 hero told him he was completely useless to the face of heroes as a whole? So Shinso, what's so natural about me? Izuku has Shinso frozen in fear as the dagger was pressing against his neck. You ever say any of my classmates got in because they are blessed? I have no problem making you hurt. We worked our asses off to be placed in Class A. You cannot hate us for having the drive to push our bodies to the point of breaking just, so we rebuild ourselves stronger. Grow up, or you will never last in heroics. Midoriya, that's enough. Aizawa calls from behind the hero course student. Izuku drops the blade and walks away. I'm going to finish my daily quest. I'll be in the gym if you need me. Izuku leaves the two inside the gymnasium. Aizawa turns to Shinso, who is shaking in place. Was his quirk really forced manifested? Yes, it was. Midoriya's only had it since last year. Aizawa throws a capture gear at the kid he sees potential in. Start wearing that to get used to it. With your quirk, you need support gear, unlike others. Also, we will be working on your physical strength. I was going to work on mental strength as well, but it seems Midoriya is immune to your quirk. Anyway, let's get started with the workout. Aizawa watches as Shinso put on the capture gear he had made for Shinso before starting working out. Aizawa keeps an eye on Shinso while watching the gym cameras as Midoriya goes to town on a punching bag. That could have gone better. Hosu City, usually, I'm just waiting around for a call to come in. Manuel has an easygoing feel while on patrol. He shows his intern around the city. But lately, well, Hosu's been in a bit of a panic. Tenya walks behind him, wearing his helmet that hid his face. Because the number of patrolmen has been downsized, Tenya asks, seeing fewer heroes around. That's right. Manuel smiles towards civilians. Sure is nice to have Ingenium's little brother with me, though. Iida looks towards an alleyway. The hero killer. A phantom that even modern law enforcement hasn't been able to catch. He may all be in vain, but I can't help but want to pursue him because I can never forgive him. Tenya turns back to the hero, guiding him. Tokyo, to be honest, I'm not a fan of yours. The hero speaks down to Katsuki. Huh? Katsuki tilts his head some before glaring. I really hate people that keep putting me into a category I'm not. I imagine the only reason you chose my agency is because I'm one of the top 5 most popular heroes, right? The hero's mouth was hidden behind pants. I know I need to grow up. I chose you because you are one of the most respected heroes. Katsuki grits out. I won't get far being like I used to be. I'm trying to fix that. Katsuki growls that last part. Knowing he fucked up enough in the past. But I don't want to lose who I am or put on a fake face. Well, that was much more mature than I was expecting. Let's get to work. Ground Zero. Best Jeanist smiles behind his jeans. At Fourth Kind's hero agency. The two hardheads stare at each other for a second before grabbing the hands of each other. Why are you here? They yell in sync. I was allowed to take on 2 students, so I want to tell you both about what this work is actually like. Fourth Kind answers for them. With Ochako and Gunhead. My job is getting a handle on crime, okay? When something bad happens, the police call me for help. Gunhead walks a few paces ahead of his intern Uravati. Each district sends its requests in batches. I write up nice reports describing how much help I was at catching bad guys and saving people. Once the specialty organization does its little examination, they put money into my bank account. It's mostly on commission. Gundead looks back, making sure his intern was following. The way he talks is charming. She blushes while keeping up. Snake Hero Uwabami Agency. What else? Right, we also get to do side work. You might have heard how we get to use part of our sanctioned public service hours for this. That's one perk of being popular and in public demand. Uwabami explains. Which is why I'm about to shoot a commercial. The Snake Hero finishes putting on her lipstick as her 2 interns look ready to quit already. Come along and watch. I was kind of hoping to experience something a little more hero-like. Kendo wants to sigh but hold it in. I should have listened to Midoriya, Momo whispers to herself, but Kendo caught it. What did he say? Kendo questions Momo since their hero was too distracted. She would do this. Momo groans softly. He told me that Uwabami was infamous for turning her interns into extras in commercials. Both girls groan in sync before following the Snake Hero. That night outside of Ua Aizawa was waiting on top of a rooftop near the school entrance waiting for Midoriya. I'm here, Aizawa-sensei. Let's go. Izuku speaks from behind the underground hero. Aizawa turns to face Midoriya, seeing a dark green jacket that flowed with the winds. Sounds good, we will be heading towards high crime areas. We will mostly be looking out for muggers and smaller type things for now. Aizawa breathes out. Also, hero names from here out Monarch. Understood. Eraserhead. The pair take off across the rooftops of Musutafu.19 Chapter 22. Decisions are forever. Aizawa would never admit his fondness towards his students, but working with Midoriya might change that. The kid stayed silent when needed and worked harder than most of the heroes Aizawa knew. During the day, Midoriya would spar with Shinso even if Shinso stepped off on the wrong foot with Midoriya. The kid would actively help Shinso move better or fix something that needed to be fixed. The problem was that anytime Shinso went to apologize, Midoriya walked away, slightly childish but understandable. Aizawa could understand, the kid acts more like an adult than his classmates. Shinso's groan pulls him out of his thinking. Midoriya was on top of Shinso with both arms pinned above his head. Stop telegraphing the same punch. Also, switch up your combos. Katsuki has the same problem. Midoriya got off the bruised Shinso. He throws the same right hook at the start of every match. Izuku sighs tiredly. Do better. Aizawa, I'm going to take a nap. We still heading to Hosu City tonight? Shinso perks up at the talk of a patrol. Yes, we leave at 6. I will meet you at the gates at 5:45 if you're late. I'm leaving you here. Aizawa watches the nod comes from the boy before he leaves. Okay, capture gear training. Is he ever going to let me apologize? Shinso grabs the gear Aizawa gave to him. Maybe, I wouldn't worry about that right now. Midoriya already beat you up enough to be considered punishment for your words. Aizawa smirks as Shinso huffs out. Let's begin. Hosu City. Iida and Manuel were getting ready for their patrol, which would end at around 8 p.m. if it was quiet out like the last few nights. Well, with the neighborhood on alert, the villains don't seem to want to come out. Manuel smiles at the news. I suppose you're right. Iida looks down at the table. Hero killer Stain. I knew as soon as I started researching at each of the 7 locations, he's attacked thus far. Iida places his helmet on his head. He's killed or injured at least 4 heroes. What's his objective? I don't know if it's an omen or not, but here in Hosu, my brother was the only victim to speak of. Iida bites his tongue, remembering his brother's apology. Tenya, I'm sorry. Iida looks up before following Manuel out. There's still a chance that he'll appear here once again. So come on, I'll take you out myself. Just another day of patrolling. Sorry, it isn't more exciting. Manuel waves at some civilians who wave back smiling. No, it's actually better this way. Iida admits while still looking around. Hey, I really hate to ask, but you're after the hero killer, right? Iida turns back to Manuel before looking down at him. Well, Iida begins only to get cut off. I just can't think of another reason why you'd choose my agency. I mean, I'm thrilled that you did, don't get me wrong. It's just, Manuel turns entirely to his intern. Don't let yourself be motivated by personal grudges. We heroes don't have the authority to make arrests or dole out punishment. It's only because of advances in quirk regulations that we can use our quirks at all. Vigilantism is strictly against the rules, and if you're caught going off on your own, that's considered a major crime. Manuel explains the ramifications that he knew. Oh, I mean, I'm not saying the hero killer should get off scot-free, of course, just that you seem really serious about this. You have this intense look in your eyes. I'm just worried. I appreciate the warning. Iida's voice was stern and calm. His hands slowly turned into fists. However, this urge, what can I do about it? On the train, Aizawa hands over his phone. Read and let me know what you think. Izuku starts looking through the file on Aizawa's phone before stopping. These are the files on the hero killer and his crimes. Correct, use your analysis and give me a briefing on his quirk and target locations. Aizawa acts like he closes his eyes but keeps them on Midoriya as he pulls out his notebook. Already matching information he found on the internet and news to the case file. This kid will be a monster by the time he leaves UA. Aizawa closes his eyes fully until he felt a tap on his arm. What do you have? 60% of the hero killer's victims were discovered around blind corners in deserted areas. So back alleys around hero agencies. Ingenium's statement said Stain cut him, then he couldn't move. Stain must have a paralyzing type drug or quirk. It also explains why he targets heroes one-on-one. He's an ambush-type villain. S rank, at least that's what the commission has for him. Izuku hands back the phone while putting his notebook away. Heroes need to hunt him in packs. Not by themselves. If we don't arrest him soon, then you should inform heroes across Japan to stick together until he is caught. Sounds good. We are almost in Hosu, so get ready. Aizawa and Izuku both perk up as a loud explosion reaches the train. They both look out the window seeing smoke pouring into the sky. Seems the party has already started, Izuku mutters. Passengers, please remain seated. We're making an emergency stop. The announcement was cut short by a hero being thrown through the train's wall. Who is this guy? The hero slowly stands as passengers freak out. IGRIS, get the Nomu out of the train. Izuku orders and his shadow soldier tackles the Nomu out of the train away from civilians. Monarch, Aizawa calls out, but Izuku was outside following his solitaire. Aizawa growls before checking on the hero. Can you stay here? Make sure the passengers are safe. Who are you? The hero huffs out. Even if he was injured, he couldn't just let some civilian do his job. Underground hero Eraserhead. The smaller hero shut up as soon as Aizawa said that. Yeah, I'll hold it down here. The hero nods. Aizawa nods back, jumping off the train to find the Nomu already cut down and dead. Even with regeneration, the thing wasn't getting back up after that. Igra's had cut its head off, and Curb stopped the brain. Monarch. Aizawa hisses. There are more than just him. Izuku points out to the city where the screaming was coming from. Going to lecture, or can we get down to business? Izuku's eyes were blue again. We find Iida. He will use this mess to go after Stain if his hero isn't keeping him on a short leash. Leave the Nomus to the heroes. Aizawa gets ready to go. Understood. Izuku and Aizawa quickly jump into the city. In the city? Seriously? Why is this happening now of all times? Manuel groans. Tenya, to the scene. Run. Manuel already takes off while Iida was distracted by something in an alley. With the hero killer. So flashy. What's that idiot doing? Stain rolls his eyes while holding a hero by his head. I'll take care of him later, but for now, I'll do what I came to do. Stain turns his attention back to Native. I can't move, Native groans. You bastard, I'll get you. If you're really a hero, then choose your last words wisely. Stain flicks his blood-stained katana back, ready to end the hero's life. Iida comes from behind Stain only to get hit upside the head with the sword. Iida's helmet comes off as he falls backward. A kid in a costume, who are you? Stain asks, looking at the kid. Get out of here. This is no place for someone so young. Iida fell into the darkness that has been growing ever since he saw his brother in the hospital. A scarf red as blood. Armed to the teeth with blades. You must be hero killer Stain. Am I right? Iida glares upwards at Stain. I've been pursuing you. Though I didn't expect us to meet so soon, I am. Iida was cut off by Stain's katana pointed at his face. Your eyes. You're out for revenge, aren't you? Watch your damned mouth, or your age won't be enough to save you. Stain warns heavily shrouded by shadows. To save me, so you don't even consider me a threat? Listen up, criminal. Iida spits the words while gritting his teeth. I am the younger brother of a hero you attacked. Brother to the amazing hero among heroes. And I've come to stop you in my brother's stead. My name inherit my mantle. Iida's brother's words ran through his head. So remember this name for the short time you have left. Iida growls out. I'm Ingenium, the hero who's going to take you down. That's so. Stain and Iida stare eye to eye, waiting for the first one to flinch. Time to die. With Aizawa dodges a Nomu's grasp before he gets uppercut by a familiar face. Mammalian, what are you doing here? Sensei, what are you doing here? Mirio asks. With my intern, Aizawa was about to get hit again when an older hero came crashing down on top of the Nomu. This is the hero I'm working with right now, Mirio states, Gran Torino. Do you know how many there are? Aizawa asks his old student and the older hero. At least 2 more besides this one. Who is your intern, anyways? Mirio asks while looking around. Monarch, Aizawa turns only to see Midoriya wasn't behind him or anywhere nearby. Midoriya, Aizawa yells into the night air. Go, we got it here. Eraserhead, Gran Torino and Mirio nod. Thanks, stay safe. Aizawa throws his capture gear to the roof. You too. Mirio phases as the Nomu's arm goes right through him. Alleyway. Ah. Tenya kicks upwards, but Stain was faster and more experienced in battle. Ingenium's brother, Stain laughs before kicking Tenya in the shoulder with spiked boots. I used him to get the rumors going but you. Your Stain's spiked boot impales Tenya's shoulder before shoving the young adult to the floor. Gah! Tenya hits the floor. So weak. Stain stabs Tenya's other shoulder. Both you and your brother are weak. It's because of you posers. Shut up, evildoer. The damage you did to his spinal cord means he's probably going to be crippled for the rest of his life. He'll never be a hero again. My brother, he saved so many people. He's a leader. He's a great hero. Tenya screams while tearing up. He's my hero. He's a great hero who inspired my dreams. I'll kill you for what you did. Iida yells, drawing the attention of someone he didn't know was in the city. Save him first. Stain raises his sword. Forget about yourself for a second and try saving others. Don't wield your power for your own sake. Stain pulls the sword out of Tenya's shoulder. Because getting trapped by your own hate and acting out of pure self-interest makes you the furthest thing from a hero. Stain laughs some more. That's why you had to die. Stain licks the bloody blade, and Tenya was frozen in his own body. My body, it won't move. Tenya grits his teeth. Consider yourself a humble offering to the betterment of society. Stain raises the blade above Tenya's head. Shut up, Tenya screams. It doesn't matter what you say now. You're still the criminal who hurt my brother. Tenya was yelling and so distracted by grief and anger. He didn't notice the pressure on his shoulders released or the sound of struggling. Tenya, a soft tone comes from in front of him. Tenya opens his eyes, looking upwards, seeing blue eyes looking down at him. Let's set you up. The figure moves Tenya, so he was leaning against the wall. Better? Midoriya, he asks as tears were still rolling down his face. He looks over, seeing Stain being held down by 4 shadows and a black sword to the hero killer's neck. I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner. Open up. Izuku manifests a small container filled with red liquid. Izuku pours the red potion down Iida's throat, and his wounds slowly close. Better? Tenya nods, but he still couldn't move the rest of his body yet. Stay here. Izuku walks past the struggling hero killer. Keep trying to move, I will just have Igris decapitate you. Izuku warns darkly as he checks out Native before giving him something similar. Why are you here? Tenya asks. Eraserhead and I were actually headed here to watch over you. Anger and grief are human emotions, Tenya. You're allowed to have them. Izuku sighs and got back up, moving in front of the hero killer, Stain. Another child? A friend shows up, but with that threat, are you even a hero? Stain glares up to the blue eyes staring at him. Hero in training, still learning, Izuku explains. Call me, Monarch. Now Tenya, what did you want to do with Stain? Izuku looks back at his classmate. He heard most of the conversation. We can call the cops and have them come to arrest him. Izuku raises one hand blade free. Or we can wait till you are free from his quirk and you can slit his throat. Izuku holds up his Nightkiller dagger. Choice is yours. The alleyway fell silent. Stain looks up at the man who called himself Monarch before laughing. No one in this alley is a hero. Stain starts struggling again, and Izuku shoves the point of the dagger against the hero killer cheek. Shush, let's see if your philosophy is correct or not. What I heard out of your mouth is those you deem fake heroes should be cut down. You never give them the chance to change. Izuku turns to Iida. So your choice, Tenya. If you rather just give me the order, I'll slit his throat. Don't worry, I will be the only one in trouble. Izuku orders another knight to pull the killer's head back, which leaves Stain's throat exposed. Kid, just turned him into the police. Native calls from the opposite wall of the alleyway. No one needs to die tonight. People are already dead. Nomu's attacked the city. What's one more to the count? Izuku asks, keeping eye contact with Stain. You said you're Ingenium's brother, right? He wouldn't want this. He would want you to do the right thing. Native rebuts. Tenya himself looks back and forth, slowly getting his feeling back throughout his body. Tenya, I heard what you said. You want this monster dead. So, I'll do it right now. Izuku keeps a straight face. Tenya slowly stands up behind Izuku. No one can kill me, but All Might, Stain growls lowly. Izuku rolls his eyes at the mention of All Might killing someone. Tenya. Tensai wouldn't want this. A new voice comes from above. The latest edition leaves 2 working quirks inside the alleyway. Native got up now that Stain's quirk was erased. Sensei. Tenya looks up at his teacher while tearing up. He deserves it. My brother didn't deserve what happened to him. No, Tensai didn't. Bad things happen to good people all the time. That is why we are heroes. We help and give hope to people. We stop villains and criminals from hurting good people. Aizawa states, trying to keep everyone calm. Aizawa knows if Tenya gave Izuku the order, the villain's head would roll. Tensai is a strong man and one of my best friends. He would be distraught if you gave the order for Stain's death. Monarch moved the knife away from his throat. Aizawa growls lowly. Not until Tenya gives me an answer. Will he prove Stain correct, or will he become better than what Stain calms he is? Izuku and Stain were having a staring contest. A war of ideology. You're a fake who prioritized his own selfish desires. A cancer on this society warped by heroes. Someone needs to correct the system. Stain antagonized the man that held his life in his hands. Stain was being held down by 5 Shadow Knights, ready to be struck down by the monarch if he tries anything. It's no use pretending a person's true nature is not so easily changed. So you're a fundamentalist? Get with the times. Native grunts rubbing where his wounds once were. Iida, don't even think of listening to his so-called reasoning. No, he's right. I have no right to call myself a hero. Tenya looks right at Stain. Still, I won't let him break me, because if I break, then Ingenium's really dead. Tenya's answer gave Izuku a smile. You're hopeless. Stain growls. And that once hopeless hero in training just saved your life. Izuku lets go of his dagger as Aizawa uses his capture gear to tie up the hero killer. Aizawa let out a breath once the hero killer was secured tightly. Izuku makes sure to leave his knights ready to jump the man again. I'm proud of you, Tenya. Would you really have killed him if I told you to? Tenya asks softly. Do you really want to know? Izuku questions back while looking at Tenya. Tenya thinks for a second before nodding. Yes, I would have. Izuku answers firmly. If you got up and killed him yourself, I wouldn't stop you. We may be heroes, but we are still human. Izuku taps Tenya's armored chest. We have emotions. We break down, we cry. We have weaknesses. We make mistakes. Stain is blind to the fact humans can change and learn from their mistakes. So next time, talk to your friend Iida first before doing something dumb. Call me Tenya, you saved my life and were ready to kill someone for me, then I think that would make us friends, Tenya states. Okay, Tenya. Call me Izuku. The police showed up soon after the chaos around the city died down. Endeavor and Shoto show up just as the hero killer was put in the cop car, completely disarmed and harmless. Izuku walks over towards Shoto as Endeavor and Stain were having a staring contest. How are you, Shoto? I'm doing well, Monarch. So, what happened? Shoto looks Tenya over, seeing dry blood on his costume but no wounds. Tenya had personal issues he needed to figure out, which he did. Izuku smiles. How's your time with dumpster fire? Izuku looks towards Endeavor, who was talking with Aizawa. One of them looked so done with life. The other was getting increasingly irritated. Eagers make sure to protect Aizawa if Endeavor gets feisty. The large shadow shows up behind Aizawa looking down the number 2 hero again, just like the sports festival making Endeavor cool himself. He's fine, helping me control my fire, Shoto answers. Aizawa turns around, seeing the black shadow once Endeavor walked away. Aizawa looks the Shadow Knight up and down a few times as the knight does the same to Aizawa. Native walks over to Izuku before bowing. Thank you for saving me and also healing my wounds. Don't sweat it. It would have happened to anyone in a one-on-one against the hero killer. With his quirk, he is strongest by ambushing. Izuku smiles brightly. I'm just glad I got to you both before something worse happened. Monarch, we will have a very long talk about everything that happened in that alley. Plus, you have paperwork. Aizawa glares at his student while shoving a stack of paperwork in his arms. Shoto and Native step backward away from the kid that was in trouble. Have fun with that. Shoto coughs into his hand while looking away. Yeah, thanks, Shoto. Such a good friend. Izuku sighs. See you back at UA. Let me know if you need Eagers with you. Izuku smirks, finding it funny that the Shadow Knight causes Endeavor to back down. He can see why Eagers is intimidating. I'll let you know. Have a good night, Izuku. Shoto walks over to his father, who was already heading back to his agency. Yeah, you too. Izuku breathes out. He hears his teacher's loud whistle while pointing to a car. Inside, we need to go to the police station. Aizawa grunts. Izuku just gets in without saying a word. Tenya gets inside with Izuku. Both having packs of papers on their laps. This is going to take all night, Izuku mutters coldly. It's an important part of hero work, Izuku. Tenya chops his hand. Good to have you back, robot. Izuku smirks while flipping through the pages. The next day Izuku and Tenya were asleep at the table, where Aizawa left them to fill the paperwork out. The table was covered in paper, empty bottles of orange juice, and empty coffee cups. Manuel and Aizawa walk in, looking at their students. Manuel looks relieved that his intern was okay. Aizawa wants to strangle both of them for the stunt they pulled last night but relieved that it didn't end in a dead body. Wake up. Aizawa hits the table. Tenya jumps up in a fighting stance, and so did Izuku. Both daggers at the ready. Relax, you are both at the police station in Hosu City. Aizawa brings their attention to him. Izuku quickly looks elsewhere for a second before turning back to his teacher. Someone wants to meet you. Izuku and Manuel sidestep as a dog in a suit walks in. Ah shit. Here we go. Izuku stops his eyes from rolling. Suragame, chief of police. Izuku informs the room before the dog could open his muzzle. So you're the students that put a stop to the hero killer, woof. The dog looks over the two students. The hero killer is currently being moved to Tartarus as you were able to take him down with no damage taken or given. I must say this is an impressive accomplishment. The chief looks at Izuku. Due to the hero killer's attention in the news, we had to go public with the information, so the civilians know they're safe. Due to the fact, you both are students. The credit will be given to someone else. Who? Izuku asks, not really caring who gets the credit. We are giving it to Endeavor. The chief explains. People will not doubt the number 2 hero was able to take down a high-ranking villain. The chief clearly missing the irritation rolling off Izuku at the mention of Endeavor. Not happening. Izuku pulls out his wallet before throwing the temporary hero licenses onto the table. If you gave me any one other hero's name than Endeavor, then I would not have a problem with giving the credit away but not to that man. Call the Hero Commission. They will verify that the license is verified under the name Monarch. Tenya stares at the card Izuku threw down on the table. Also, you really should bring down the hero killer's ranking. He was a rank at best. The chief looks confused at why this first year even had contacts with the Hero Commission. The chief of police picks up the card seeing the black shield in the corner before handing it back. Ah, underground track. No wonder Eraserhead is his mentor. Very well, Monarch. You will get the credit. Ida's story will be he was split up with his mentor during the chaos and tried to save Native from the hero killer before you got there. Once you did, you apprehended the villain and turned him into the police. Are those your reports? The chief asks, looking at the 2 packets on the table. The boys nod. Perfect. The chief picks them both up. I hope we do not meet again until you are proper pros. The dog leaves the room, and Izuku put his card back into his wallet. What is your problem with Endeavor? Manuel questions, looking back at the young man. He's a dick and when I become an underground hero, he's the first hero I take down. Izuku grabs a cold cup of coffee. He didn't finish last night before downing it. Tokyo, the incident in Hosu City of Western Tokyo last night, it certainly worries me. People are so easily distracted by big incidents like these. Still, it's now, more than ever, that heroes need to remain calm and composed. Best Jeanist talks while tending to Bakugo's wild hair. Because chaos is often so good at drawing out the slumbering brutality in people's hearts. Best Jeanist stops combing Bakugo's hair. As such, we'll continue our usual operations today, just as always. Let our tight jeans keep our bodies and minds bound upright. Sure, Best Jeanist. His sidekicks yell as Bakugo's hair explodes. Still, he just stares at the TV screen showing Izuku's hero name, saying he caught the hero killer. I came to the wrong place. Bakugo groans, 4th Kind Agency. I don't believe Midoriya took down the hero killer. Kirishima rolls through the news. Hey, 4th Kind's gonna give you a smack. Let's get going. Tetsu pulls on his shoulder harness. Uwabami Agency, easy waves with just one quick spray. Uwabami was standing in front of her 2 interns as they each were dolled up. Hairspray, unairy. The demo closed out as Uwabami walked away. That was quick work. This was just a demo, so it'll be another month or so before it makes it to TV. Let's head out on patrol, shall we? Uwabami moves towards the doors as both her interns just stare at the TV. We're really gonna be on TV. Kendo pulls her mask up while Momo glares at the floor. Heroes, we're supposed to be heroes, Momo mutters lowly. Gunhead Agency. Long as you guys are okay. I saw the news, and I got super worried when it came out that you took down Stain while protecting Iida. Yeah, take it easy for now. I'll hear about the rest later. Ochako breaths out as her friends were uninjured. Uravity, let's do some basic training, okay. Gunhead looks over at her as she was on the phone. Oh, sure. See ya at school then. Sorry, all that bad stuff happened. Bye. Ochako hangs up quickly. A love interest? Gunhead cups his mouth while beaming. And no, that's not it, Ochako blushes. At UA Izuku was half asleep when Ochako hung up on him. He yawns as Shinso was giving him looks throughout his spar with Aizawa. He pays for it dearly when Aizawa throws him into the mat. Pay attention. Aizawa's bland tone echoes across the gym. Sorry, Shinso mutters. Can I ask a question? Sure, both the underground hero and hero student say at the same time. Why, Monarch? Shinso asks, and Aizawa also looks curious, just hide it a lot better. Quark gave me a job before UA had to do this crazy thing to get the job, and I got the job Shadow Monarch. That's why my hero name is the Shadow Hero. Monarch. Izuku closes his eyes, willing himself to get some sleep. How's Tenya? At home with his brother. Probably getting hit with something since I told Tensai the truth. Aizawa lets Shinso take a small break. Good, but I think he learned his lesson after getting a katana to the shoulder. Izuku offers off handily before dozing off. Aizawa rolls his eyes, watching Izuku fall asleep on the benches. A few more days and his leave for his dungeon. I don't know whether to be happy or worried. Aizawa sighs and gets back to training with Shinso. 19 Chapter 23. Hello Demons. The weekend hits, and Izuku finishes packing his bags. He throws on his first hero jacket since he forgot to give it back to support once they made his second jacket for him. He throws his bag over his shoulder before leaving a letter on the table for whoever gets back from their internships first. Aizawa was waiting by the door for him. Call me once you leave the dungeon, Aizawa states, leaving no room for argument. I understand, sensei. Thank you for allowing me to take a week off. Izuku opens the door, so he could head out. Also, the letter explains some things. Enough the class shouldn't ask questions. Thank you for that. Aizawa sees him hiccup his bag. See you in a week. Izuku smirks and shuts the door. All Might Tower, here I come. All Might Tower. Izuku looks up at the building as he opens the gate. The tower is engulfed with flames, just like his first time visiting. When I defeated Cerberus, it was at least 20 levels higher than me. Now my levels are 3 times higher. Izuku steps through the portal. I shouldn't struggle like back then. Izuku walks through the entrance until he reaches the large gates that lead into the real dungeon. Item. Castle door key. Item class. A type. Key. A key that can open the demon castle's door, obtained by killing the gatekeeper. Would you like to use the key to enter? Why? And Izuku smiles at the message. Yes, the large doors open outwards, showing a dark hallway. Each side was filled with demonic-looking gargoyles. A quest has arrived. What's this? Izuku stands at the entrance of the hallway, seeing another pair of large doors at the end of the hall. I can't sense any monsters. Is it just a hallway? That must be the exit then. Izuku was about to walk forward when an extensive quest pops up in his face. Quest. Normal quest. Collect demon souls, part 1. Demon castle is filled with demons. Hunt down demons and collect their souls. For special rewards. Quest completion requirement. Minus 10,000 demon souls reward. S. Minus 1. Item of your choosing. Minus 2. Bonus stats plus 20 minus 3. Hidden reward. It's been a while since I received a quest. Izuku rereads the quest, making sure he got it all. Rewards are pretty amazing. I can receive bonus stats and choose any item from the store. Izuku opens his store, checking out the prices. There are items priced over 10 billion gold, and I can get them if I just clear the quest. Izuku places his hand on the exit doors before pushing them open. But if the rewards are great, the difficulty must also be high. I can't even find any monsters. Izuku comes to a stop. A field type. Izuku observes the area, seeing a destroyed city engulfed with flames, and he just stands on a clearing. I didn't expect the dungeon to be a field type. Did the dungeon recreate entirely of Tokyo? The entire city was on fire as far as his eyes could see. Collecting 10,000 demon souls. That must mean there are at least 10,000 demons in the castle. Izuku sees the fire push apart his red skin, massive horns, and demonic red eyes all looking at him. You can obtain 1 soul per demon, but there are demons with multiple souls in upper floors. Welp, now I'm wondering if I should have made it 2 weeks. Izuku drops his bag, and before it hit the ground, Izuku was gone from his original spot. Cutting down demon after demon in quick succession. It's easy right now. You defeated 3 low-grade demons. You received 100 x3 express. You received x3 demon souls. Express required until next level up. 59,700. Izuku came to a stop after dropping the demon. There's an experience indicator now. How convenient. Izuku deadpans, but his lips quirk up. It's a fight against time now. Back at UA over the weekend, everyone drops dead from the work they were doing over the week at their internship. Most people missed the letter as they went to their rooms to unpack before coming back down. The first person to notice the letter was Momo. She left her internship as soon as she could. The press and commercials were getting on her last nerve. Kendo and Momo bonded over their new hatred towards branding. She sits down with her cup of tea, hoping to relax before seeing the letter. The front has Class A written on the front. She picks it up and sees it was already opened. Momo shrugs, pulling the paper out as she sips her tea, letting her shoulders relax. Dear Class A, I will be taking a trip and will be gone for a week. Do not worry, I have cleared it with Aizawa-sensei. I will be back next Saturday. I leave the class in the capable hands of the Vice President Momo Yaoyorozu.
My phone will not be in the range of you, so please go to Momo if you have any school issues. Do not bug Aizawa-sensei for answers. This trip is for me to grow my quirk. That's all.
Also, yes, I did take down the hero killer. Yes, it was easy. Work hard. See you all in a week. Izuku Midoriya. P.S. Momo, have Tenya help you out if you need help. He is fantastic at paperwork. Stay safe. Momo rereads the letter twice before folding it twice and sighing. Of course, he leaves right after he takes down the hero killer. She goes back to drinking her tea as Bakugo was one of the last ones to walk into the dorm with a new haircut. BWA ha 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 ha, really, Bakugo? Kirishima and Siro start laughing from their seats on the couch. Stop laughing, Bakugo growls. It's just stuck like this, even after a good washing. Look at that hair. It's a perfect 2:8 hair ratio. The boys keep laughing as Kirishima falls off the couch holding his stomach. Keep it up, and I'll murder the both of you. Bakugo threatens, but it did nothing to stop the laughing. It made it worse when Bakugo's hair explodes back to normal. Mina, Jiro, and Asui come down while ignoring the boys. Wow, so you got to take out some villains? I'm jealous. Mina smiles while they find seats at the table. It was just evacuation procedures and logistical support. Jiro plays with her earphone jack. That's still awesome, Mina squeaks. Just training in patrol for me. The one time, we did catch some foreign smugglers. Asui smiles lightly, remembering the crew she worked with. Uraraka walks in with her backpack high on her shoulder. How'd the past week go for you, Ochako? The girls turn towards Ochako as she moves into a fighting position. It was very, she grins devilishly, instructive. Ochako's had some kind of awakening, Asui states. She was with the battle hero, right? Jiro asks. Momo just enjoys the stories from her classmates. She gets up to refill her cup as Mineta starts talking about Mount Lady. She was grateful Mount Lady caused him pain. Ochako seems to break out of her demon state. Oh, has anyone seen Izuku? He was supposed to catch me up on the hero killer thing. Ochako looks around the common room, seeing almost everyone but the green-haired monarch. He will be gone this week. He left a note. Momo sits back down with her new cup of tea. He appointed me to handle the classroom work. Iida, if you are willing to help, I would be grateful. Izuku said you are great with paperwork. Iida turns and smiles. I would love to help Yayorozu. Let me know when you need me. Momo relaxes and nods. Thank you. Wait, you're saying the nerd just left for a week? Bakugo growls with half his hair up and the other half down. Aizawa okayed it. Izuku said not to bug him about it. All the letter said it was to grow his quirk. Momo points to the letter. Anyways, we can survive a week without our class president. Monday, we have classes again, so relax and enjoy your weekend. I think we have a heroics class as well. Momo finishes as she goes back to sipping her tea. Ochako looks slightly pissed that Izuku did not even text her to tell her. The gravity girl huffs before going to unpack. In the dungeon. I still got a long way to go. Izuku stands on a mountain of dead demons. You defeated a low-grade demon. You received 100 express. Collected demon soul. 309 10,000ths. Item. Low-grade demon's horn. Item class. None type. Junk 2 tiny horns on low-grade demon's head. Demon's horns are used as materials for high-grade magic and fetch a high price. Looks like this area is all cleared. Izuku looks around the wasteland. Monsters' levels are D rank at best. Despite that, they give a considerable amount of experience. Just like a game, as my level increases, the required amount of experience also increases. Izuku sighs and looks ahead. In other words, it's gradually becoming harder to grow. I felt it when I met Gunhee. My current rank is just barely an S rank. To become stronger, I can't start to lose my pace. Izuku opens his inventory, seeing something new. Item. Entry permit. Item class. Type. A permit to enter the second floor of Demon Castle. Usable in floor movement magic circle on the first floor. Okay then, let's move to the second floor. Izuku holds the paper with some type of language and markings on it. Izuku looks up a small hill close by with a green beam of light going into the sky. I wonder if that's it. Izuku rolls his eyes, seeing the distance. Any one of monster-type soldiers, come out. Izuku watches the massive shadows pull from the floor before rising. The blue hue was across the bear's back and chest. It's the leader of the ice bears. I keep forgetting he's enormous, almost like a heavy-duty vehicle. Izuku smiles and jumps onto the back of the bear's back. Well, let's go? Izuku questions before looking back towards the broad beam of light. Huh? A few demons seem to spawn in the way of the gate he needs to get to. Damn, those annoying bastards. Izuku quickly grabs the bear's shadows so he didn't get knocked off as the bear went on the attack. This guy is wild. Izuku smiles and laughs. You're Tank. From now on, Izuku sits while holding onto the bear as Tank continues to kick the demons' asses. Run until you reach the magic circle. Izuku smiles, feeling the wind through his hair as Tank acts as a tank and steamrolls demons. Back at UA. I am here. All Might stands in front of a training site, and the reason for that is your basic hero training. It's been a while, boys and girls. How's everyone? All Might flashes his usual smile while standing in his typical pose. Not much of an entrance, Sato states under his breath. I'd expect more after a break. Ojiro nods along. Maybe he ran out of SH sticks? As an immediate follow-up to your internships, today's activity is a playful one. All Might sweat drops at some of his students' comments. A rescue training race. Shouldn't rescue training be conducted at USJ? Iida asks while standing near Shoto. That place is for disaster rescues in particular. But what did I say? That's right. A race? This is Field Gamma. All Might explains the grounds and then the race. Naturally, keep the destruction of property to a minimum. All Might points to Katsuki multiple times. Stop pointing at me, Katsuki growls. Since we are missing young Midoriya, our first group will consist of only 4 people. Ojiro, Iida, Shiro, and Ishido. To your staring places, please. All Might jumps off as the rest of the class goes to watch. At the end of the class, Mineta thought since Midoriya wasn't there, he could revert back into a pervert. Hey, Kaminari. I just made the discovery of the century, get over here. Kaminari walks over but stops seeing the piece of paper peeled away from the wall. Look at this hole. Just like in Shawshank. Our predecessors must have worked really hard to make it. Most of the boys were now paying attention to the little pervert. And next door is you know what, right? The girls' locker room. One by one, Shiro, Sato, and Kaminari perk up at that. Iida luckily jumps in to scold Mineta, but without Midoriya to scare him, he wasn't going to pass up the opportunity. Stop that, Mineta. Peeking is considered a major offense, Iida scolds loudly. Yeah, well, Mineta Jr. here's ready to go on the offensive. Mineta drools while ripping the paper off the wall. Yaoyorozu's Buboroses, Ishido's sexy silhouette, Hagakuri's floating panties, Uraraka's positively ooh-la-la body, and Asui's surprisingly decent boo. Mineta was greeted with a very sharp earphone jack that snakes through the hole, stabbing the pervert in the eye. Bait him. Ah! Mineta cries out, trying to pull away. Jiro's earphone jack. Its accuracy and stealth are deadly. Kaminari moves away from the boy. Suddenly the room got ice cold. The boys turned to Todoroki, who shook his head.
Well, that guy from Gen Ed is getting Mineta's spot once Midoriya comes back to kill him, Shoji states while finishing getting dressed. The only other person to give off that level of coldness other than Todoroki was Midoriya. Mineta suddenly realizes every guy and girl could tell the man that controlled an army. Please don't tell Midoriya, Mineta begs on his hands and knees. On the other side of the wall, most of the girls were covering themselves. Thanks, Kyoka. Asui keeps her shirt over her chest. Ishido looks downright angry. How despicable, let's plug that hole up. Momo put a mental note to inform Izuku when he gets back. I'm the only one he didn't mention. Jiro still had her jacks in the wall while hugging herself some. In the dungeon, each demon castle floor is made up of a separated world. A monster holding the entry permit randomly appears on each floor. You can only progress to the next floor by acquiring the entry permit. If this giant tower has 100 floors, you could say that 100 different worlds must exist here. Second floor, third floor, fourth floor, and the 27th floor. As time went by, Izuku climbed the floors at a scary pace. Izuku pulls on one of the many horns, feeling a sudden rage burning deep inside him as he slices the demon's throat open before ripping its head off. You defeated an intermediate grade demon. You received 300 express. You received a demon soul. Dominator's touch skill level has risen. Intermediate grade demons are high mid-C ran at best. Izuku looks down at the decapitated demon who was bleeding purple blood. I guess something happened at UAI, we'll find out later. Izuku thought to himself while stepping over the dead body. The difficulty of high grade or even stronger demons will probably go up exponentially. Izuku spins the blade in his hand. It turned into a habit when his hands have nothing to do, and he was getting really good at it. Even the difference between A rank and S rank heroes are distinct. Collected Demon Soul. 2116 10,000ths. The problem is the time. If there are really 100 floors, reaching the top floor in 1 week will be impossible. Izuku looks around as his soldiers surround him while moving through the floor. When I first obtained the Demon Castle's key, I was afraid that this place would be an S-rank dungeon, but my anxiety started to disappear with time and boring battles. Izuku thought about facing the small-time villains back at the USJ and then the start of Shoto's match. Izuku shakes his head and moves forward with his army. 47, 48, 49, 50th floor. Collected Demon Soul. 2561 10,000ths. Izuku makes it to the 50th floor, and waiting for him was a giant demon with its army. Izuku looks at its fat head and smiles. The ruler of lower floors, Avaricious Vulcan. The army had different names over their heads. They were the same size as some of the demons on the lower floors. Vulcan's Guard. A boss-grade demon. Izuku looks at the fat demon sitting on his throne of bones. That giant looks dangerous. I'll have to take care of it. Izuku raises his hand. Let's begin. Izuku drops his arm. His magicians created fireball before firing them above Izuku's head at the demons. The fire explodes, creating a wall of flame as the army of knights stand in front of him. Take care of the rest. Vulcan's Guard has discovered an intruder. The demon guard rushes forwards with weapons at the ready.
Izuku activates his stealth skill, and before he completely disappears, he speaks 4 words. Get rid of them. The 2 armies meet in the middle of the field and clash. Iron catches the blade of one demon with his shield. Igris cuts a different demon entirely in half. Izuku watches the battle observing his knights. Even if those guards are high-ranked demons, I've constantly been raising the levels of my shadow soldiers. Shadow soldiers are strengthened from my intelligence stat. Not to mention the number of shadows, I can also save increases. I have enough mana for regeneration after increasing my intelligence stat by a lot. Izuku looks at the boss of the floor. But that guy isn't moving at all. I'll just go and finish it. This is easier than I. The throne was empty before Izuku could finish his thought. The giant demon was suddenly hovering over his army with his club raises to strike down Izuku's soldiers. What is that movement? Izuku watches his shadow soldiers get crushed before being ripped apart. Izuku dashes forward, jumping as high as he could, pulling his arm back as the stealth skill dissipates and he was above the boss demon. This bastard. Izuku curls his fist before punching the giant in the face. The flesh of the demon ripples before the giant is thrown back through buildings and making them tumble over. Izuku lands on one foot, still holding his fist up while looking at the damage. I lost my temper and hit him, but why did he fly so far away? Izuku thought for a second. Ah, that's right, stats. Izuku pulls up his stat screen. I stupidly invested in my strength. Status strength. 150 vitality, 109 agility, 139 intelligence, 109 sense. 111, collected demon soul. 4,388 10,000s. Izuku quickly looks back from where he punched the demon boss. The crimson eyes he was so used to were looking right at him as the demon pulls himself from the cracked wall. The ruler of the lower floor's avaricious Vulcan is using skill, Wrath. Vulcan will maintain its rage status. The demon roars while emitting some type of energy as he yells. Vulcan's stats will increase by 50%. Izuku crosses his worms in front of his face but didn't take his eyes off the demon. This is the same skill Kerberos used. The demon jumps straight at Izuku with his club raised to kill. He got faster. I can't avoid this. It'll be a direct hit. Izuku growls at himself before making a ditch move. Iron. Iron perks up, seeing his leader about to get hit. Iron roars while bringing back his shield. Iron pitches the shield perfectly above everyone aiming for his leader. Izuku catches the large shadow shield pulling it over his head as the demon was over the top of him. The demon brings the massive club down on Izuku. The club makes contact with Iron's shield causing everything around Izuku to break apart as the force of the impact sends the energy outwards in a massive blast. The demon was even thrown backward. I can withstand this due to my strength, but I need to find an opening for a counterattack. On the next attack, Izuku's eyes never lost sight of the demon boss. Burning its continuous movement, Izuku observes the demon bring the large club back over its shoulder, ready to attack again. Now, Izuku manifests Bakaru's dagger as he jumps upwards, abandoning Iron's shield. As soon as Izuku leaps, the demon backs up some switching his attack. Was he also aiming for this chance? Izuku frowns while watching. Damn, I can't avoid it while I'm in midair. If I could move my body, Izuku watches the club begin to swing. Wait, move my body? Izuku reaches out with his left hand. Skill. Dominator's touch, activated. Izuku aims it for the ugly face of the demon. I can't push him back, but I can use the recoil to push myself back. The club follows through with the attack just as Izuku's body was out of the way. The wind whips around Izuku as he lands ready to continue fighting. I did it, Izuku cheers in his head before groaning. That was close. The only place I can harm Vulcan Wish a dagger is on his head, but it'll be too dangerous to aim for his head while reading his movements. Izuku analyzes the best he could. I need to seal his abnormal movements first. I need to create an unavoidable situation. A grin spreads across Izuku's face. He sees a building looking ready to lose its upper floors since the middle of the building was cut in the middle and already tilting. That's it. Izuku starts running towards the building, knowing the boss would take chase. The giant demon did follow. He completely lost his cool. Good. Izuku kept running as the demon follows him, breaking through buildings just to keep up. Just keep following me. Izuku looks forward, seeing the building closer than earlier. Now. Skill. Sprint, activated. Izuku pulls ahead of the demon before running up the broken building. The demon looks up in surprise as Izuku was running vertically. Izuku turns sideways, skidding to a stop. Even if you noticed it, it's too late now. Izuku and the demon make eye contact. It'll be hard for you to suddenly stop at that speed. Izuku leaps off the building. The top of the building shakes before shifting and falling forward following Izuku. The demon was stuck under it as Izuku brings both his daggers out, slicing through a massive chunk of the demon's shoulder. The blood follows spraying everywhere, as the building was still falling. At Yue Mineta was still begging, but it was already too late. The girls already sent off the messages and left voicemails. It was weird though, all the calls went straight to voicemail saying the number they were trying to reach was out of service. Like Izuku dropped off the face of the earth. Back in the dungeon, item, Demon Monarch's Earring. Item class, S-type. Accessory plus 20 strength, plus 2 vitality. Set effect will activate if this item is equipped along with Demon Monarch's necklace. Demon Monarch's ring. Set effect 1. Locked. Set effect 2. Locked. This item has a set effect. Izuku touches the new earring that seemed to fit perfectly on his left ear even though he has never gotten a piercing in his life. Will I find the rest of the set items if I continue to hunt demons here? Guess I'll find out soon enough. Izuku looks down in his hand as a red spear seemed to be on fire in his hand, but it didn't hurt. And lastly, this has an amazing effect. If I had magic type skills, I would have wanted to use it myself. Item. Orb of Avarice. Item class. A type. Magic item. An orb created by hardening blood of high-ranked demon, Vulcan. It will amplify magic effects to deal more damage. Effect. Desire for destruction, double magic damage. It can double magic damage. Izuku looks left, seeing 7 demon heads dropped on the floor before Igris kneels, bowing his head. You don't have to do that, Igris. Izuku scratches his head. He hears the sound of something substantial being dragged, and he turns to see Iron dragging the demon boss's body behind him. He's doing the same thing. Izuku sweat drops, viewing the massive body again. Not to mention, I was the one to kill him. He smiles. Okay, since you lent me your shield, let's say that you helped. Izuku sees Iron showing off the demon to other units. Magic unit, please stop paying attention to weird things and come here. Izuku wags his finger, getting a magician to come over. Izuku hands over the Orb of Avarice before pointing to a building pretty far away. Fire. The magician's fireball turns out to be double the size of the standard attacks, and Izuku laughs as the magician hands it back carefully. Incredible. Back to UA. Aizawa sits at his desk, working on reports and getting ready for final exams that would be coming sooner or later. Soon other teachers come in after their last class. Shota, buddy. Yamada yells. Where's Midoriya? I didn't see him in class or around campus for a few days. Aizawa sighs before remembering Midoriya only promised his classmates wouldn't ask questions, not the teachers. That's on me. Damn. Aizawa sighs again, just to prove a point. He asked for a leave of absence. He won't be back until Saturday. Don't worry, he will catch up with any work he misses. Aizawa turns back to his computer. Oh, where is he, though? Yagi asks. Some other teachers look over or listen in. In a dungeon. Aizawa answers plainly. He's improving his quirk as we speak. Dungeons. Izuku honestly lost track of the floors now. He was standing in front of what looks like a massive graveyard with the real undead army coming at him. I'm glad my army is shadows. You all look gross. Izuku thought as their leader was in the back, ordering them around. Izuku focuses on the commander of the undead army in front of him. Iron, Igris. Izuku's eyes turn from green to ice blue. Open up a path. The two knights do as commanded as they leap into battle with the rest of the shadow soldiers following their lead. Broken bones and skulls went flying as Iron swings his axe. Igris just cuts clean through the spines of the skeletons. Are you surprised by how strong my kids are? The boss of the floor looks upwards before becoming frozen. Izuku silhouetted by a blood moon while he stands above the battlefield. You didn't expect this, did you? Izuku's right sleeve of his jacket destroyed while climbing the tower. He was still wielding Bakugo's dagger in his right hand while keeping his left hand in his pocket. The leader's jaw drops as he stares at the monarch above him. Can the undead also feel fear? Izuku questions himself as the leader looks sacred. Well, it doesn't matter. The leader of the army was suddenly cut into pieces along with the throne he was sitting on. Izuku lands on the other side, gracefully. You defeated the Guide of Souls, Metis. You received Spring Water of the Echoing Forest. You received 200,000 EXP. Demon Souls sealed in Metis Pendant. Has been discovered. You received X 220 Demon Souls. Your level has risen by 2. Izuku sits on top of the mountain of bones and skulls. This guy's magic was powerful, and he was able to control hundreds of more summons than I can. Izuku looks around the quiet battlefield. I wanted to turn him into my shadow soldier, but mana is contaminated. Shadow extraction is not possible. For some reason, shadow extraction is not possible on demons. Izuku sighs at the waste of potential. The boss-grade monster dropped a set piece as I expected. Izuku holds up a necklace full of bones and a small skull. Item. Demon Monarch's necklace, item class. S-type, accessory. The set effect will activate if this item is equipped along with Demon Monarch's earring, equipped, Demon Monarch's reign. Set effect 1. Locked, set effect 2. Locked, Izuku equips the necklace, and the first set effect unlocks. Set effect 1. Plus 5 all stats. Set effect 2, locked. The effect is similar to leveling up 5 times. Izuku stares at the effect. One more set item piece left. That means there's another boss grade monster. Izuku looks at the red light reaching into the sky. One more until I complete the set. But collected Demon Soul. 10,001 10,000s, the quest is already completed. Izuku leans back some. This is my limit, I don't have any more strength left to continue forward. Normal quest. Collect Demon Souls, Part 1, has been completed. You can receive the following rewards. -1. Item of your choosing. -2. Bonus stats plus 20 -3. Hidden reward. Accept reward 1. Izuku looks up at the message. Reward 1. You can choose any item. Please choose an item. Izuku thinks for a few seconds. Should I choose an item that is priced at billions of gold in the store? It will surely possess an amazing ability. But I will obtain equipment just by running dungeons. Izuku tilts his head softly to the side. I am getting better weapons as days go by. By choosing too rashly, I might just end up sealing the item back to the store. I need to choose something that I really need. Izuku looks at the bottom message again. Please choose an item. Cursed random box. Izuku holds out his hand as the black box with a red bow materializes in his hand. You chose the item, Cursed Random Box. I was able to choose between the Cursed Random Box and Blessed Random Box when I previously completed the hidden daily quest. Izuku thought back to the second dungeon key he got. Blessed Random Box. Obtain an item the player wants. Cursed Random Box. Obtain an item the player needs. I tried to double my daily quest requirements since then, but I haven't received any extra rewards. I obtained the key to this demon castle from the Blessed Random Box. Izuku watches as the box opens. Thanks to that, I was able to raise my level and obtain rare items. The box's sides open up as a golden hue comes from the center. Naturally, there's no way that I can't be curious about the contents of the Cursed Random Box. A pure black key appears from the golden hue. Another key? Item name. Item class. Type. I've never seen an item without a description. What is it used for? Izuku scrutinizes the key before dropping it into his inventory. I'll find a use for it someday. Cursed boxes say they provide me with an item that I will need. Anyways, accept reward 2. Reward 2. You received bonus stats plus 2. I will invest all the points into intelligence. Status strength. 178 vitality. 137 agility. 147 intelligence. 149. Sense. 119 AP. 0. You can receive the following rewards. -1. Item of your choosing. -2. Bonus stats plus 20 -3. Hidden reward. And lastly, Izuku rubs his neck softly. Accept reward 3. Recipe. Holy Water of Life. You can learn the crafting method for Holy Water of Life. Holy Water of Life. Izuku opens the description. Holy Water of Life. Item class. S-type. Consumable. A mysterious potion that can cure any disease with powerful magic. The effect will only take place when the entire bottle is consumed. I already have the first item from Vulcan on floor 50, the second from this floor, which is 75, so that means, Izuku looks at the red beam. The final item is on the upper floors. Okay. That's all for now. Izuku gets up and puts his items away. Time to get back home. Izuku looks through his bag, seeing it was empty. Yeah, I'm out of food. Crap, has it already been a week? 19 Chapter 24. He's back. Izuku pulls out his phone as soon as he left the dungeon. It was late at night or early morning, really. He checks the time and laughs softly. Sunday around 3 a.m. Izuku shakes his head and calls his teacher. Yes, after a week of talking to himself and his shadows, his teacher's tired tone was refreshing. Hey, sensei. Izuku rolls his neck while walking towards the train station. Midoriya. How was your trip? Izuku makes it the station, seeing no trains for another 2 hours. It was fine, cleared 75 floors. I still need to come back in the future, so after finals, I'll probably come to finish it. Izuku rubs his neck. Floors? Aizawa asks with a tone that sounds like a covered shock. Yeah, I think there are 100 floors altogether, but I'm out of food and resources, so I stepped back for now. Izuku was walking around Tokyo, seeing the quiet city. At least you know restraint. Need someone to pick you up? Aizawa, ever the caring teacher, asks. I can wait until the trains start. I'm in Tokyo, so no need to come to get me, Izuku explains. Kid, just let me know where you are, I'll come to get you. Izuku sighs, knowing not to argue with Aizawa. I'll be back at All Might Tower. Thank you. No problem, see you soon. Aizawa hung up, and Izuku heads back to the tower. Izuku makes it back to the tower as Aizawa shows up in what looked like a vintage muscle car. What? Izuku asks, motioning to it. Aizawa rolls his eyes. It's Yamada's car. He lets me borrow it from time to time. The teacher explains as Izuku buckles himself in. Or just take it when he is sleeping. Aizawa was already inspecting him for injury. Aizawa saw the destroyed right sleeve of Izuku's jacket. Thanks for picking me up. Izuku relaxes once he was in the car, and he yawns but quickly covers it as they start heading back to UA. You're welcome. Have any trouble inside? Aizawa keeps his eyes on the road but would look over periodically. It was okay. Some demons gave me trouble, but I worked around it. I leveled up to the 60s now. Izuku offers information. I think the best fight was on floor 50. This demon was big but faster than me. I needed to drop a building on him just to kill it. Izuku feels the car jerk some, so he looks over to Aizawa. He was glaring at the road while driving. What am I going to do with you? Aizawa asks absolutely no one. Izuku chuckles under his breath, hearing it. Izuku scrolls through the news seeing if he missed anything significant. Daily villain fights but nothing big, until his phone starts popping up with voicemails and messages about the class activities he missed. How's Shinso? Izuku reads through Ochako's messages, half cussing him out for just leaving for a trip without letting her know beforehand and something about an incident in the locker rooms. He's still training capture gear every day, and I got Yamada to help with the mental side of training since you can't be brainwashed. Aizawa leans back in the driver's seat. That's good. Anything happened in the class when I was gone? Mineta has been begging the class not to tell you something, so must have been something after heroics class because I haven't seen him do anything. He must have done something perverted if he's begging them not to tell me. Izuku hit the voicemail of Momo. Hey, Izuku. Aizawa gives Izuku a side look while he plays the speaker's message. I know it's only the first day, but Mineta found a hole that was drilled out between the locker rooms. I will get some Mentos to fix that later, Aizawa sighs. I think Momo already covered it on the girl's side, so no need to stress about it too much, Izuku states as the message keeps playing. Anyways, Jiro stabbed him in the eye with her jack. Jiro's jacks are accurate and stealthy to make for a deadly combo. Izuku shrugged. Both Aizawa and Izuku grin, hearing that the pervert was punished by the girls. I plugged the hole on the girl's side but need to get the form for repairs, Momo sighs over the phone, seeming already tired. Overall, that was the only issue for now. I'll give you a call if anything else happens. Stay safe on your trip, Izuku. The message ends, and Izuku shakes his head. So, you will get some Mentos to fix the hole? Aizawa just nods at Izuku's question. Izuku went through his messages seeing something he was not expecting. Did Jiro get drunk? Izuku shook his head and closes his phone instead of dealing with whatever harm Mineta caused to the girl's self-esteem until later. Also, that seat for Shinso might open depending on the damage Mineta has done. Damage? Aizawa looks over. To the girls, Izuku looks over to Aizawa, seeing confusion. Not a look Aizawa has on his face a lot. Late night sensei? Izuku watches the 2 points connect in Aizawa's tired mind as he explains. Self-esteem, if he said something or didn't say something. People are touchy about their bodies. Izuku shrugs softly. Don't worry about it, I'll handle it. Don't kill the kid. He's actually smart if he just curbed his perverted tendencies, Aizawa pulls into UA. Yeah, I won't. Just put the fear of God into him. Izuku slides out of the car once it was parked. Thank you for picking me up. Give me a call if you ever go into a dungeon. I like to know where my students disappear too. Aizawa turns off the muscle car as he talks. Will do, see you Monday. Izuku heads off to the dorms. Izuku opens the door to his dorms seeing the girls spread across the common room sleeping in front of the TV that was just running through the menu on repeat. Izuku places his empty bag down softly while shakes his head. Where the hell did they get the alcohol? Izuku picks up the bottle of some brand of whiskey and looks at how much was left. I hope they had fun because they are going to pay for it when they wake up. Izuku places the bottle down before taking the girls to their own rooms. Toru's room was pink and had stuffed animals all over the place. It was cute and pretty, expecting for a girl's room. Mina needs help with the design. The different patterns clashed, but everything seemed pink or purple. I need bleach. Izuku rubs his eyes after leaving that room. Ochako's was the most normal, plus he's lived in her apartment for a month, so he knew she didn't have much. Izuku made sure to slide her mittens on before going to get the other girls. Momo's room was cramped. The large bed hardly gave her any room at her desk. Explains why she does her homework at the dinner table. Izuku lays her down, making sure to be careful even if he knew the girls wouldn't be woken up if the fire alarm was to go off. Asui's room was green and a lot warmer than in other places in the dorm. Right, frogs go into hibernation if they get too cold. Izuku makes sure to bury the girl in her moss green covers. Izuku makes it back to the living room, finding Jiro curled up tightly with one of the pillows on the couch. She was the one that reeks of the whiskey they drank. Izuku gently scopes the girl off the couch before going to her room. Book a lightweights. Izuku mutters to himself as he holds Jiro. Igris was helping Izuku a lot that night as his quieter nights were picking up the common room, making sure it was clean after he got the girls out of the room. Izuku saw Jiro's door open with Igris looking at him. Don't you dare give me that look. Izuku hisses softly as he lays Jiro in her bed before covering her up. He looks around seeing band merchandise and couldn't help but smirk. Yeah, she's an otaku. Izuku shut the door softly as Igris was standing there with his arms crossed. Thank you, Igris, for helping open the doors. Also, stop looking at me like that. Izuku calls him back, and he disappears. When he walks down to the bottom floor, he saw the trash bags near the doors and his knights standing around. Thank you for your help. Izuku calls them back in as they each disappear, and Izuku breaths out. The common room was clean and in order. He looks at the time seeing it was 5:30. Izuku shuts off the TV and heads to his room. I'm just going to sleep the day away. Izuku huffs out only to walk right into Katsuki, making that decision null and void. Where the hell were you? Katsuki hisses while on the stairs between the floors. Tokyo. Izuku blinks tiredly. Why? Katsuki still tries to be quiet. Leveling up. The hero killer? Easy. Shadows held him down till Aizawa got there and took control. I didn't fight him myself. The girls? Katsuki looks towards the common room. In their beds. Izuku shrugs. Katsuki chuckles and gives him a look. What? What are you? The big brother of Class A? Katsuki asks, and Izuku's face turns red. Shut it. Igris was giving me the same stupid look you were giving me. No, Katsuki grins. You want to deal with the purple grape? Yes, what did he say? Jiro texted me gibberish before I got back from my vacation. Izuku shows Katsuki the text, which was not Japanese or English. It was just letters. He was a pervert. The grape found a hole between the locker rooms. Talking about every girl's body, but I don't think he said ears. Katsuki rolls his eyes. They all looked pissed when they got back to the class. What a headache. Izuku sighs. Anything else you want to know? You said, leveling up? What's your level? Katsuki asks. I can't see other people's levels, only mine, Izuku informs. I'm in the 60s. You got your quirk a year ago, how do you get that high? Dungeons, Izuku smirks, seeing Katsuki look up. Your quirk is like a video game. Katsuki glares. Yep. Fuck you. Katsuki walks away. Izuku laughs softly and goes to his room. Katsuki stops in the kitchen and shivers. What the fuck is up with his aura? He feels like a top hero is walking around in the dorms. Katsuki growls to himself, rubbing his arm, some trying to calm the goosebumps that raised while talking with Izuku. Katsuki grabs a few pans to begin his morning, trying to take his mind off Izuku. Mineta wakes up in a cold sweat as he looks around his room filled with posters of models or female heroes. He feels the coldness seep under his door as the shadows seem to be alive. I'm sorry, he speaks in hushed whispers. The light from the hallway usually leaks from under the door seems to be blocked by someone standing in front of his door. The sun was not up yet as there was a soft tapping on his balcony door, then a knocking on his door. Mineta cries out and hides under his blankets, even when the tapping and knocking stops. The silence follows. It was deafening to the small hero in training. I'm sorry. Izuku smiles, feeling the frightened aura next door as the rest of the auras around the dorm wear calm. Izuku closes his eyes until his alarm goes off on his phone for his usual morning workouts. He checks his daily quest, seeing the clock at the bottom was turning red. Shit. Izuku kicks the blankets off as he rather not spend 4 hours in a desert. He gets dressed in shorts and a tank top. He snags his running shoes from under his desk before heading back downstairs. Making sure to knock on Mineta's door loudly before using his stealth skill to disappear and leave the floor. A little psychological torture for being a pervert. Izuku drops the ability once he was downstairs, seeing Iida and Katsuki. Thought you were going to sleep, nerd, Katsuki grunts while eating his breakfast. Oh, you're back, Izuku. Welcome back, Tenya smiles as he slides on his running shoes. Daily quest. If I don't do it, I get a penalty. Izuku explains quickly. Good morning, Iida, and yeah, got back a few hours ago. Please don't tell anyone yet. I need to mess with Mineta a little more before turning him into a respectable person. The guys both nod in agreement. What about the girls? You know they will ask questions. Katsuki informs Izuku since he moved them in the first place. Their little party will keep them asleep for a while. I can mess with Mineta before they wake up. Tenya heading for a run? Yes, of course, will you be joining me? Iida finishes stretching, and Izuku nods. Yeah, let's go. Izuku follows Tenya out the door as Katsuki goes back to watching TV. Around 11 a.m., the girls wake up. Ochako whines while rolling over before falling off her bed. She quickly catches herself and looks around. What? When did I go to my room? She questions before the headache kicks in full force. She rushes off to the bathroom to empty her stomach. Never drinking again, Jiro slowly sits up, covering her ears as she could hear the dumb boys yelling next to her head. Shut up, you assholes. When she didn't hear Iida yelling at her to watch her language, she opens her eyes, seeing she was in her room. Who fucking moved me? She gets out of bed with a pounding headache. Momo finishes with her shower feeling better. She didn't have much to drink like the other girls, but she was confused about why she was in her room instead of asleep downstairs. Maybe, Iida? I'll ask him later. Toru sleeps comfortably in her bed, not wanting to get up until the hangover was over. Tsuyu sinks deeper into her warm blankets. Midoriya's back, she smiles softly, remembering him carrying her to her room. Mina wakes up, huffing as she sits up, feeling perfectly normal. I will melt a bitch if someone touched me. Mina gets up and walks to the other girls' rooms. Gals. Jiro flinches at Mina's loud voice even if she was on the 4th floor. Soon enough, the girls meet on the 4th floor, looking tired and slightly in pain. Who moved us? Ochako asks while rubbing her head. Tsuyu looks at all of them as they look confused. It's Sunday, she deadpans. The other girls look at her with confusion. Yeah, we know, Toru speaks while moving side to side. Tsuyu just shook her head. I'm going downstairs to eat. You'll figure it out in a few minutes. Tsuyu gave a rare smile. The girls stare at their friend but follow her as they make it downstairs. Jiro still had her ears covered as Mineta was yelling at Kaminari about ghosts in the dorms, and Iida was yelling at both to be quiet. Shut up, Jiro yells as her head felt like it was going to explode. The boys look over to the group of girls. Wow, woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Jiro, Shiro asks, looking at the bedhead. I have a headache, she quickly amends since Iida was right there. I can hear you guys from the third floor. I'm sure that's what that is, Jiro. A familiar voice from the kitchen brings their attention to it. Food's up guys, come get your lunch. Izuku walks out, putting out a buffet of American burgers with different sides and toppings. Figured you girls would need something greasy to help with those headaches. Izuku. Uraraka sounds happy before a dark grin spreads across her face. Izuku. Shit. Izuku holds up the plate. Eat, then you can yell at me. You look like you need it. Izuku distracts the girl that would kill him one day with food. The class rounds up and digs in. So how was your tip, Midoriya? Kirishima talks with his mouth full. It was good. Got some extra work in over the week. I feel like I could sleep for a week. What did you guys do while I was away? Izuku bites into his food. Momo looks like she's never eaten a burger before. Probably hasn't. We had a rescue race on Monday for heroics. Shoji eats slowly, but his plate was full. Oh, who won? Izuku thought about the mobility experts in the class. Shiro won overall with the fastest time. Sato points out before anyone could answer. Shiro just looks proud. Good job, Shiro. It must have been fun. Anything else interesting happened while I was gone? Izuku leans against his fist, looking at Mineta. The purple classmate sinks into his chair, shivering as eagerness manifests behind him. I am sorry for being a pervert. Mineta bows his head while sitting at the table. The girls look at each other then to the small boy. And, Izuku adds. F for saying those things about your bodies. Mineta's head was still down. The girls all nod. Jiro still looks slightly hurt but hides it well enough. It's fine, Mineta. Just please stop making those comments and acting like that. You can be a great hero one day. Momo was the first to speak. Think before you speak and act. She adds. Eagers disappears and joins Izuku. We will make a hero of you yet, Mineta. Izuku smiles as the class continues to talk. They move on to internship talk, which Izuku wants to facepalm during Momo's story. Overall, it was a lovely lunch with the class. Izuku got up first since he finishes first. Could someone cover the dishes? I cleaned most of them as I went, so just the plates. I really need to sleep. Izuku scratches his neck. Staying awake for a full week. Not a good idea. Sure, Midoriya. Thanks for cooking. Kirishima gives him a thumbs up. Izuku nods and quickly heads upstairs as Ochako was distracted with girl talk. Once he shut the door, he strips down and climbs into bed before passing out. But seriously, who moved us to our rooms? Jiro questions kinda, forgetting about the morning after they got distracted with Izuku and his cooking. Izuku did. Tsuyu states, one by one, the girls understood her comment earlier. Wait, so he saw all of our rooms? Mina questions with a tone not usually associated with the hypergirl. Mina blushes softly along with a few of the other girls. It was dark. I doubt he saw much. Momo taps her chin. I still don't remember waking up to him coming in. Because you were all passed out, due to. Tsuyu looks around quickly, making sure Iida wasn't anywhere he could overhear. Drinking. We finished the entire bottle. Kyoka had the most, then Toru, Ochako, Mina, Momo, and me. She goes down the list. When did he get in? Ochako huffs as she looks around, seeing he disappeared again. I think it was around 4 or 5. I didn't see the time. Tsuyu croaks softly. That was kind of him. Momo smiles as Kirishima came by to pick up their plates. Thank you, Kirishima. You are welcome, girls. The redhead bounces away while Katsuki rolls his eyes at the redhead's energy. The girls smile softly as the energetic classmate. At least the food was able to help the headaches. Toru leans back into her chair. Yes, my head doesn't feel like it's going to explode. Jiro sighs and nods in agreement. Agreed. Ochako smiles. So, what do you think we will be doing next? Smash cut. Lol. Summer vacation's close at hand. Aizawa begins as he flips open his notebook. All his students were giving him their attention. Of course, it would be completely irrational for all of you to take a whole month off. Aizawa lets the information sink in some. Don't tell me. Kaminari was turning to face Kirishima, who was behind him. You'll be doing summer training camps in the woods, Aizawa continues blandly. I freaking knew it. Nice, Kaminari grins happily. Truth or dare? Mina cheers. Bathhouses, Mineta whispers before a red dagger flies past his head, sticking into the wall near Aizawa. No one pays it mind besides Mineta, who freezes and shrinks down. Fireworks. Tsuyu taps her chin softly. Curry, yes. Tenya sits straighter. Katsuki lays his head down on the desk, feeling the coldness claw past him. Moving towards the pervert in front of him. Open air baths. A blue dagger is thrown even closer to Mineta's head, slamming just inches away from the red dagger as the cold chill rolls down the student's back. Both daggers disappear from the wall, leaving 2 slices in the wall. Since we'll be out in nature, our training activities will probably be different, too. Shiro smiles, thinking about a month of some freedom. So, it's all about making the right decisions regardless of environment, Momo mumbles from behind Izuku as he spins a red dagger between his fingers. Hot springs. The third dagger cuts off one of the balls before the knife cuts a deeper line below the two previous holes as the ball sticks between all three lines. He made a smiley face but without a smile. Aizawa walks over, ripping the knife out of the wall, looking back at Midoriya, who didn't look sorry. However, Izuku calls back his dagger, seeing his handiwork. Mineta was dead quiet and shaking some, just staring at the face cut into the wall with his quirk ball being used as a nose. The kid got some serious aim. Aizawa thought while looking at the face in the wall. Anyone who doesn't pass the upcoming final exams is in for summer school hell, right here. Aizawa finishes his thought while facing his class again. Do your best, guys, Kirishima yells with his fist raised high, getting the class pumped. So freaking stupid. Katsuki buries his head into his arms. Flash forward to the final week of June, only a week remains before final exams. I didn't study at all, Kaminari yells while sweating a lot. Mina just looked frozen with a smile that was full of pain. Between the sports festival and the internship, it totally slipped my mind. The rank pops up next to his head, 2020. Mina just forces a laugh as her rank pops up as well, 19/20ths. Indeed. The Dark Lord Tokoyami looks away, 14/20ths. Midterms were, well, we haven't covered much since starting school, so they weren't all that tough. Sato rubs his head while talking to Kota, who was nodding. But now we've had all these other events. I think the finals are gonna be much harder, 12/20ths, and Kota was 11/20ths. Sucks that there's gonna be a practical exam too. Mineta grins smugly while sitting 9/20ths. We thought you were one of us, Mina yells across the room. Guys like you are only lovable when you're morons, there's just no demand for whatever you actually are, Kaminari yells along with Mina. Such is life, Mineta keeps his back turned to them. Ishido, Kaminari. Just try your best. It's better if we all go to the training camp. Izuku frowns before smashing his ranking against his desk, 2/20ths. Yes, Iida chops madly while next to Izuku, 3/20ths. Haven't you been attending class? How could you possibly fail? Shoto asks in a curious tone, 5/20ths. Words hurt, you know, Kaminari tugs at his shirt. You too, Momo begins but sends a smug grin Izuku's way. 1/20th. If it's academics you need help with, I could lend a hand. Mamayo. The pair yells. Momo's mood turns sour. The practical exam, on the other hand, is a different story. Shoto turns to Momo, seeing her mood switch before others distract her. Izuku taps his arm, getting his attention. She's not confident in her decisions even if she's smarter than everyone in the room. Izuku explains for the socially inept Shoto. Shoto nods softly in understanding. That's what virtue looks like. Kirishima states, watching Ojiro, 8/20ths, Jiro, 7/20ths, and Siro, 17/20ths, asking for help as well. I've got virtue too. I'll tutor you, till you're dead. Katsuki growls, sitting at 4/20ths in the class. Oh, I knew I could count on you, Kirishima grins happily. Lunch. The academic test'll just draw from what we learned in class. That's manageable, but the practical, that's unknown. We will have no idea what we will be walking into. We should start sparing and helping each other work on our strengths and weaknesses since we all live on campus. I know we can grab a gymnasium so we can have class workouts. Izuku mutters slower than usual so his friends could keep up. I think that would be a wonderful idea. Tenya puts his hands together before starting to eat. So about the academic subjects being manageable, Izuku, can you help me study? I know you're right under Momo. Ochako watches Izuku's mood sours at the mention of his ranking. She smiles some, 13/20ths. Yes, Ochako, I'll help. Izuku smiles again. We can meet up at Nig. Before he could finish, he was standing behind a Class B student with his dagger against the student's neck. Sorry, my tray just couldn't get around that big head of. Monoma's voice died in his throat as his elbow completely missed, and his target was behind him, ready to slit his throat. Monoma quickly notices the entire lunchroom was silenced by the strong presence that wasn't there seconds ago. Monoma looks up, expecting an angry All Might behind him, but was close to pissing his pants, seeing green hair and cold blue eyes looking down at him. Ah, sorry, Monoma. I thought you were a threat. Izuku lets him go, and the presence disappears. You're saying something? Izuku sits back down in his spot, not minding everyone's eyes on him once he sat down. Monoma seems to shut down from confusion and fear. Sorry, Class A, this guy, his heart's just well. Kendo shakes off her goosebumps while collecting her classmate away from the monster that won the sports festival. I overheard you guys saying you're not sure about the practical exam. It's cool, Kendo. Izuku smiles politely as the lunchroom quickly goes back to normal. And do you know anything? Between you and me, I hear it'll be a battle against robots, like in the entrance exam, Kendo explains, and Izuku slumps down some at the news. Huh? Really? How do you know that? Toru asks loudly across the table. I know an older student who told me. It's a little unfair, I know. Kendo smiles, throwing a frozen Monoma over her shoulder. It's not unfair. Preliminary intel gathering is just one aspect of the exam. I wonder if they will change it or think we would ask our seniors about the exam. Izuku begins to mutter while resting his cheek against the desk, still sour about the revel about the robots. Maybe they might change it last second and make it more exciting than those dumb robots. Izuku keeps muttering. Kendo, you fool. We had an intel advantage over them. Momo whimpers over her shoulder. This was our chance to show up the detestable Class A. They're not detestable. Kendo sighs and walks away with Monoma. She's like Class B's big sister. Everyone looks at Izuku. She's like Izu. They all stop that thinking as Izuku was still mumbling but glaring at them as well. Back in class. Robots, seriously. No sweat. Kaminari and Mina were in sync. What a relief. We are still going to have class training. Izuku deadpans. It might be robots again, or they could change it. We should still be ready for anything. Plus, I already texted Aizawa, letting him know I needed a time block until the exams in Gym Gamma. You all better be there, Izuku explains. I don't need your help, nerd. You either Todoroki, Katsuki hisses. Todoroki just looks confused about why he was being dragged into it. Okay, Katsuki, you can skip out. Then you will never know what it's like to face Igris. Izuku sits back in his seat, seeing Katsuki stop and think. You fighting? Katsuki growls with the question. Yes, I will be sparing as well. Izuku bites back his smile. Fine, nerd. Katsuki stomps out of class. I'll be there. 19 Chapter 25. Exams and facing the past. Let's begin your practical exam, Aizawa states while standing with his colleagues. The students stand opposite of their teachers. Thank God, Izuku thought to himself, seeing his teachers. It is, of course, possible to fail this exam. If you want to attend the training camp, then don't mess this up. Aizawa explains, waiting for the students to catch up with what was going to happen. Sure are a lot of teachers. Jiro looks across the teachers. 5, 6, 8 of them. Invisible girl counts off. Knowing you guys, you probably asked around, and you might think you have a vague idea of how this'll go. Aizawa's support gear around his neck, starting to fidget. So, who do I get to fight? Izuku raises his hand, smiling softly. What? Mina and Kaminari ask as they look ready to fight robots. Aizawa just grins some. Circumstances have demanded a revision to the exam format. The principal of UA pops out of Aizawa's capture gear. The principal? Shiro leans forward to get a better look at the head of UA. A revision? Momo bites her cheek, rethinking strategies. From now on, we'll focus on battles against flesh and blood opponents. It is critical that our teaching simulates practice experience as closely as possible. Nezu explains, keeping a joyful smile on his face. As such, you students will be pairing up and fighting one of the teachers you see here. Nezu motions to his staff behind him. Against a teacher? Ochako looks across the different teachers. They all seem to be enjoying the confusion turned to an understanding on their students' faces. Your pairings and assigned teachers have already been decided. Your battles moves, your grades, your friendships with one another, all these factors and more were considered, so without further ado, Nezu ends, letting Aizawa take over. First, Todoroki is with Yaoyorozu. Both students perk up looking to their teacher, against me. Next, Midoriya, you're a pain in the ass, Aizawa admits. Aizawa and Nezu went in circles to figure out what teacher would be best to put up against him, who to put him with, and everything in between. Thank you, sensei. I try my best, Izuku shoots back. We will have your match last, Nezu informs. So, you will be watching the matches of your classmates doing analysis. Nezu hands Midoriya a brand new notebook. I cannot wait to see what you come up with. Izuku nods and flips through the journal. Each section had the team-ups on it and who they were against. Izuku didn't see who he was facing and shrugs. 10 stages have been prepared, and all teams will begin simultaneously. The test guidelines will be explained by your respective opponents. None of the areas are outside the school grounds, but let's not waste any more time. Get going. Aizawa turns towards the buses as the kids get their pairings. Nezu vs Ishido and Kaminari 13 vs Aoyama and Uraraka. Present Mike vs Koda and Jiro Ectoplasm vs Asui and Tokoyami. Midnight vs Zero, Sato and Mineta Snipe vs Hagakure and Shoji. Cementos vs Bakugo and Kirishima Powerloader vs Iida and Ojiro. Team Ishido's location, the time limit is 30 minutes. Your objective is to either get these handcuffs on me or have one of you escape from the stage. Nezu informs the pair. Kinda like our battle training, Kaminari looks towards his partner. We can really just run away? Mina takes the cuffs from Nezu's paws. Yes. Nezu smiles normally. Team Jiro's location. Present Mike gives his opponents the same speech and stretches out. This is nothing like your past battle training, because your opponent this time is on another level. Present Mike beams. Another level? Jiro deadpans. That's not really the image I have of you. She looks at Mike, remembering the energetic radio show host, English teacher. Damn it, hey, girl, watch your mouth, Mike yells, luckily without his quirk. Team Uraraka's location. This test is meant to simulate true battle as closely as possible. 13 stands in the middle of the now clean USJ. So please think of us as actual villains. Team Shoji's location. Suppose we do meet in battle, if you fight and win, that's just fine too. However, Snipe fixes his hat while speaking with the two young heroes. Team Todoroki's location. If you find yourself overwhelmed by my power, Aizawa turns to them, looking at the couple. Feeling and calling for help might be your wisest option. In the observation room, Izuku had an earpiece he can use to listen in to any of the locations. He sits down next to Recovery Girl, sending her a curt nod as she smiles and turns her attention to the sites ready to start the exam. It's either fight to win or run to win, Izuku mutters. What's on the teacher's wrists? Nezu had the support course department make them compression weights. They handicap the teachers down to at least 50% of their power. They can also be used as stamina training. Recovery Girl explains. I believe that Hatsume Girl's design was picked. Not surprising, Izuku chuckles, remembering the genius support girl. I'll be working hard today, I expect. Recovery Girl smiles and presses the intercom. Everyone in position. Let's begin the final exam for UA High's first years. Ready. Go. Izuku's eyes quickly dance across all 8 sites, starting with Shoto and Momo. Shoto and Momo's location. Shoto leads Momo through back alleyways staying off main roads. We need a way to tell if Aizawa-sensei is nearby. Got any ideas? Slowly ice your hand, and I'll create smaller objects. If Aizawa-sensei has us in his sights, then we won't be able to use our quirks. Sound good? Momo asks softly. Sounds perfect. Any other ideas? Shoto skids to a stop in a side street looking back at Momo. She looks hesitant. Yaoyorozu, Izuku praises your strategic mind. We need that if we are going to win. I trust Izuku, and I trust you. Momo looks at Shoto before nodding. Tokoyami's team location. Ectoplasm's clones surround the teammates, and Tokoyami quickly acts. Dark Shadow. Grab her. Dark Shadow flies from underneath his cloak and grabs Tsuyu before throwing her to the next level. Asui run. Tokoyami. Tsuyu spins in the air, shooting her tongue out, wrapping her partner up before pulling him with. Using Dark Shadow, they get to the 3rd level quickly, leaving the clones on the bottom floor. Not bad. One of the clones comments while looking at the team disappears behind the rails. So, they've chosen to flee? Another close asks. Back in the monitoring room, Recovery Girl just sits back watching the screens as the young man next to her was muttering and flipping through his notebook, writing quickly. What do you think so far? She asks, since she really couldn't keep up with his muttering. Communication skills. In this society, with such powerful quirks, people overlook it, but it's essential for heroes. Izuku slows down just enough for her to hear. Shoto is helping Momo boost her confidence to bring out the strategic side of Momo. Tsuyu and Tokoyami have been pretty close lately, so their teamwork is pretty good. Izuku rubs his head softly. Recovery Girl just nods softly. Team Todoroki's location. Momo finishes creating Russian Matryoshka dolls with a small surprise inside. What are those? Small amounts of ice were growing on his palm as he saw Momo put them away. They're Russian Matryoshka dolls. Are you still sure you want to go with this plan? She asks, knowing it would get him trapped for a little. Yes, like I said. I trust you. I'm not surprised you have something ready to go. Shoto stops before checking the rooftops. We both got into UA under special recommendation. We started at the same point, Yaoyorozu, but you don't have confidence in yourself. It was your leadership that got me through the cavalry battle. Then, Momo was cut off by Shoto. I was an idiot during the cavalry battle. I was blinded by rage, and you probably noticed Tokoyami's new move. I didn't notice until it was too late. Shoto's ice stops crawling around his palm. He quickly looks to his partner, seeing the Matryoshkas also stop being created. He's here. I'm sorry. Momo looks the other way of Shoto. Yes, you should have acted sooner. Aizawa's dull voice comes from in between them. TCH, Shoto went to attack, but Aizawa drops to the floor, landing on all fours like a cat. Go, Yaoyorozu, go. Momo takes off down the street away from Aizawa. That's your plan, then? Fine by me. Aizawa strings up Shoto quickly. Ouch, Shoto was stung up by his arms. You're the offense of this team, so I knew I had to capture you first, no matter what. Aizawa cut the strip holding Shoto up and ties it around the telephone pole. Do you really think this will hold me? Shoto stalls so Momo could set up the next part while Aizawa was distracted with him. Flame or ice, either one will break these bindings. Use whichever you want, but watch your landing. Aizawa throws caltrops under Shoto before putting eye drops into both eyes. Caltrops? You a ninja? That's a nasty countermeasure, sensei? Shoto grunts as his weight was only supported by his arms. I know there are 2 of you, and I know your quirks, so you can bet I'm ready to counter whatever you do. Aizawa puts his goggles back on. You took on more than your fair share with this plan, though. Thinking of the girl is nice and all, but maybe you should have listened to what she had to say. Shoto had to bite back the smirk that threatens to spread across his face. We got him, Momo. Let's get past this. Shoto hangs there as Aizawa jumps away. Aizawa lands on a rooftop, seeing something disappear down the alleyway. He goes to follow it as Momo backtracks to Shoto. He fell for it, she questions as she unties Todoroki. He lands between the sharp objects on the floor. Yeah, but he's already coming back. Got the surprise? Shoto throws the gear down. Yeah, she reaches for the dolls she already created. You two finished? Aizawa glares down, cutting off their quirks. Yes, she throws the dolls upwards. Close your eyes, Shoto. What's this? Aizawa kicks and swats them away. The dolls open up, and a click could be heard. Momo and Shoto close their eyes as the flashbangs go off right in Aizawa's face. Aizawa's eyes are forced shut before he gets encased in ice, leaving his head free. Let's get him cuffed and end this, Momo states. Sounds good. Shoto throws her the cuffs he had as they make their way up the glacier Todoroki threw at him. Aizawa opens his eyes, seeing his student standing over him. Not bad at all. Aizawa felt warmth around his hands before metal was tightening around his wrists. That worked well. Shoto keeps melting the ice around his teacher now that he was caught. Agreed. Momo smiles, even though she relied on Shoto's power, it was the best option to end it quickly. When did you come up with the plan? Aizawa asks Shoto. As soon as the bell started, Shoto answers. I just acted like the first part was my idea. It was hers. Shoto points to his partner. Aizawa's smirk was hidden by his capture gear as the announcement gets called across all testing sites. They tricked me. Observation room Izuku smiles, seeing Aizawa in cuffs. He snaps a photo on his phone for blackmail later on. My. What a softie. Recovery girl states and smiles. This is an announcement. The first team to pass is Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. I know they're calling this a test, but each matchup is an intentionally specialized assignment, right? Izuku leans back while flipping through his pages. Sato and Shiro were both knocked out by midnight in seconds. Not really fair, but they did get distracted once they got near the gates. Mineta was the only one spared due to Shiro's and Sato's quick thinking to throw the smallest guy away from the mist. Katsuki was hard-headed along with Kirishima as they tried to break through Semitas's walls. It did seem Katsuki was waiting for something, but Izuku wasn't paying attention to that sight right now. That's right. Recovery girl answers calmly. Tokoyami still needs to work on his close-quarters combat. He's getting better but needs work. Izuku writes down his notes as dark shadow covers Tokoyami while Asui saves his butt when a clone pops up behind him. Asui's there to give emotional support, isn't she? Recovery girl stays quiet as he just goes back to mumbling and writing. Recovery girl watches as ectoplasm spits out his biggest clones but ultimately defeated when dark shadow cuffs his legs together, making him trip himself. Asui and Tokoyami have passed the exam. Izuku smiles but moves to the next site. He facepalms hard, seeing Mina and Kaminari just run away from the sadistic Nezu. Izuku quickly marks out the path they should have taken since he left it clear for them. They just panicked, and it cost them dearly. Also, Mina could have gone through the pipes. Nezu wouldn't destroy anything knowing he couldn't find his students. Izuku mutters before flipping to Jiro's team page. Her team was still behind, held back by Mike's quirk. Izuku felt bad for Jiro as she covers her ears while firing back counters to clash the two sound quirks. Finally, Koda got over his fear of bugs once he saw Jiro was bleeding from her ears and caused Mike to faint. Beaten by bugs? Pathetic. Recovery girl grunts. Izuku thought back to the Uraraka's construction dungeon. Those red bugs with human teeth. They were grosser than normal bugs. I wonder how easy those dungeons would be now. Izuku looks at his stats as he already had most of the matches played out in his notebook previously. Team Uraraka's location. We were so close. Ochako grips the railing tighter as her teammate was next to her. The gate just feet away when 13 Sensei caught them and starts to use their quirk. Close one there, you almost got away. 13 walks closer to the pair holding on for dear life. He keeps trying to vacuum us up as he gets closer. Ochako whines softly. Personally, I dislike fighting, but I have my own method of trapping prey. Their sensei sounds a lot meaner than they were used to. Heh, now that's one quirk that constantly sucks. Aoyama's cape was pulling back from the vacuum. You doing a routine or something? We're in a pinch here, Ochako yells at her partner. My costume. Aoyama bends his legs up, pointing his knees backward before blasting his quirk towards 13. It transmits from my navel, so pinch. We are in so pinch that I can see. Aoyama smiles cockily. I can also absorb light. 13 deadpans while still getting closer. Annihilated down to the atomic level. Aoyama's mask flies off his face only to be ripped apart into 13's quirk. This is no joke. The blonde huffs out, seeing his mask destroyed. What the heck, Aoyama? Ochako grabs the bar tighter. Darn, we'll be caught. In a pinch like this, think dummy. Ochako grits her teeth. In this situation if I were Izuku. Hey, her partner speaks up. Hold on a sec, Ochako was cut off. You were just thinking, if I were Izuku Midoriya, weren't you? Aoyama gives her a knowing smirk. You like him, don't you? Huh? Ochako blushes and slaps her cheeks, completely letting go of the bar. Oh? Huh? What? 13 closes off his quirk, so he didn't kill a student. Another announcement. Shoji and Hagakuri's team has passed the exam. Recovery girl's voice comes through the speakers while Ochako quickly pins her opponent and cuffs him. It appears that Uraraka and Aoyama's team has passed the exam. Oh, Ochako's team won. Izuku looks up, missing the conversation between Aoyama and his best friend. Did you hear what they said? I was paying attention to Shoji and Hagakuri's match. No, sweetie, I missed it. Recovery girl lies and shakes her head. Ought to be young again. Izuku looks weirdly at recovery girl who looks like she was mean about something. Okay then. Izuku sits back as the pairs are on their way back. Everyone passed besides Kaminari and Mina, which was disappointing on its own. I mean Mineta even got his head straightened on and stopped midnight while lugging both his partners out of the gate. Izuku closes his notes before seeing one screen showing a large city that hasn't been touched yet. That must be my testing site. Izuku thought about other teachers he might face or if they called in a hero from outside the school. He lays his notes down at the desk now that his classmates' matches were over. Izuku spends his time trying to guess who he would be facing until he felt a paw on his arm. Izuku stops and looks down. Ah, sorry. Izuku looks down at Nezu while rubbing the back of his neck. It's okay, Midoriya. Do you have your notes? Nezu keeps giving that same polite smile. Izuku nods and hands over the notebook Nezu gave him. Thank you, Aizawa will take you to your resting site. Okay. Izuku gets up from his seat as his classmates that were not injured were already taking their spots ready to watch the last exam of the day. I won't know who I'm facing until I'm inside, right? Correct. Nezu chirps, already flipping through the notebook. Good luck, Midoriya. Thank you, Principal. Izuku rubs his head as he finds Aizawa on the last bus. Izuku got onto it before sitting down towards the front. So, won't be throwing me a bone and tell me who I'm facing. Sorry, kid, Nezu's orders. Aizawa drives down the long road. Izuku could only try to relax. Aizawa stops the bus and pulls out his own tablet. Your opponent is waiting inside. Good luck, kid. Izuku nods and gets off the bus. Izuku stands at the gate, feeling as if he was walking into a dungeon. It has to be All Might. Izuku breaths in before stepping through the entrance. The final exam of the day has begun. Nezu's chipper voice comes over the speakers. Play nice, boys. The wind pressure changes quickly as blocks of the faux city was ripped from the foundation. Izuku expertly dodges pieces of rubble being sent his way as he walks towards the center of the town. Who cares about keeping this city intact? All Might stands as the dust settled, allowing Izuku to see his opponent's full body. No cuffs, they want a full blow match. Izuku looks at the cameras and then drones flying above them. All Might, are you sure you want to do this? Izuku hadn't taken his hands out of his pockets. I am a villain, hero, so give me your best shot. All Might grins. I hope you got enough rest. Izuku removes his hands from his pockets while the hero dashes in front of Izuku. Bringing his fist down like a hammer. All Might feels his hit connects as the power of the blow explodes outward. Any of the buildings that may have been standing after his first punch were effectively demolished by the power of the second hit. As the dust settled, All Might almost coughs blood, finding Izuku just blocking his attack with his forearm. Izuku glares upwards before palm striking the large hero in the chest, sending him backward through the street. Dust blows upward, blocking any visual on the two fighters. A dark voice comes from Izuku, one full of rage and hidden pain. Am I strong enough now, All Might? Izuku swipes the air, sending the dust away and clearing the field. Everyone saw the destruction of the two powerful fighters as the 5 city blocks around them were flattened. Have I proven to you, to everyone, that I belong here? Izuku steps forward. The road was filled with cracks and busted asphalt. Or am I still that quirkless kid on that rooftop? Young Midoriya, I apologize for my words that day. All Might felt the presence of Midoriya. In all honesty, it reminds Yagi of himself during his prime. Would you still say that if I was quirkless, I haven't called on any of my soldiers? This, Izuku motions to their surroundings, is my strength, but this is all physical. The monarch jumps towards All Might with his fist pulled back. All Might dodges left as Izuku's fist hits the floor, sending shockwaves through the floor, ripping the earth and sending it upwards. Heroes are physically strong as well as mentally. Izuku grabs the dirt beneath him before throwing it into All Might's face to blind him. All Might claps, sending the wind outwards, which knocks the dirt away. Correct, young man, but even heroes slip up. What I said that day was a mistake. I was in a ruse. All Might gets cut off by a roundhouse kick to his right arm. All Might digs his feet into the dirt, so he didn't go flying. A mistake? A mistake? You couldn't even spare me a few minutes before you brushed me off like some rupee. Izuku growls. Izuku grits his teeth to shut himself up. They're watching, probably listening as well. Izuku pulls out the handcuffs. Let's just get this over with. All Might curses himself before dodging another attempt as Izuku tries to catch his wrist to cuff him. If you didn't, what? Run into the slime villain like a hero? When other heroes did nothing but stand by watching your friend suffocate? He is not my friend, Izuku yells with more pain than rage. He's just Katsuki, my classmate. Izuku almost crushes the cuffs in his hand if he wasn't careful. My body moved on its own, Izuku admits. That is what heroes say. Their bodies moved on their own. You did that without a quirk. All Might had to get Izuku talking for this to work. And I would have never got mine if I didn't almost die that day. Izuku grits his teeth. I don't even know where I would be right now if I didn't make it into UA. I never really thought about it. In the observation room, does that mean what I think it means? Momo asks softly. She prays she interprets Izuku's words wrong. What does All Might mean about apologizing? Mineta asks. The slime villain? Didn't that happen last year? Mina pulls out her phone to check. Quirkless, Ochako questions. When she first met Izuku, his quirk brought him to her family's construction site. He never really talks about school or family around her. She just knew he's hidden a lot, and not only from her. Bakubro, Kirishima starts but saw a look on his friend's face he never saw before, guilt. Izuku, you got a lot stronger, haven't you? Shoto watches the destruction of the city from the back of the room. He wasn't jealous or mad, he was impressed. Going head to head with his father's rival. He can't even match All Might's strength and you're making it look like child's play. But why are you so mad? Students, Nezu was sitting next to Recovery Girl watching his plan start to work the more Izuku talks. Please pay attention, we will explain later. Aizawa, on the other hand, was sitting on the bus feeling the two S-ranked opponents clash. It sent shivers down his spine as he hears the rage in Midoriya's voice, but there was also pain. I hope this works. Aizawa turns back to the flight. Back to the fight. What are you doing, All Might? Izuku asks, straight up. You fight head-on with most of the villains you face. So why are you talking now? Talking is a valid way to get a villain to give up. Connecting with them and getting them to stand down. All Might swallows softly. Connecting? What do you even know about being quirkless? You're All Might. You don't know what I've been put through. How much I've had to bury and justify for other people so that I could look myself in the eye? Izuku grabs his hair wanting to keep everything buried and never bring it up again. His quirk already hides the physical scars. Why couldn't it hide the mental ones? All Might knows everyone was watching and listening. He couldn't tell Izuku he used to be quirkless until his mentor granted him a powerful gift. He moves closer, keeping his hands open as his student looks like a wounded animal, and just like a wounded animal Izuku lashes out. Izuku punches All Might in the upper right shoulder, staying clear of his old wound. All Might grunts and launches into the walls surrounding the city. Yagi quickly realizes every hit Izuku sent his way steers clear of his injury. Every attack was aimed at his right side instead of left. Do you think I asked my best friend to abandon me as soon as I was diagnosed quirkless? Do you think I wanted adults to look at me with pity or disgust? I was 7 years old, the first time I heard someone tell me to kill myself because I wasn't born with a quirk. When was the last time someone told you to kill yourself, All Might? Izuku stalks towards All Might with raging green eyes. Izuku watches the revulsion come across All Might's face finding out a 7-year-old was told to kill themselves. I have received over 700 spider lilies, 200 fake love letters, 10 death threats, and I've lost count of the times people have said, take swan dive off the roof. So what do you want to connect with first, All Might? Izuku was standing over a shocked All Might at the numbers Izuku just gave him. Should I go on? Izuku asks in a tight voice. Since the scars were already open, why not go digging? The teachers did nothing as the verbal abuse continued. They even joined in. Then students turned on me because someone caused them to. Izuku wouldn't name drop Katsuki. He always knew Katsuki could be an amazing hero, and he wouldn't destroy his dream like that. That's just verbal, All Might. Ready for the physical? Izuku unbuttons the top few buttons showing his neck. Burned scar. Izuku points to his collarbone. Broken shoulder. Izuku didn't move his finger. Few broken ribs, broken arm, 3 times, I believe before I learned to run for my life. All Might stares at the clean skin that showed no sign of damage. Scars used to litter my skin until the day we met. I still don't know if that was the best day ever or the worst. I mean, I got to meet you. The one hero that used to say, anyone can be a hero. The one hero that kept me going through all that. I got back up, I patched myself up, and I kept forgiving and forgetting every wrong the people closest to me did. I kept going. Tears freely roll down Izuku's face as he holds onto his jacket tightly as if as soon as he let go, he would fall apart. Then, you just buried the last nail in the coffin with your words. Izuku chokes himself up with tears. I was so close, so damn close. Izuku takes a deep breath as he remembered looking over the city after All Might left him on the rooftop. He remembered clinging to the metal railing until that explosion distracted him from his plan. I am so sorry, All Might was bowing with his head on the floor. I am sorry for not giving you the hope and safety I strived towards since I was a student at UA. I was so distracted I didn't notice your pain and dismissed you. I'm sorry I failed to be the hero you looked up to. I can only ask for you to give me the chance to make up for my mistakes. Izuku's bottom lip trembles. He sees All Might kneeling and not asking for forgiveness but asking for a chance for redemption. Izuku crumbles to the floor as he just stares at All Might for a long time. All Might didn't dare move waiting for Izuku to answer. All Might hears the softest, okay, from his student before feeling something cold snap around his wrist. Izuku is smiling weakly. Guess talking can help some. Izuku sniffs and looks at the floor. Midoriya Izuku passes his final exam. Nezu's voice wasn't as chipper as before the exam started. All Might, the camera feeds, and sounds are cut. Nezu continues leaving the two alone. Midoriya. Izuku hears All Might deflate, and he looks up. Thank you for giving me the chance to make up for my past mistakes, and not aiming for my weak side. Yagi smiles softly. I don't hate you, All Might, Izuku wipes his cheeks. I'm just angry because you were just like everyone else. Izuku slowly stands up, buttoning up his shirt again. I was wrong, you're different. No, I dismissed you just like your teachers and own parents, Yagi argues. Yet, you are the first one to bow and ask to fix your mistakes. Izuku holds out his hand towards Yagi. You're the first person to say sorry, not in a self-interested way but one that was meant for me, thank you. I should be the one saying thank you for giving me a chance. Yagi takes Izuku's hand, and he gets pulled to his feet. The two look around at the destruction. Oh, this reminds me. My old friend invited me to I Expo. Would you like to come with me? I have a +1, and I saw you talking with that Hatsume girl about her support equipment. Yagi sees Izuku's eyes light up, and his mouth drops open some. Seriously? Izuku's voice cracks slightly before covering it with a cough. That would be pretty cool, if you would have me. I would love to go. Izuku looks away from Yagi, who laughs freely. Perfect. We leave a day before the expo opens. Will you still be in the dorms? Yagi gave his full attention to Izuku as they begin to walk back to the bus. Yes, I still don't want to face my parents. Izuku rubs his neck. Okay, young man. I will come to get you before we leave. Yagi and Izuku stop at the gate before turning around facing the city. We seriously destroyed this site, Izuku mutters softly. I kinda feel bad for Cementos. Haha, yes, we did. It was a good fight. Yagi sweat drops. Cementos will kill me. You two done. The class is waiting. Aizawa voices from the bus trying to look nonchalant while looking at the old S-rank hero and the up-and-coming young S-ranked kid with more issues than most villains he's had the pleasure of meeting. Crap, my class saw all that. Izuku bites his tongue and nods. 19 Chapter 26, I Island. The three adults sit on the bus in silence as Izuku had his closed eyes thinking about his match. Was All Might going all out? Izuku cracks his eye open, looking at Yagi. Probably, he didn't have the weights on like other teachers, and I don't think he would have been emitting that type of presence without going all out. Whose idea was it to make me reveal my past to the class and you teachers? Izuku's voice was cold now that he had time to think about the matches. Every match was thought out to an extent to help the students grow or see where they stand at the current moment. Aizawa tenses up some, and so did Yagi. Nezu's and mine. Aizawa coughs into his fist, feeling the sudden presence since it was aiming at him. Why? Izuku felt calmer after getting everything off his chest. Still, now he had to face the people he enjoys being around, people that make him forget his past. It was our most logical move. Aizawa begins only to feel his student's eyes burn into the back of his skull. You are bottling everything up, and it would be better if it exploded. You exploded in a controlled environment instead of in the field. Aizawa explains as Yagi sinks into his seat, looking outside the bus instead, not voicing his opinion. He already had his work cut out for him to make up for his past mistakes, and right now, it looks like Izuku was planning 2 brutal murders. I can control my emotions in the field. Eraserhead. My past is mine. The class did not need to see what happened inside those walls. He breaths out and sighs before looking away. Too late to shove the cat back into the bag. He mutters as the bus pulls back to the starting point. Most of the class was waiting. Izuku shakes his head and gets up. They will have questions and want answers. Izuku gets off the bus but turns back to All Might as he was buffed up once more. When do we leave for Island? Friday morning. We will be staying the weekend before coming back, so no need to worry about missing the summer training camp. All Might smiles as Izuku nods. Aizawa notices the glare sent his way as his student before making his way to his classmates. Izuku, Ochako came up only for Izuku to hold out his hand to stop her. What the teachers just did was manipulative and downright unethical in every sense of the term. The class somewhat flinches at the cold voice coming from their class president. Please understand that what happened in my exam was not meant for you to hear no matter how much Nezu or Aizawa says. I am completely fine, so please don't ask questions. Izuku breaths out. It's the past for a reason. We move forward, not backward. Izuku, Tenya speaks up first. You told me that we may be heroes, but we have emotions and can act on them. You deserve to be heard and helped. A few nod along with Tenya. I understand that, but I didn't want any of you to know of my past for reasons. I'm not that person anymore. Izuku looks at Katsuki. I moved past it, learned from it, and grew stronger because of it. Please understand that I'm uncomfortable talking about it right now. Izuku was saved by Nezu and Aizawa coming back out with their tablets that had the results of the tests. Izuku quietly moves to the back of the pack near Shoto, who just sent him a nod of understanding. Izuku sends him a small smile of thanks for staying quiet. Aizawa watches Izuku duck behind the class and sighs. Yeah, I was expecting this, could have thought it through a little more, but who can argue with the rat? Aizawa begins to explain that even the failures get to go to summer training in 2 weeks. You will be given manuals of things you will need during the camp. We leave next weekend. You have the next 2 weeks to get prepared and visit your families if you wish. The dorms will stay open if you wish to stay on campus. He continues and watches Midoriya tune out some while looking elsewhere. As soon as they were dismissed, Izuku disappears from the group as they begin to talk about going shopping. Izuku himself just wants to sleep. Once Izuku gets into his room, he finds an envelope on his desk. It had the markings of UA and I Island on it. He pulls out the 2 tickets and the letter. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya. You won first place at UA's annual sports festival. We at I Island hope you accept these tickets as a prize to come visit us during our I Expo. We will provide housing. Feel free to bring your costume as well. Izuku spread the 2 tickets inside the envelope and ignored the rest of the information. I'll just give them to Katsuki since I have All Might taking me. Izuku places the tickets and information back into the envelope so he could give them to Bakugo. Just need to survive until the weekend. Izuku flops back into his bed before decompressing from the exams. What a shit show. Friday morning, Izuku sits on the private plane All Might uses for travel. Yagi was sleeping towards the front of the plane while he decided to sit towards the back. No need to make it utterly awkward for the only 2 passengers on the jet. Izuku flips through a guidebook of the Expo. Izuku's inner child was jumping around inside since he's always wanted to come to the Expo, but he holds onto his calm demure. This did not mean he didn't have a goofy grin on his face when no one was looking. Soon enough, he checks outside the window and saw the floating city that moves periodically. Time to wake him up. Izuku unbuckles himself before sitting down next to Yagi's sleeping form. All Might, hey Yagi. Izuku hits him gently with the book that had bookmarks sticking out of it. Yagi groans some before rubbing his left arm. Something the matter young Midoriya? Yagi rubs his eyes while blinking some. Look outside. We're a few minutes out. Thought you might want to know. Izuku points to the open window before going back to his book. 10,000 scientists are all atop their fields. Izuku watches out of the corner of his eye as Yagi checks the window and smiles fondly, seeing the city. I should thank you again, Yagi. Starting my summer vacation like this is pretty amazing. I didn't realize that you would be this excited. Yagi sits back into his seat. Glad you are coming along with me. Support items and the people that make them have always caught my interest. When I was quirkless, I was always thinking of what support items might be helpful for me to have on me. Plus David Shish. Izuku gets cut off by the pilots. Attention, passengers. The plane will soon begin its descent to I Island. Yagi breaths out before getting up. This is going to be monumentally exhausting. Izuku watches closely as steam rises from Yagi's body as he buffs up into his hero form. Once we've landed and gone out in public, Yagi's voice got more profound and a lot more strained. I must maintain my muscle form constantly. All Might was squatting lowly with his arm resting on the chair and his hand against the ceiling. Now, it's about time for you to change as well. You did bring your hero costume, correct? I'm already wearing it. Izuku smiles as All Might did a double take seeing Izuku in his usual red shoes, black combat pants, a plain white t-shirt with a new neon green jacket. His clothes seems like something you usually pick up from a clothing store. The only thing that gave away it was support gear was the emblem of the support student puts into their work. He looks like a regular civilian. All Might coughs into his hand. I'm not much for wearing bright colors. Izuku smiles while looking at All Might's costume. Izuku wonders if he could find something to help with the demon castle around here. The upper floors were getting hotter and might be an issue the next time he goes back. Inside the airport, All Might and Izuku stand side by side as they are moved through what seems to be a security checkpoint. We will now begin the immigration process. A somewhat robotic voice comes over the speakers while they move through the line. Izuku's eyes track every moving part of the security as All Might turns to him, smiling. Let's test your trivia. Young man. All Might grins holding up his finger as a soft blue light goes over their bodies. Izuku just raises an eyebrow at the challenge. Why was this artificial island created? Izuku saw a blue box fill with All Might's credentials pop up next to his head. Izuku turns to see his own. He even saw his hero name under his real name. It was built so the world's brightest minds could gather together to research quirks and develop new support items. This island is movable in order to protect scientists and top-secret research from villains. This place is often compared to the security system that holds supervillains in Tartarus. Basically, no one has ever committed a crime here. Izuku cups his chin some thinking of ways to break into this place, but security was tight. The only way to get in without being detected would be from inside help. Way too many details, but I should have expected that. All Might throws Izuku a thumbs up, but he wasn't paying attention. Soon enough, they make it past the security as the gates approve them. The immigration inspection is complete. The female's voice comes back once they were clear. The island is currently holding the pre-opening of I Expo, an event that showcases research and development projects our teams have been working on. Only those with invitations may attend the preview. The voice continues as Izuku and All Might walk towards the exit of the airport. Soon enough, they stand outside the airport, and they could look over the island easily. Whoa! Izuku's jaw opens slightly as he looks around at what he could see. People were already walking around, checking out different exhibits and quirk demonstrations. I can't believe so many people are here before the expo is officially open to the public. All Might stands near Izuku as they look around. The pictures of this place, Izuku smiles some, seeing families have fun around the island. Really, don't do it justice. Unlike back in Japan, people are allowed to use their quirks, however, they wish on this island. The pavilions are packed with attractions and demonstrations. I know you will be checking them out later. All Might pulls out his phone as Izuku pulls up his bag some more. You know, I will. Izuku smiles, feeling relaxed, just ready to explore and search for gear. I wonder if I could actually buy any support gear. I won't really need it in everyday life, but dungeons. It could be useful. Welcome to I Expo. A woman in what looks to be a uniform mixture with a lab coat walks towards the two heroes before gasping. Oh no, All Might and Izuku share a quick look. Izuku just pulls out his phone, pointing at it and walked away. So that you, All Might? The women spoke way too loudly, catching people's attention. All Might smiles brightly even if his sweat drops, not blaming the young man for abandoning him before the fans came rushing. Is he really here? Wow, the #1 hero?
We need an interview. A news crew rush over alongside a lot of people. Izuku sits off to the side, scrolling through his phone, wondering if Katsuki made it. He ignores the crowd clamoring around as All Might laughs freely, clearly used to it.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. All Might laughs more. Form a line for autographs, please. A master in the verses of human beings. Izuku deadpans to himself. A while later, Izuku sits on the stairs, still scrolling through his phone as he and All Might got away from the crowd. Izuku untouched since he didn't look like a hero and stayed clear of the mob. All Might was covered in lipstick marks. Oh, wow, I didn't think I'd get stopped for so long. All Might begins to clean off his face. I'm afraid at this point we're in terrible danger of being late.
Izuku stops scrolling before looking up, seeing a clean face. All Might. To what? Ah, I wanted to drop in on a dear old pal of mine. All Might turns to Izuku, smiling. I haven't seen him in quite a while. Sorry to spring it on you, but would you mind coming along? Sure, plus depending on your friend, I might get to see something the public doesn't. Izuku smiles as All Might leans down some. Did they know about your condition?
Ah, yes, they do, but his daughter does not, so please do not tell her. All Might stands back up. Got it. Izuku gives him a thumbs up. I wonder how many secrets Yagi actually has. Izuku and All Might turn towards the sounds of something bouncing. Is that a pogo stick? Izuku watches as this girl was coming down the stairs with every bounce getting more air than the last. There you are, uncle, finally, the blonde girl smiles, and Izuku shakes his head some. All Might's, her uncle? Suddenly the girl just lets go of her ride before slinging herself into All Might's arms. He hugs her back, swinging her around quickly as she laughs. Welcome, Uncle Might. Uncle Might, Izuku had to whisper not to get caught as he looks carefully at the girl clinging to All Might and smiling. It's so good to see you, Melissa. All Might hugs her tighter before lifting her. Oh, my gosh, it's been forever. All Might holds up Melissa with easy. I am glad you actually came. Izuku just stays back, allowing the family reunion to take place. Melissa was beautiful, to say the least. I'm truly grateful for the invitation. I almost didn't recognize you. When did you go and get so grown up? All Might seems happier than earlier, but Izuku was storing the information. He hasn't come here in a while. She doesn't know he's injured, but whoever her father is, does. Wow, that's awkward. Izuku mumbles to himself as he was starting to wonder who her father was. I really shouldn't be intruding on this. Izuku sighs softly. Well, I am 20 now, you know? All Might had her waist in his large hands as she held onto his shoulders. Much heavier than the last time you saw me. She smiles with a faint blush on her cheeks. Are you? All Might lifts her as she giggles. No, he grins before letting her down. Glad to see you're looking well, though I suppose you always are. Melissa stands a few feet back, checking All Might for damage. Izuku just stares at the girl trying to remember where he sees her before. They continues to talk while Izuku was lost in his own head. And Dave? Where's he hiding? All Might looks around, making Izuku roll his eyes some, but they land on the pogo stick that Melissa rode in on. Even if she abandoned it before tackling All Might into a hug, it stood straight up. That's pretty cool. Oh, he's in his lab. She smiles, still looking up at the 7-foot hero in front of her. He had a breakthrough on some research he's been focusing on for years. She leans forward, putting her finger to her lips. Actually, he has no idea you're even here. This is just a little surprise to celebrate his work. So that's what this is about. What is he cooking up this time? He said it's confidential. He won't even tell me what he's been doing. Izuku just follows the conversation from the side while looking back and forth. Scientists and their secrets. Izuku had enough of being left out. He dealt with a few hours of All Might getting swarmed, and he seriously needs to know what this girl's last name was. Izuku coughs softly into his hand, looking away. Oh, right, young Midoriya. All Might at least had the courtesy to look sheepish. Allow me to introduce you to my friend Dave's daughter. The pair of blondes turns towards the green-haired hero in training. It's really nice to meet you. Melissa smiles with her arms behind her back before reaching out. I'm Melissa Shield. Izuku blinks a few times before grabbing her hand to shake it. This makes more sense now. Izuku grins. Huh? Huh, what's that? Melissa brings her hand back some. Sorry, I was trying to figure out where I've seen you before. You're David Shield's daughter. A genius like none other. A lot of people say you're going to pass your father as soon as you get out of school. It's really nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I study at UA University. Izuku lets go of her hand as she looks him up and down before guessing what course. In the support course? She questions, making a small grin grow on his face. Hero course, actually. The big blonde just looks back and forth as the two students talk. So, that's how you know, Uncle Might. Yes, I'm one of his students. He'll be a great pro one day. All Might offers as Melissa looks at his costume. I don't believe I'm meeting someone that Uncle Might teaches. Depending on the stubborn D classmate, you might meet 2 more if we run into them. Izuku sighs, remembering the hair-pulling argument he had with Katsuki about the tickets. Well, you must have a promising future. She steps closer, looking up at Izuku. She was at least 5'7", so Izuku had a few inches on her. I hope so. Izuku pushes his hands into his pockets, so he didn't make a fool of himself. So, Melissa slowly walks around him, inspecting his costume and body. What kind of quirk do you have? It's a complicated quirk. Izuku carefully watches her as she circles him. It would take a while to explain everything. If you want, we can talk about it when we are free. The costume's kinda plain, but I'm guessing it has Kevlar sewn into it. She touches the fabric, pushing against Izuku's back. He raises an eyebrow. Surprised, you could tell it's a costume. All Might didn't notice until I told him. Izuku grins towards the big blonde. It's a pretty simplistic design. She lifts the hood some before dropping it. Why go for the civilian look? She comes to a stop on his right side. I don't see any support items either. I'm aiming for the underground track right now. I don't think I would fit in with daylight heroes. Izuku manifests one of his daggers. And I don't really need support items unless they are medical supplies or something specific. Melissa looks at the blade before it vanishes like he was never holding it in the first place. All Might clears his throat as Melissa was very close to Izuku. Melissa, shall we? She jumps back some. Oh, sorry. I got distracted. Hey. She quickly runs over, picking up the device she came in on before spinning it around. If we hurry, we can surprise Papa in his lab. While she talks, the pogo stick collapses into a small box. She stuffs it into her pocket before rushing off. This way, Uncle Might. It's right over here, she yells back at the pair. No relation? Izuku asks, remembering Mirio-senpai as well. He looks more like Tintin, but she could be his daughter, to be honest. The blonde hair, blue eyes. Izuku rationalizes. Correct, I am just close friends with her father, and I've known her since she was born. All Might grins down towards Izuku. She's interesting. Izuku smiles. Let's catch up before we lose her. Agreed. All Might chuckles as they go to follow. Back at the entrance of I Island. We infiltrated the Expo without a problem. A group of 7 men stands where Izuku and All Might once stood just hours ago looking over the island. Their leader was talking on the photo to his employer. So, when do the goods arrive? A voice that sounds mixed by a machine comes back with an answer. 3 p.m. You'll find them at gate 66. Then we'll be waiting. The leader hung up. Central Tower. Why don't you get out of the lab today and go grab some lunch with Melissa? A soft-spoken voice comes from the room as Melissa, All Might, and Izuku walks towards the lab. She's busy today at the academy. David smiles. Oh, I thought they were on break for I Expo. Yes, but she's doing independent research. The renowned scientist's voice sounds proud as Melissa opens the door slowly. You know me. I am my father's daughter. Melissa makes sure to hide the 2 guests she brought along for now. For better and for worse. Melissa, hey, I didn't think I would see you today. Her father taps the phone in his pocket some. Hello, miss, it's good to see you. Ah, right back at ya, Sam. Melissa strolls forward, her smile getting more prominent as she stood in front of her father and his assistant. Thanks for taking care of Papa again. You need to get out more, Papa. Come on. I'm not that bad. David chuckles, along with Sam. To what do we owe the pleasure? Since you completed the first stage of your research, I invited someone here to celebrate with us. Izuku watches All Might get ready as Melissa was talking inside. Who would that be? David sounds concerned and confused. A person you dearly love. All eyes turn towards the door. David gasps. Yes, I am here. All Might grins, and Izuku watches from outside as red, white and blue explodes around the number 1 hero. What a shtick. Izuku rolls his eyes. All Might suddenly strikes multiple poses. Shaking with emotion for our heartfelt reunion. Izuku rolls his eyes harder, but then zeroes in on the scientists to watch their reactions. He did not get what he was expecting. Toshi. All Might? David stares at his old friend with surprise. Is it really you? Sam questions off to the side, staring at the buff hero. All Might charges forwards laughing. I came all this way just to see you. He picks up his fried smoothly spinning him around a few times before putting him down. Melissa just stands off to the side, looking proud. Dave, old buddy. Well Papa, are you totally surprised? Melissa was leaning over All Might some smiling more like All Might. Yeah. David finally smiles. Completely astounded. All Might and David stand up. We both have Melissa to thank for that. All Might was already straining to stay in hero form. David and Izuku noted while they continued to talk. How long has it been? Come on, don't make me say it. David grins gently, hitting All Might in the chest. I already feel old enough, ya jerk. All Might just laughs freely, and David joins in. You do have a point. All Might looks down at his friend. Glad to see you again, my friend. Agreed, I've missed you too. The 2 friends fist bump. All Might steps off to the side. Young Midoriya. Let me introduce you to someone incredible. David Shield. All Might waits for the muttering to come but surprised when it didn't. I know him, a top scientist in the research world. Izuku walks forward looking at Sam as he stood towards the back. He received a Nobel Quirk Prize for one of his many projects. You guys were partners when All Might lived in America. Izuku brings out his hand, holding it out. And he's a genius when it comes to costumes. He's made all of your costumes. Izuku looks towards his teacher. I kept up with his work since he started. It's honestly an honor to meet you, sir. Wow, you know a lot. David shakes Izuku's hand, but All Might coughed softly, catching both their attention. Melissa, listen. It's been a long time. Can the two of you give All Might and me a little time to catch up? Yeah, of course. Izuku nods towards All Might, seeing some steam roll off his muscle. Melissa, why don't you take our new friend on a tour around the expo? David offers up, and Izuku turns to the girl that set all this up. Sure thing, Papa. It sounds like fun. Plus, I have questions for him. She smiles. Fight this way, future hero. She smirks and points out the door. Izuku rolls his eyes playfully as he follows her. Thanks, he gives one last look at All Might who was just grinning. The door shut, and David's smile drops. Same. You should take a break, too. David keeps looking at the door where his daughter just left. With Melissa and Izuku. So, what do you want me to call you? Melissa looks over towards Izuku as they walk towards the exit. By your real name, or do you have a hero one already? You can call me whatever you would like. My hero name is Monarch, but Izuku is fine since we're not fighting or in a villain attack. Izuku smiles. Monarch? That's kind of a strange name. Melissa stares up, trying to figure out the man Uncle Might brought with him. Well, you can stick with Melissa for me. With David and All Might, see you two soon. Sam smiles and closes the door. All Might coughs roughly as steam emits from his body. David looks over to make sure his friend was okay. Hey, are you alright, Toshi? Soon enough, David was kneeling next to Yagi. Thanks for catching it. Yagi coughs into his hand once more. The amount of time I can keep my muscle form is getting shorter. You said it was bad in your email, but I had no idea it was this serious. David rubs his friend's back. Young people, I already said this, but whoa. Izuku looks around at the different rides and demonstrations while walking with Melissa. This place is amazing. It must be interesting to live on a man-made island. Izuku turns his eye towards Melissa. There's normal city stuff as well. The expo always brings tons of people, so it's exciting. Melissa explains. Izuku stops short and turns around to face Melissa. Do you ever feel trapped here? Melissa stops as that was never a question she's been asked before. I mean, I know it's hard for scientists to even leave the island due to their confidential work, but when was the last time you left the island? Well, we can't travel. It ensures there aren't any leaks. Melissa looks down. Must be hard. Izuku ignores the monster hero as he walks behind them, roaring. If you could leave, where would you want to go? Back home first to California first. She smiles as the duo continues their walk. Then Japan since Uncle Might is working there plus, I've always wanted to see UA in person. But I'm stuck here, which is just a sacrifice we scientists have to make. Izuku could hear the slight spite to those words. Anyways, it's always fun to see all the heroes get flown in. A lot of them will be at the big party tonight. Izuku opens his mouth, but she cut him off. But I'm sure you already knew about that, huh? Party? Izuku turns towards Central Tower, where All Might was. I'm going to kill him. What Uncle Might didn't tell you? Melissa giggles. He just told me to pack something formal. He didn't tell me about a party. Izuku facepalms. What is up with my teachers and keeping things from me? Melissa giggles more as he mutters to himself. Oh, look over here. Melissa drags Izuku into a large building that was only lit with blue lights that were floating around. Once inside, Izuku's jaw drops to the floor. So many hero items. Izuku feels his inner child screaming. God, I feel like the time I found out I was texting Sir Night-Eye the entire time. They stop in front of a streamlined jet. This multi-purpose beagle can fly like a jet, of course. The screen above shows the demo, but it can also move underwater. Might get that for Suyu in the future. Izuku smiles, thinking of his classmate. She would enjoy it. They quickly move on as Melissa gave Izuku a tour of the different support items made. Soon enough, she hands him a helmet. Put it on, she grins. Izuku pulls it over his head and flinches. The helmet is equipped with 36 different sensors, so you can see all the way around your body. The information floods Izuku's brain, making him pull the helmet off. That's too much, he groans, feeling overstimulated. They put the helmet down before moving on. You know, almost everything here was created using different inventions that Papa patented. Melissa smiles proudly at her father's work. I see you're proud of him. Izuku looks at Melissa as they continue. These support items will help heroes around the world. She claps her hands in front of her. Who knows how many people will be affected because of his hard work. I think it's great that your dad is someone you can look up to like this. Izuku keeps his eyes on his tour guide. She smiles and turns to face him. That's because it's my dream to become a scientist just like him. A faint red was coloring her cheeks as they continue. Oh, really? I heard your dad say something about the academy on the island. I'm in my 3rd year now. They stop in front of what looks like a tank. Izuku looks at it, smiling to himself. Tank is bigger than that thing. You're a serious genius if you're going there. Izuku sees her shake her head some. Oh, no, I've still got a lot to learn. Melissa smiles. Honestly, I should be studying a lot more. Make sure not to overwork yourself, though. It goes with life to take breaks, even in heroics. Izuku rubs his neck. This trip is like mine. Looks like you're having fun, Izuku. Izuku flinches at the strained tone of his best friend. He bites his tongue, slowly turning to see Ochako in her hero costume. Ochako, what are you doing here? Izuku tries to be calm about it, but he came to I Island because it's supposed to be a break from reality. It looks like you're having fun. She smiles plainly. She said that already. Izuku thought before looking over, seeing two more familiar faces. Momo, Jiro. Izuku closes his eyes as Momo clears her throat. I was expecting Katsuki and Kirishima, not these three. You appear to be having a good time, Momo states, just like Ochako did. I was. Izuku pinches the bridge of his nose. They're not going to answer my question. Midoriya. I heard everything. Jiro waves her jacks in the air as if it was insinuating something. Heard everything? Women confuse me, Izuku sighs. Are these your friends? Melissa walks around Izuku to stand at his side. Yeah. These are my classmates and best friend who is acting weird. Izuku looks at Ochako, who is just smiling. Creepy. Hopefully, they won't bring up the finals. I didn't tell them I'd be here. He turns back to the girls. This is Melissa Shield. She was just showing me around the expo a little bit. Izuku introduces the girls to each other, hoping to distract them from whatever thoughts swimming in their heads. Nice to meet you. Melissa quickly steps up. My dad and she gets cut off by Izuku, who is standing behind the girls gesturing not to tell them about All Might. How about we all grab some tea at the cafe? Melissa quickly changes going along but gave him a look that made him know answers were needed. The girls nod and they head out. They don't know I came here as All Might's guest. Izuku stays close to Melissa as they walk. Izuku made sure Jiro was busy listening to Ochako or Momo before talking. Please don't bring it up since it would just cause more questions. Oh, alright. Your secret is safe with me. Melissa smiles brightly. Thank you. Izuku lowers his head, letting Melissa catch up with the girls. Soon enough, they were all sitting around a cafe talking about their experiences. Wow, you really got to work with pro heroes? Like out in the field? Melissa loves hearing the stories as it sounds like freedom to her. Izuku keeps an eye on her as the girls talk. He drinks some coffee off at another table but eavesdrops slightly. She really seems like she wants to get out of here. Sucks that they have rules to stop her. Izuku mixes another packet of sugar into his coffee. Just normal training and a few patrols. Ochako was back to her old self smiling like normal instead of whatever it was in the support building. I helped out with a hostage crisis, but only the evacuation part. Jiro picks up her glass while shaking her head at her experience since it wasn't as action-packed as others. That's still amazing, though. Melissa leans forward. Somehow, I ended up in a TV commercial for hair products. Momo glares at Izuku, who snorts from his table. The other girls ignore him. Sounds like an experience. Lucky. Melissa shrugs, giving a small smile. We were thinking about going to check out the pavilion, where the Academy's exhibit is tomorrow. Jiro continues as Ochako side-eyed Izuku, who is just drinking his coffee. I seriously need to thank Melissa for distracting them. They aren't questioning anything. Izuku places his empty cup down. Need some more? I know that voice. Izuku looks up, seeing another blonde dressed in a worker's uniform. Also, sure, Kaminari. I would love another glass. Kaminari pours some coffee into the cup as he smirks. Is that Mineta? Ochako speaks up, and Izuku looks down, seeing the man-child. He was hiding behind Kaminari's legs some. What are you two doing here? Jiro groaned some. They needed extra weight staff, and since it meant a free trip to the island, we applied to work. Right? Kaminari nudges Mineta. We get to explore the expo on our breaks. Mineta walks away from Izuku, and we make some money. Plus, there's the chance we'll have passionate encounters with some cute. Mineta looks at his female classmates as usual. Jiro just rolls her eyes while drinking. Momo had her arms covering her cleavage, and Mineta's eyes stop on Melissa. Oh my god, I think I'm in love. Without fear, both Kaminari and Mineta wrap Izuku with their arms dragging him to their height. Hey, Midoriya, who's that high-voltage hottie over there? Kaminari and Mineta grin wickedly. Don't be greedy. Introduce us. Mineta wiggles his fingers. Izuku just stares ahead with a deadpan look. They do realize they're talking to Izuku, correct? Momo asks Jiro, who nods while grinning, waiting for the show. Soon enough, Izuku grabs both of their heads and slamming them together. Behave. Izuku had them kneeling at his feet. Are they also your classmates? Melissa whispers to the girls as she looks at the kneeling boys holding their heads. You're right, Kaminari got up quickly, moving with Mineta to the new girl. We're basically pros. Mineta poses next to Kaminari. I need a vacation. Izuku just looks at the sky. Why are you two slacking off? Izuku's prayers were answered in the form of Tenya running straight at them. You wanted to make more money, didn't you? But you're not willing to work hard? Both Mineta and Kaminari scream, seeing the speedy Iida coming right for them. He blasts past the two tables, forcing the boys back onto their butts while making a scene. Iida, you're here, too? Ochako holds down her hair. I come from a long line of heroes. Tenya turns around and moving only his arms. It's to be expected that we received an invitation to the expo. Tenya drops his arms, looking towards Ochako. But my family was busy, so it's just me. Thank God, I'm not alone. Izuku hangs his head. I wondered if you'd be here. I received an invitation because my father's a shareholder in some of the expo's sponsor companies. It's enjoyable to get to go to the preview. Momo smiles as Jiro just looks over. Melissa was looking around the members of the class. Yeah, and she had a few extra plus ones, so he basically gambled for him, Jiro states. Izuku pinches the bridge of his nose harder. That's why they're here. So, after an impartial game of chance, the two of us, Jiro leans against Ochako, ended up joining the fun as her guests. Ochako nods in agreement. The other girls are here, they just can't visit the preview. No wonder the dorms were so quiet this morning, Izuku mumbles. We plan on looking around once the expo opens up to the public tomorrow. Momo explains their plans as Izuku sits back down at the table. Here's a thought. Melissa taps her fingers on the table. Why don't I show you girls the sights? You're sure you have time? Ochako asks as the three girls look excited. Melissa agrees immediately. That's awesome. Please take us with you. Kaminari and Mineta beg before an explosion rocks the area. Oh no, Izuku and the group follow the smoke rising from an area. They make it just in time to hear the announcer speak. A cleared time of 33 seconds. The smoke clears from the camera's view showing Kirishima grinning. He's in 8 places. Kirishima. Ochako smiles upwards. So, I'm guessing he's from UA, as well? Melissa stood near Izuku, who just nods. And if he's here, so at the hothead. Izuku smirks while leaning against the railing. Please welcome our next challenger. The members of Class A and Melissa watch Katsuki walk out to the starting point. The villain attack course has been reset. Ready? Katsuki leans forward. He looks like a walking bomb. Melissa analyzes his costume first. Go! Katsuki explodes into the sky before attacking and destroying one robot after another in quick succession. At least he's not screaming, die. Izuku thought, but hears Melissa giggle at his side just as Katsuki screams, die, blowing up the last robot. Look at that time, only 14 seconds, first place. Katsuki lands in a crouch as he grins. The crowd was watching, cheering loudly as he walks back towards Kirishima, who was waiting for him. Hey, isn't that Midoriya in the stands? Kiri looks up, and so does Katsuki. Katsuki blasts himself up only to come face to face with Midoriya. They both grin at each other. Since they were inches apart, Izuku wouldn't flinch since Katsuki wouldn't attack. Damn it! You better go down there and do it so I can prove I'm better than you, Katsuki yells into Izuku's face. I'm busy. Izuku deadpans. Don't you dare lie to me, I know this is your vacation, so get down there, Katsuki continues yelling. Bakugo, behave yourself. Tenya yells from between the two. Why is that boy so angry? Melissa asks the other girls since she backs up. That's just who he is. Jiro sighs, hearing the snarky comments from Bakugo and Midoriya. He and Izuku are fated rivals, Ochako states firmly, making Izuku snort before laughing in Bakugo's face. So Kirishima, you two got asked to I Expo as well? Momo leans over the railing looking at her classmate. Nah, Bakugo had 2 tickets. He wouldn't tell me where he got them, but I got to tag along with him. Kirishima grins as Katsuki and Izuku were still spouting insults at each other, getting darker and darker as time goes on. You guys gonna do this villain course, or what? You better try you, bushy-haired fuck, Katsuki glares. Bushy-haired fuck? Izuku asks. Running out of insults, Katsuki? There's no way you'll get a better score than I did. Katsuki's smug grin and comment sent a spark through Izuku. Only one way to find out, I guess. Ochako shoves Izuku some. Fine. Izuku jumps down, keeping his hands in his pockets. We've got a new challenger coming in at the last minutes. The announcer seems to love her job. Will he end up on top, or fail in front of the entire expo? If I'm doing this, then, might as well use him, Izuku smirks, calling Igris out. The Shadow Knight manifests next to Izuku. The announcer backs up some once the knight pulls his black sword back. The attack course is set. She raises her hand. Ready, she drops it, go. Take him to church, Igris. The Shadow Knight takes off, leaving Izuku standing at the starting point. Don't hold back. Izuku informs. The crowd watches as the knight demolishes the entire course. An incredible run. Izuku looks at the time. He's in first place with 12 seconds. Katsuki just growls that the knight beat him. Who's stronger? The knight or the monarch? Katsuki huffs and turns away as Igris walks back, holding the head of one of the robots before kneeling in front of Izuku. Igris, Izuku's face got hot as Igris bows in front of him. We talked about this, but good job. Izuku threw his hood over his head, blushing as Igris vanishes and seeping back into Izuku's skin. He can summon a fighter, he didn't even move. The fighter had explosive speed but still had the grace to it like a battle-hardened knight from medieval times. Just what is his quirk? Melissa looks over, not seeing any shock on his classmates' faces. You just had to call on your damn servant to do it for you, Katsuki growls. He's not a servant, He's a knight, so show some respect. Izuku growls back some. That was a good showing, Izuku. Tenya smiles, and Ochako nods. Thanks, who would have guessed Igris would have beaten Katsuki's time? Izuku smirks towards Katsuki, who growls. I'll go again and blast his score to ash, Katsuki yells, and most of the class just shakes their head. This is insane. Everyone's attention turns to the field that was covered in ice, 13 seconds. There's our powerhouses. Jiro sighs after hearing the time. 12, 13, and 14 seconds. This gentleman has jumped to second place. The announcer shows off Shodo. Damn it, icy hot. Katsuki yells. Guess Shodo's here as well. Izuku leans against the railing, looking at the mountain of ice. Another one from Ua? Melissa asks, and the class nods. Yep. Momo smiles proudly. Her class is amazing. The blonde looks down the line of future heroes. You're going to be great heroes. Bakugo blasts his way down to Shodo. You think you can just appear out of nowhere and show me up? Bakugo, Shodo leans away from Bakugo, looking up to the stand seeing Izuku wave at him. I see the others are here, too. Shodo completely ignores Katsuki's rage. What are you even doing on the island anyway? Bakugo got very close, waiting for an answer. My father was invited, so I'm representing him, Shodo deadpans. Kiss already and get off the course. Izuku yells from his spot, so the announcer didn't have to get in the middle of those two. She looks towards the guy who took first place, giving him a grateful smile as the two men keep arguing. Do not make me come down there. They ignore him, so he jumps down there as Melissa laughs. The girls in the class just sigh. There goes the big brother. Yep, soon enough, the field was cleared with Bakugo knocked out and thrown over Izuku's shoulder. I seriously need to thank Kendo for teaching me that. Gate 66. I picked up the goods as planned. Wolfram speaks into the phone as two security guards were gagged and tied up. What? All Might's here now? The leader tilts his head. It doesn't matter. We can handle him, no problem. The man hung up while watching his gang unload. Of course, he had to show up. 19 Chapter 27. Let's get this party started. Central Tower. David works on his computer while Yagi lays back in medical invention David helped create. Yagi's vitals and power levels were displayed on the screen as the soft beat of Yagi's heart fills the silence. David pulls up his friend's power levels once they were calculated correctly and gasps. The inventory grits his teeth before looking away from the disheartening report. The machine shuts off, and Yagi sits up. I don't get it, Toshi. David turns to face his old friend pointing at the screen, showing a massive dip in power. Why are your quirk levels going down so dramatically? David's eyes scanned Yagi's body for any extra scars but saw none besides the massive injury on his left side. I know you were seriously injured by All for One, but to suddenly get these numbers is absurd. Yagi looks calm even if his friend frets over the news. What in the world happened to you? Yagi coughs softly before looking away. I suppose if you're a hero for a long time, your body starts to fall apart. Yagi looks at his lap. I wish I could tell him the truth about One for All, but if I did, I'd risk getting him and Melissa caught up in the fight. Yagi looks back over to his friend, missing the frustrated look on David's face. Against All for One. At this rate, David clenches his fist. The symbol of peace will disappear. The only reason Japan can keep its crime rate at 6% is because of your presence. Other countries hover around 20%, and some are even worse than that. David stares at the floor. Honestly, part of me wishes you'd never left. America could use you. Yagi gets up, smiling some. There's no need for you to be so pessimistic, Dave. The world is full of capable pro-heroes. Not to mention the good people like you who support them. He places his hand on David's shoulder, squeezing it softly before grinning. Besides, I can still be All Might for a few hours each day, I'm not dead yet. Come on. David cuts him off, still not making eye contact. What if a monstrous villain appears, and you're not capable of saving us again? Listen. Yagi stands straighter. Just in case that day comes, understand I have no intention of stepping down. Yagi closes his eyes, breathing out. There's still hope, a new generation will rise to take my place. Outside the tower. The I Expo preview will be closing at 6 p.m. Thank you for coming. Enjoy your night. The voice goes quiet as people keep walking around the grounds of I Island. Kaminari and Mineta sit against the door to the cafe they were working at, both groaning. The expo isn't even open to the public yet. Mineta whines softly. If we're this slammed now, will we ever get to rest? Shut up. Kaminari buries his face in his hands. I don't want to think about it. Hey, Mineta. Kaminari. Izuku calls their names, making them look up as the 6 original students walk towards them. Katsuki and Kirishima already broke off to get ready for the party. How did your shift go? You should be proud of the work you've done today. Tenya smiles at the two boys who look dead tired before Tenya shows off 2 tickets. What are these things? Mineta questions, not reading the text since Tenya's fingers were blocking the information. Invitations to the big expo reception later tonight, Momo explains simply. The two boys were shaking, holding onto the tickets tightly. There's a party? These are for us? Melissa took pity on you for some reason. Jiro's smug grin clarifies why they were getting the tickets. Melissa perks up next to Izuku, hearing her name. Izuku already resides in his fate of keeping an eye on them tonight. She figured you could use a break. Ochako smiles while leaning on Jiro. I had a few extras. Melissa shrugs and keeps a polite smile on her face. Please, I'd love for you to have them. Kaminari, Minetta's and Kaminari's eyes water. Minetta. A beautiful angel has rewarded us for all our hard work. They both hug each other. You will behave tonight, or I have not problem tying you up and leaving you in a supply closet till the weekend is over. Izuku glares down at them, and they quickly realize where there were angels. Demons lurk nearby. They both nod quickly in agreement. I heard there'll be quite a few pro-heroes attending tonight's party as well. Tenya poses in front of the group. It's imperative we don't tarnish UA's reputation. We can change into our formal clothes and go as a group. Everyone meet in lobby 7 of the central tower at 6:30 p.m. sharp. I'll inform Shoto and Katsuki. Izuku was already texting them halfway through Tenya's speech. Thank you, Izuku. You're all dismissed. Tenya takes off back to his hotel room as Izuku sends off the text. I'm seriously wondering what class would be like if he took class president instead of me. Izuku shoves his phone into his pocket. We would be slammed over the head with a rulebook. Jiro offers jokingly. Well, we should break off and head to get change. Izuku looks at the girls. Meet you in a bit. Ochako waves as she heads off the Momo and Jiro. Hey, Izuku. Can I show you something before you get ready for tonight? Melissa was holding her hand over her chest. Lead the way. Izuku smiles and follows her, with Katsuki and Kiri. Why would I want to go to a party? Katsuki flops back into bed. It'll just be a bunch of old geezers I don't know. Sounds like a pretty lame night to me. But we can eat as much gourmet food as we want. Kirishima was still walking around in his costume. Well, it's not like I brought any fancy clothes with me anyway. Katsuki still did not move from his spot. I figured you wouldn't. Kirishima's smug voice causes Katsuki to look over. Huh? So, I brought some stuff for ya. The redhead grins, holding up 2 different sets of formal wear. You gotta be kidding, you spiky-haired idiot, Katsuki yells. Central Tower with Yagi and David. Yagi coughs a few times as he was dressed back into his hero costume. Right, then. I'll see you later. Yagi buffs up into All Might form. Looking forward to partying with you, All Might waves. Same. David smiles, seeing his friend's hero form once more. Toshi. David stops All Might from completely opening the door as the hero looks over his shoulder. Yes, Dave? No, never mind. David drops it and relaxes slightly. See you tonight. All Might nods and laughs before ducking out of the door, closing it behind him, leaving David alone in his lab. Somewhere on the island. 5 guards were shoved into a supply closet. We found 5 guards, but they're restrained now. The plan's a go. Keep him bound, but don't kill him. Wolfram talks to his henchman over the phone. Start working on the security system. Yes, sir. We'll begin infiltration now. Now the fun can begin. Wolfram places his metal mask over his face while the metal gate opens in front of him. Get ready to move. I Academy campus. This is the I Academy campus, where I spend most of my time. Izuku is following Melissa as she shows him to her lab. This is my own personal research lab. The pair walks in once she swipes her card. She gets all this to herself. Izuku softly rubs his neck. Sorry, it's such a mess. Izuku looks around, seeing not a single thing out of its place. It looks really professional. I'm actually kinda jealous you get to study in a place like this. A shelf full of trophies caught Izuku's eyes. All of them awarded to Melissa. She's really talented. Well, actually, Melissa opens a side room while giggling. Izuku covers his mouth since he must have been mumbling. Not long ago, I was getting terrible grades. She disappears into the room. That's why I've been studying so hard lately. Izuku slowly moves around the room, seeing Melissa look around the storage room. That's why I've been studying so hard lately. I've got to be a good student if I want to be a hero. Izuku perks up at those words. You mean like a pro? He leans back against the desk, watching as Melissa dig for 2 things. Oh, no, I gave up on that dream a while ago. I mean, I'm quirkless after all. Izuku shifts while grabbing the edge of the desk staring at Melissa after she gave that info bomb. You don't have a quirk. Nope, after I turned 5 and I still didn't have one. I got taken to the doctor. Izuku knew how this story plays out. His grip tightens on the desk, feeling his hand mold into the material. And they said I was in the minority of the population that would never develop a power. Melissa waits for the apology that usually comes after she informs people she's quirkless. Why did you give up on being a hero? With your skills in the technology field, you could have made it. She whips around, facing Izuku, who was looking at the floor. Well, I was in shock for a while. She walks out with a small box and some fabric. Luckily, I had another big goal that was close to my heart. I wanted to be like my father. But why did you give up one to go after the other? Izuku looks up, meeting Melissa's eyes. You could have been both. She looks surprised. No one's told you that before, have they? Izuku chuckles darkly, looking away. Yeah, it was the same for me. What? Melissa places down the items she grabs from the storage room onto the desk, moving closer to Izuku. I was quirkless until a year ago. Confusion crosses Melissa's face before looking him up and down a few times. I was diagnosed quirkless at 5 just like you, but unlike you, I didn't have another dream to chase. Being a hero was everything to me. Izuku rubs his neck. So, I would defend people from bullies even if I never got a thank you. I would analysis heroes to figure out how to beat someone without a quirk. I was going to be a hero, even if it killed me. Melissa just listens to his story. It practically did. A sludge villain took Bakugo hostage, and I ran in since the other heroes on the scene were not doing anything. I ran in like an idiot and threw my backpack into its face to give Katsuki more time to breathe. In the end, I got hit with an explosion that would have killed me if it wasn't for my quirk. Forced manifestation, Melissa heard and researched them, but there weren't many people with them. Yep, I ended up in the hospital for 2 weeks for my troubles, but now my dream of being a hero is different. I wanted to be the first quirkless hero to prove to the bullies, to the people who look down on us. Izuku stops. Sorry, on quirkless people. That they can be heroes as well. Izuku stands up, removing his hand from the desk that seemed to mold to his hand from his grip. Force manifestations are like 1 in a million. Melissa was bubbling with questions. What is your quirk? I call it solo leveling. I have stats like a video game character. The guys I summon are another skill I've earned from leveling up. Actually, after the party tonight. If you have time, could you check out something for me? Izuku wants her to check out the orb he got from the demon castle. Ah sure. I would love to. Melissa smiles before Izuku's phone goes off. Yeah, hello? Izuku quickly moves the phone away from his ear. What are you doing, Midoriya? It's way past when you were supposed to be here. Tenya yells over the phone loud enough. Melissa hears him as well. She checks the clock and giggles. Guess we lost track of time. Melissa smiles. I have my dress here, so I'll meet you at the central tower. So sorry, but I need to kick you out so I can get dressed. Of course, Izuku hangs up on Tenya since he was just lecturing. I'll see you at the tower. Izuku slips out of the room, making sure the door was fully shut after he left. Melissa takes a minute to look around the photos of her, All Might, and her dad around her lab. Of course, the first person to tell me I could be a pro hero was someone in the same position. She sighs before getting ready. Central Tower. Izuku walks through the doors as if he wasn't late. His black suit jacket buttoned up, and his tie actually tied correctly. Thank you, Internet. Izuku growls to himself as he fixes one of his cuffs. Sorry about being late. Izuku didn't finish as he only saw 4 of his classmates. Well, guess I'm not the only one late. Does a proper meeting time mean nothing to you people? Tenya chops. He was dressed to look high class. 2-button blue suit, with a navy vest underneath and a yellow tie that fits well with his suit. The party isn't going anywhere, Tenya. It's fine. Izuku waves off. Shodo. Izuku nods. Shodo nods back. His suit was a cool gray, with navy blue lapels and a dark red tie. The doors slide open a second time as Ochako walks in wearing a pink dress but didn't feel overwhelming. She also had black leggings and red shoes on. Sorry I'm late. Ochako walks towards the boys as she blushes some. It took me a while to get ready. The idiots both fist pumping. Best night ever. The doors open once more. Apologies for the tardiness. Momo ever. The queen strolls in with Jiro hidden behind her. Jiro's feeling shy. The idiots wear drooling. Jackpot. Yes. This is fancier than anything I've ever worn before. Jiro tugs on her leather coat. Feels like a costume. She looks away, blushing. I'm just glad you're not in a t-shirt. Kaminari ever the dunce gave her a thumbs up. Even the jacket can't ruin it. Mineta deadpans. They both got hit with Jiro's jacks making them yelp and convulse. Shut up. She glared. Izuku just rolls his eyes while making sure everything was straight. Kinda glad, the worker at the suit shop was able to help me pick something out. Better than going in some weird suit. Izuku sighs, knowing he had no sense of fashion. Why would you do that? It was a compliment. Kaminari was the only one standing since Mineta was stuck on the floor. No, it wasn't. Jiro went to attack them if they repeat anything. This is my first time in formal wear. Ochako smiles but looks embarrassed or nervous. Izuku couldn't peg it. I just borrowed something from Momo. You look perfect, Ochako. Izuku smiles as she spins around. Oh, Izuku, stop, you don't have to flatter me so much. Ochako smirks, trying to tease him. Izuku just shakes his head, enjoying his friend's antics. For the last time, the doors open. Everyone's attention turns to Melissa, coming through the doors. Oh, good. I thought I was going to miss you guys. Let's head downstairs to the party. The idiots were drooling again. The headliner has arrived. Mineta states with a mouthful of drool. Mineta, I can't take this much beauty, I think I might actually die. Kaminari joins in with Minty's idiocy. Jiro and Izuku look unimpressed with their words or actions. These tickets were a mistake. Jiro sighs. Izuku just agrees. Central Tower 2nd floor reception hall. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to I Expo's opening night reception. The room was filled with guests and heroes as the food was laid out with works behind the tables. We at I Island hope you enjoy yourselves. Now, I wonder if we can get All Might, the #1 hero up here. A man on stage continues to talk as some people turn their attention to the stage. He's visiting from Japan. Wouldn't you like to hear him say a few words? Come on. Maybe a round of applause would help. All Might stands proudly with a glass in his hand, smiling like always. The crowd begins to clap. The hero just laughs softly, and David walks over. Please, join us on the stage. Really, Dave? Could have warned me. All Might was sweating slightly. This was bound to happen once they found out you were in town. David smiles and laughs as All Might begins to walk to the stage. You owe me one. Back with the students. It's no good. Neither of them is picking up their phones. Tenya grips his phone as Izuku nods some. Knowing those two, they're just blowing off the party. A few floors above the rest of the guests. Moron. Bakugo glares ahead. You're absolutely positive we're going the right direction? Kirishima was walking a few paces in front of him, in a dark suit and red tie where Katsuki had a red shirt, vest with roses, and a black tie. Both looking sharp even as they wandering around lost. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we are. Kirishima smiles sheepishly. You're pretty sure, Katsuki growls. Well, I left my phone back in the room, so we're going on instinct here. Kirishima smiles back at the blonde. Central Tower 2nd floor reception hall, thank you for inviting me. All Might begins his impromptu speech. It's truly a pleasure to be here. Formal speeches aren't my thing. The screen behind All Might changes to a red emergency notice, causing everyone to turn and look at it. This is an announcement from the I-Island security system. We have received a report that an explosive device was discovered somewhere on the I Expo grounds. The announcement rings across the island as security drones flood the street. I-Island will now be in high alert mode. Your safety is our top priority. Residents and tourists should return to their lodgings. Anyone remaining on the street after 10 minutes will be in violation of the law. With the students, as a precautionary measure, everyone turns to see blast shields lower around the building's windows. The doors lock everyone inside. Most of the main island buildings will now be sealed off. Central Tower 2nd floor reception hall, men with guns walk through the doors, making civilians back away, gasping as the announcer repeats its message. In case you haven't caught on, Wolfram walks through the door with 2 more henchmen. The security system is under our control now. The red-headed villain grins. I know we've got a lot of heroes in here, but if you decide to make a scene. The screens change, showing security robots across the island with civilians looking at them. I'll make sure the security sentries think the good people they've got in their sights are dangerous criminals. The main villain waves his gun around some. So, I play nice because everyone on this island is my hostage. All Might was looking at the airport security camera showing hundreds of people. Naturally, that includes all of you. Wolfram taps his earpiece. Do it. Holes in the floors open before restraining devices target all the heroes in the room. Crap, All Might pulls at the restraints before a gunshot goes off. Don't move. Wolfram walks towards All Might, still holding his pistol upwards. If you take so much as a step, I'll kill everyone in this room. All Might's blood boiled at the treat. Villain. All Might grunts as he was kicked to the floor. There's a good boy. Wolfram looks around the civilians. You're going to follow All Might's lead and do whatever I say, right? All Might looks at David, who was shaking his head once they made eye contact. Toshi. You have no choice but to listen to them. Dave. All Might was shaking slightly due to his time limit. Don't worry. I'll make sure everyone is safe. David gave a determined stare. Don't make a move. Back upstairs. I'm not getting any signal. Shoto taps his phone as everyone else checks theirs. It looks like our service is completely blocked. Are you serious? Mineta freaks out slightly as Jiro tries the elevators. The elevator's not working either, Jiro informs the team. What the heck is going on here? Mineta cries out softly. It's strange that the system would go on high alert. Izuku turns to the woman that has lived here the longest as she spoke. That's not the protocol whenever explosives are discovered. I swear to God, Izuku whispers to himself before turning to Tenya. Tenya, let's go to that party. For what reason? Tenya crosses his arms. That's the place All Might is right now, Izuku explains. Wait, All Might's in there? Ochako asks as Kaminari fist pumps. Thank goodness we don't have anything to worry about, then. Mineta smiles clearly, more relaxed. Melissa, you know this building inside and out. Got any way we can get down there? Izuku turns to the blonde. Yeah, sure. We can use the emergency stairs. Melissa points out the doors near the edge of the room. That will at least get us close. We'll follow your lead. Izuku nods. Central Tower 2nd floor reception hall. Don't worry. Wolfram looks around the guests that were sitting down as the heroes were tied up, his henchmen holding assault rifles clearly ready to use them. If y'all stay quiet, there's no reason to hurt anyone. We plan to release you safely when the time is right. What are you criminals after? Some hero with gray hair and red gloves yells out only to get kicked in the face. Do you not know how to listen? Wolfram stands over the hero who is holding his head. Stay down. Wolfram's phone rings. He reaches up to his earpiece. What's up? Yeah. I got it. Wolfram caught Sam's name tag. Hey, Tubby. You a researcher here? Yes, I am. Sam answers while leaning away from Wolfram. Take this one up, Wolfram orders as his henchmen come over. No, please, don't. Sam moves away from the villains. Stop it. That man is my assistant. David walks towards Wolfram's back before the henchman could grab Sam. What do you plan on doing to him? Ah, the famous David shield. Wolfram smirks. Bring him, too. What if I refuse? David asks calmly. Wolfram just smiles. Then, somewhere on this island, you'll hear a pretty little blonde girl scream. All right. Lead the way. The henchmen lead the two researchers away as All Might strains to get a good look. Dave. All Might grunts. I have to subdue these villains and get the system back online. How much power do I even have left? All Might tests different areas of the restraints trying to find its weak point. I have to find a way, because I am here. The symbol of peace. All Might grunts before turning his head up, seeing Midoriya in a black suit leaning on the banister flashing his camera's light. What, young Midoriya? Okay, he knows that we're here. Izuku takes a photo of the villains he could see in the room. Jiro, is your jack in place? He turns, seeing Jiro kneeling near the railing with one jack stuck into the floor. Yeah, ready. She turns back to Izuku as he leans over the railing. Izuku points to his ear then mouth a few times, so All Might got the message. Hope you can hear me. All Might whispers against the floor. Some villains have taken the tower. They have control of the security system, and everyone on the island is now held as a hostage. That includes the heroes who are at this party. Jiro relays the message. It's dangerous. Get away from here as soon as you can. This is bad, Midoriya. Izuku snaps a photo of the only guy in a different outfit. There's the leader. Izuku grins as the shadows clawed at his skin. The group backs away into the hallway, so they didn't get spotted from below as Izuku flips through his photos of the villains. We've received All Might's orders loud and clear. He's our teacher. Tenya states firmly. I suggest we follow his instructions and escape this place. Then you really don't know me, Tenya. Izuku turns the phone out for everyone to see. This is the main guy, dumb classic villains. The rest of the guys are henchmen. We'd be going against his will, Tenya argues some. I'm afraid I have to agree with what Iida is saying. Momo looks down. We're still only students. We can't fight these villains if we don't have our hero licenses. Izuku and Tenya both perk up. No, Tenya states quickly as Izuku pulls out his wallet, smiling. Izuku, no. Sorry, Tenya, but if you guys are scared of getting in trouble, then I will take the fall. Izuku pulls his hero license out. I believe the commissioner said to use in case of emergency, and I believe this is an emergency so under Monarch. I say it's okay to fight back. If we are going to clear this tower of villains. I need you guys. Tenya hangs his head but nods. Why don't we get out of here and just tell the heroes outside? Kaminari asks. It's not going to be very easy to escape, Melissa explains. The security system here is on the same level as that of the Tartarus prison, which is why they keep the most dangerous criminals in the world. So, we can either sit and wait, Izuku plays with his temporary hero license, or, Izuku turns to Melissa. We find out where the security system is and shut this down. If they are holding the island hostage, we can't get caught until the system is back under control. I can't use my army until the hostages are freed or who knows what the villains will do when backed into a corner. I know where the security system is. Melissa steps up. It's on the top floor. If these criminals manage to take control of it, then the authentication locks and password have probably been disabled. We should be able to restart the system ourselves. We just have to stay off the villains' radar until we get to the top floor. Melissa comes out of her thoughts. If we do that, the whole island will be safe again. Perfect. Izuku pushes off the wall. Sure, but how do we keep on the low for that long? Jiro asks since this place was filled with cameras. The security system hasn't discovered us yet. That means the villains probably don't know how it works very well. Melissa explains as some of the Hero Corps students still look hesitant. So, avoid fighting anyone and try to get the place back to normal. Shoto looks at Midoriya. But if it comes to it, we can fight without repercussions. Not bad. What do y'all think? Kaminari looks up at Jiro, beaming. Mineta still looked scared. Let's do it, Jiro grins. Many of our enemies are likely gathered on the top floor, Momo mutters softly and clearly. We need to move fast but smoothly. If we get caught, anything could head our way. They won't risk attacking losing hostages until the endgame. Izuku stretches out. Once the security is back to normal, the heroes downstairs will jump into action, so we just need to worry about the villains on the floors above us. I don't want to sit around here being helpless. Ochako brings up her fists. If there's something we can actually try. We're helping people even if we're not real heroes. No, tonight. Izuku places his license into his wallet again. If we act, we will be heroes. Midoriya, I'll go with you, too. Shoto steps up. I'm in, Jiro follows. The moment I think we've gone too far, it's over, Tenya states while looking at Izuku. If that's something you can agree to, I'll join you as well. Fine, you can be the moral compass, Izuku grins, knowing Tenya would keep him from going too far with the villains. If that's the case, I'll go too. Momo nods. Obviously, I'm in. Kaminari jumps up. Izuku turns to Mineta as he was looking back and forth before crying. Have you all lost your minds? All right, I'll go, Mineta cries out. That's the spirit, Mineta. Izuku turns towards Melissa. You coming? I'm going. She looks up at Izuku as he materializes a blue dagger before handing it over. Good, I need you since I'm not that good with computers. Also, only use this as a last resort. Melissa takes the dagger and nods. Is that smart? Kaminari questions Izuku softly. She's a civilian. I'm a student at the academy. Melissa shoots back at the blonde. And unless you know how to change the settings on the island's security system, then I'm going. Izuku turns towards the group. Any objections? The group quickly shake their heads. Good. You're stuck by my side until we get to the top floor. You're the guide as well since you know this building better than us. We will follow your lead until the fighting starts. Melissa nods in agreement. Let's do this. All Might coughs from the floor as he was still bound in restraints. He looks up, seeing Izuku leaning on the railing with a red dagger spinning in his hand while grinning. Oh, no, All Might stares upwards as Izuku nods. Please, don't make a mess of this and run away. Izuku shakes his head while standing up. Relax and save your strength. Your students got this. Izuku sends All Might a thumbs up before turning and leaving him. I feel the villains will not be leaving in cuffs tonight. All Might coughs again as steam emits from his skin. I just need to keep this form up until he gets the security under control. He pushes his quirk harder to stay in hero form. He can handle this. Central Tower top floor control room. The door opens as 3 henchmen were already inside. 1 sitting at the computer and 2 standing guards. Another 3 people enter. David, Sam, and another henchman walk towards the center of the room. Here's the smart guy. Swordkill pushes the 2 into the room. Good, hurry up and unlock the vault. The guy at the computer keeps working. You're not the boss here. Swordkill removes his helmet. Suddenly his hand transforms into a sword. But you heard him. I move quickly if you want to keep your head on. The villain points the tip of his sword arm at David's neck. Sure, I'll begin. David backs away some. Take him. Swordkill moves away, letting his quirk go. The other 2 nameless henchmen point them away towards the vault. 19 Chapter 28. Climbing the tower. The group continues to climb the tower, 1 floor at a time. Level 30. Tenya comes to a stop. Izuku slows, before coming to a rest. The 2 leading turn towards the rest of the group trailing behind. Wait, Melissa. Izuku wishes he slapped himself sooner. How high does the tower go? Melissa breathes out softly when she came to a stop, the 200th floor. Kaminari was gripping the railing, panting alongside Melissa. The what? That's way too many stairs. Mineta quivers behind Momo. But it's still better than running into the villains. Momo wants to roll her eyes, as the group was only on floor 30, they need more exercise. The group continues upwards, passing floor 40, then 50. Hey, Melissa. Ochako came to a stop seeing Melissa trailing. Do you want me to use my quirk on you? Izuku slows down more hearing the conversation. I'll be fine. But thanks anyway. Melissa ditches her heels before catching up. Save your power for when we need it. I'm right behind you. A small grin appears on Izuku's lips. The group quickly made it to floor 80 before coming to a halt. This route's blocked. Tenya and Izuku make it first, seeing a metal barrier blocking the way to the next floor. What should we do? Shoto catches up with the leaders. Break through it, he offers while catching his breath. If we did that, I'm sure the security system would alert the villains that someone's in here. Everyone catches up, while Melissa explains. Izuku wonders if he could slip one of his soldiers through the barrier. Then why don't we go through this door instead? Mineta reaches up to the latch and opening the door before anyone could stop me. Mineta, Izuku growls. No, don't, Melissa shouts. In the control room the man at the computer gets alerted once the door unlatched. Something wrong? Swordkill walks over to check on the henchman. A door on a high floor just opened, the henchmen start to type on the keyboard. What the hell? I thought you scanned each level. Swordkill pulls the cigarette out of his mouth while talking, and they were all clear. The computer guy rolls his eyes, pulling up the camera showing 9 people running through the hallways. Use the barriers to trap them on the 80th floor, Wolfram orders while still standing in the reception hall. Don't let those kids escape. He waves his pistol at 2 henchmen near him. Roger. They leave the hall as All Might coughs and struggles to hold his hero form together. Be careful, everyone. Villains can be cunning. Back with the students. Is there another way to go up? Todoroki and Tenya were in the lead as the group continues down the hallway. There should be another emergency staircase down at the other end of the hallway. Melissa was sticking near Izuku as he told her to on the lower floors. The dagger was hidden in the fabric around her waist, making it easier to run. Let's hurry. Tenya speeds up before seeing the hallway gates start to close. One by one, the barriers fall. They were sealing off the corridor. The gates, Ochako points out. The sounds of metal slamming close come from behind the group as well. The ones behind us, too. Momo calls out from the back. Tenya glances around the hallway, zeroing in on an entrance into the center of the tower. Todoroki. I'm on it. Shoto sends a wave of ice, preventing the gates from fully closing. Tenya leaps over it before lining a kick up. He activates his quirk, destroying the pants he was wearing. He yells out before propelling the metal doors in, with ease. Everyone, quick, we can cross through here. The smoke clears as both Tenya's pant legs were destroyed. 80th floor, Plant factory. Well, the villains know we're here. Izuku wants to strangle Mineta but holds back. If they were facing villains soon, Mineta's quig would come in handy. What is this place? Jiro looks around, seeing different species of trees growing. It's a plant factory. Melissa and the group ran into the dome as she explains the room. They research the effects that quirks have on fauna here. Hold on. Jiro stops everyone while staring directly at the elevators straight ahead. The elevator's coming up. The villains moved fast, but the elevator is coming up. So fewer villains are watching downstairs. Izuku mutters to himself. We need to hide and let them pass. We can't engage if they can talk to the leader. The others nod as they hide behind bushes. They keep an eye on the elevator. I wonder if we can use that elevator to get to the top floor once they're gone, Kaminari whispers to the group. No, only authorized people can use the controls, unfortunately. Melissa turns her eyes to Izuku, who has a different dagger at the ready. And it's built like a bomb shelter, so he can't even break into it. She finishes explaining why the idea wouldn't work. Of course we can't go the easy way. Mineta was shaking like a leaf before whimpering once the elevator dings. Two henchmen walk out. One henchman was much taller than the other. So I was right, they said two from the reception hall. Izuku marks two of the photos that looked similar to the men in that came up. Look at their clothes. They match the villains downstairs. Izuku keeps his voice low as he snaps two more pictures of their faces. He said the kids came in here. Multiple students got irritated at that statement. We're adults, the group thought but didn't voice it. They just had to pick a place with so many hiding spots. A nasal voice comes out of the taller henchman. Ochako turns to Izuku, looking very worried. They're after us. She squeaks quietly. Stay quiet. Tenya scolds while keeping an eye on the two villains. Izuku's grip on his dagger got tighter as the rest of the group lowers themselves, praying the villains kept going. Hey, we see you, stupid kids. The smaller villain yells out. A few members jumped slightly but didn't move to give away their hiding spot. Izuku was about to cut them down so they couldn't report back their location. What'd you say, ya, bastard? An all too familiar voice rings out, causing the group to look over. Katsuki and Kirishima. Oh great. Izuku facepalms. They were here. What did they do? Get lost. What are you two doing here? The short one continues to talk. Huh. That's what I want to know, too. Katsuki, ever the aggressive man, steps forward only to be stopped by Kirishima. Hey, man. Just leave this to me. Okay. Katsuki glares at Kirishima since his hand was on Katsuki's shoulder and chest. Kirishima quickly backs off and turns to the other two. We kinda got lost looking for this party. The innocents were rolling of Kirishima in waves. Can you maybe point us in the right direction? The two henchmen look at each other. How did they get all the way up to the 80th floor looking for the reception? Mineta whispers while shaking. The tall henchman activate his quirk, destroying the sleeves and enlarging his hand with flesh connecting his fingers. Don't lie to me or you'll regret it. The henchman throws an attack at Kirishima. Hey, watch out. Katsuki moves first. Kirishima. Izuku jumps out of the hiding spot only to get blocked by Shoto's ice. Katsuki reaches Kirishima as Katsuki look at the ice then where it originated. This looks like Todoroki. Kirishima looks back at the ice then back to Shoto. The ice starts to shake as the sound of someone breaking it from the inside could be heard. Shoto quickly places his hand down on the floor. The three of us can keep them busy down here. Shoto sends a very controlled amount of ice under the group's feet. Look for a way to get to the top. Izuku glares some. Fine, Red Riot, Ground Zero. You're allowed to use your quirk. Don't hold back. The villains attack the tower. Izuku quickly informs them of the crucial details. Shoto, fill them in once you're done here. Shoto sends them up to the catwalks above. Todoroki. Momo yells as she looks over the edge of the ice. I'll be right behind you after I clean up this mess. Shoto stops once they were at the right height. Wait, you guys are here, too? Kirishima asks clearly, not keeping up. What the heck's going on, Todoroki? You didn't hear Monarch just now? Villains attack the tower, and are holding the island hostage. We have permission to use our quirks, so stop asking questions and get ready to fight. Shoto turns around just as the henchmen come out of the ice. 3 broad areas of Shoto's ice were gone entirely, leaving the villains untouched by the attack. What's up with this guy's quirk? Katsuki broadens his stance as Kirishima hardens his arms. Stay on your guard. Shoto keeps his hands open, ready for a counterattack. Shut up, I know that. So, you want to pick a fight? The shorter villain steps up before activating his quirk. His shirt rips apart as he grows much taller and bigger. His muscles bulge, and he grew hair down his back. Then let's see how tough you really are. Shoto pulls back his right arm, while ice frosts over his skin. Shoto throws it forward, sending a wave of ice towards the Hulk-type villain. The villain yells while smashing through the wave. Shoto and Katsuki jump away as the villain slams his arm down. Katsuki maneuvers quickly, sending an enormous blast to the villain's back. Die! Katsuki lands with his back turned, thinking he put the villain out of commission. The Hulk villain charges out of the smoke, with his fist raised. Bakugo! Kirishima shoves Bakugo away while hardening his arms, ready to block the attack. When the punch connects, Sparks fly off of Kirishima's arms when they rub against each other. The attack's power sends Kirishima careening backward, blasting through Shoto's ice then into the far wall. Kirishima! Katsuki yells. Dodge, Shoto shouts, making Katsuki turn his head before blasting himself upwards, just as a stream of wind passes him and demolishes the bush behind Katsuki. Shoto slams his foot against the floor, sending a fresh attack towards the skinny villain. The villain swipes several times, displacing the ice before aiming for Shoto. Shoto bounces backward, not to get caught in the attack. Katsuki and Shoto were back to back, both challenging their villain. You boys know how to fight, don't you? The skinny villain speaks up as his partner was facing off with Katsuki. Where'd you come from? The Hulk's voice was a lot deeper now. Right, like we'd tell a couple, of weak-ass villains. Katsuki grins, holding up his right hand. Why would we tell you anything? Shoto brings up his right hand again, ready to attack. Just above the fight Tenya kicks in the door, only to find the hallways blocked. This way's blocked as well. Great, so what are we supposed to do? Mineta looks around, and so does the group. We're like helpless mice stuck in a fancy cage, Mineta states, not helping with the current problem. We need a plan, Kaminari yells while looking up at the ceiling. Jiro just rolls her eyes at the two's words. Izuku caught a vent on the roof. Hey, Melissa. Izuku points out. Where does that vent up at the edge lead to? I think it runs under the maintenance room for the sunlight system. Melissa looks at the small door. There's probably an emergency ladder in the maintenance room, right? Tenya asks quickly. They could hear the battle under them raging. Well, yeah, there is. But it's manual release, so someone would have to be inside to let it down for us. The group looks down at the new information, but Momo was coming up with something. Is this really as far as we go? Ochako clenches her fists tightly. No, there's still a possibility. Momo reaches for her chest and creates a small explosive device. She reaches back, throwing it, allowing the device to stick to the metal door. It explodes, throwing the metal door inside the vent, leaving the hole open. If someone climbs through the vent and to the exterior wall, they can get into the maintenance room. Right. There must be another vent leading inside, Ochako cheers, now that they had a way to get off this floor. But who can go through such a cramped space? Tenya asks, seeing the small vent above. Izuku just grins darkly before grabbing Mineta's head like a basketball. Congrats, Mineta. You can't be serious. No, I can't. Mineta wiggles while crying some. Please, you have to, Mineta. Ochako begs as Izuku was already moving towards the railing. Don't worry, Mineta. I will try to make it in one shot, but if I don't, make sure to stick to the wall. Izuku rolls his shoulder, in turn moving his smaller classmate with him. Idiot, don't you know how high up we are? Mineta tears up. If you save everyone and become a celebrity, they'll interview you on TV, and then you'll be popular with girls everywhere. Imagine a harem. Kaminari smiles and throws him some encouragement. Apparently, it worked. Okay, man. Fine, I'll do it, Mineta yells, pulling the quirk ball off his head. Izuku smiles while lining up the shot. You're a hero, Mineta. Izuku grins before pitching Mineta right towards the vent. Mineta's body disappears through the vent only to hear harem, over and over again. The students wait near the ladder, and Izuku checks his nails. That is probably one of my best throws yet, Izuku smirks. You had impeccable form. Tenya pushes up his glasses while they wait. I did it. The chicks are gonna swoon. Mineta's voice was heard from above. Guess he did it. The ladder falls, allowing the group to move. The boys went first, seeing as the girls were in dresses. Let's have some kisses from the ladies, please. Mineta was smiling, expecting a kiss, but instead, he got some kind words from Melissa. You were incredible, Mineta. Melissa gets off the ladder. As I'd expect from a student hero. She smiles before moving towards Izuku. Mineta brightens up and gasps. That's it, let's get fired up, everyone. Mineta's fist bumps the air. Izuku smiles, seeing the small classmate get fired up. And all it took was nice words from a girl. The others cheer with him. Control room, what's the deal? Can't you find him? Swordkill looks across the camera feeds. The camera pulls up a different hallway before showing Jiro knocking the camera out with her jacks. Damn it. The computer henchman growls. Hey, 80th floor. You're letting those dumb kids get away. Swordkill slams his fists against the wall while talking through their comms. 80th floor. What's the problem? Swordkill's voice comes through the comms. We're working on it. The Hulk villain looks around the smoke trying to find Katsuki. Katsuki blasts downwards through the smoke, only to blast the villain again. The villain jumps upwards, slamming his fists where Katsuki lands. The floor breaks apart as the villain was looking to kill the kid. Katsuki keeps dodging and throwing smaller explosions before getting a shot lined up, which sent the villain into Shoto's ice. Shoto was skating around the skinny villain trying to land an attack, but the villain was fast enough to dodge. Every time Shoto's ice got close, it would nearly disappear before slamming into the floor in a ball. This guy's not making matter disappear. He's displacing it. Shoto finally caught on to what was happening to his attacks. Is that how his quirk works? Katsuki glances behind him, seeing Shoto and the villain. He hears his villain get up. Don't learn, do you? Katsuki angled his hands backward before letting them heat up. I can't keep messing around forever. Katsuki lefts off the floor, pointing his hands in different directions. It's time to put an end to this. Katsuki's quirk goes off, causing him to spiral like a bullet out of a gun. The villain slams his chest, ready to attack back. Howitzer. Impact. Katsuki throws out his right hand, sending the largest, non-lethal explosion at the Hulk. The villain flies away. In his smaller form now, his quirk was off. Damn you. The skinny villain disengages Shoto and goes after Katsuki. Bakugo. Shoto warns, the villain swipes just as Bakugo leans backward. The villain's quirk destroys his left sleeve. The villain stops and looks into his hand. What the hell? Only red fabric and some type of water were on his hand. That's the sweat from my palms, Katsuki informs with a smug tone. The villain looks up, seeing Katsuki grin. It works like nitroglycerin. Shoto ignites his left side before throwing fire at the villain. As soon as the fire met the villain, the sweat explodes. The villain lands hard on his back before getting encased in ice so that he couldn't use his quirk. The two quickly run over to their classmate. Kirishima. Katsuki and Shoto come to a stop seeing Kirishima stuck in the wall. Are you okay? Shoto asks, noticing the damage of the wall. I can't move. Kirishima grunts weakly. Can you get me out of here? Katsuki stands straighter before rolling his eyes. Are you that stupid? Just turn your damn quirk off, you idiot. Oh, Kirishima's arms turn back to soft skin. Right. Guess I should have thought of that. Kirishima grins sheepishly. I'm just glad to see you're not injured. Shoto looks over at Bakugo for his comment. Yeah, same to you guys. Kirishima gets to his feet. HMPH. Katsuki turns away. Thank you. Whoa, where'd that come from? Kirishima grins enthusiastically. Don't worry about it. I'm not worried, Katsuki yells back at the redhead. Right. Let's catch up with the other. Shoto takes off and the others follow. Don't order me around. Katsuki grunts but still follows Shoto. Todoroki. Time to give us some details. Kirishima and the group skids to a stop as robots jump off the ledges and fill the room. Looks like they have gotten serious. Shoto watches the security bots move in. Control room, boss. Those are no ordinary kids in the tower. The henchman at the computer looks at the credentials of the uninvited guests. They're students from Ua Univerity's hero course. Swordkill was behind the henchman, as he explains. They're well trained. The brats are probably trying to restore the security system. Be on alert. Wolfram orders. You send out the security drones on the 80th floor, right? Yes, sir. Then raise any barriers from floors 100 to 130 and let him pass freely. Wolfram leans back on the table. Just do what I say. Upper floors. Seems like we've gotten pretty lucky. The group keeps running as Kaminari talks. The path's been clear since we passed the 100th floor. Izuku listens before skidding to a stop. Stop. The group comes to a halt as Izuku looks at Jiro. Tell me if you hear anything ahead. Why are we stopping? Ochako asks. We might have lost them. I doubt it. Jiro stabs her jacks into the floor. It's quite possible that they're leading us somewhere. Momo caught her breath alongside the group. Likely. Tenya agrees quickly. Izuku looks down the hallway. Got something, Izuku. Sounds like robots moving around ahead. Great. Izuku rubs his head. Stay quiet so we can check them out without being spotted. Melissa, can you tell us what they can do? I haven't seen them in action. Melissa rubs her neck as they come to a room full of security robots. Sorry. It's fine. Izuku looks inside and groans. We could throw Kaminari in first to see their defenses. Izuku TSKS at the new obstacle in their way. I bet they realized that we're hero course students. Kaminari, are you okay with testing their defenses? The blonde looks up and nods. Sure, Izuku. What do you need me to do? A considerable shock, just to test them. Don't overdo it. Tenya can throw in you in the middle as Momo covers us in the material she used in the Cleverly battle. The three nod at the plan. Ready, Kaminari? Tenya holds out his hand as Izuku, and Ochako gets ready to open the doors. You got it. I won't let you guys down. Kaminari pounds his fists together. Let's do this, Iida. Tenya nods, grabbing both of Kaminari's wrists. Right. Tenya activates his quirk, while Izuku and Ochako throw the doors open. Tenya spins Kaminari around a few times, before throwing him upwards. Indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts. Kaminari sparks to life before slamming in the middle of a bunch of robots. Electricity surges through the entire room, lighting it up. The robots seem to shrink down into a defense mode. Kaminari, it's not working, Izuku yells over the sound of electricity zapping against the metal bodies of the drones. Fine. How about we try 2 million volts? Kaminari heightens the amount of his electricity. Don't, Jiro warns. If you do that, then. The electricity stops entirely, showing the stupid Kaminari. Yay. You turn stupid. Jiro sighs, resting her head on the cold floor. The drones had electrical burns on the bodies. The lighters were out, but no one trusts that. If these are security drones, then they will probably be resistant to emitter quirks. Izuku sighs. I told him not to overdo it. The robots quickly open back up before shooting metal cables that wrap Kaminari up tightly. Great, Izuku growls. Kaminari, Jiro calls out to the stupid blonde. They're just too strong, Mineta whines. Plan B then. Tenya nods to the girls. Right, Momo uncaps a stick before throwing it. Smoke fills the area. Izuku enjoys watching the tactics the team had. Jam their communications. Momo already handed out multiple. She was still going strong. The other girls threw the sticks as well, cutting off the robot's path. Mineta, now. Izuku looks up, seeing the camera is watching. Yeah, you don't get to see the trump card until I meet the boss. Mineta got to work throwing his quirk, the balls keeping the drones from moving any closer. It worked. Mineta smiles while watching the drones run into each other until the drones jump over, each other charging right for the team. Aw, man. Our turn. Come on, Izuku. Tenya leans forward, activating his quirk. Let's go. Izuku manifests his Night Killer dagger since the drones had armor. I'll clear middle to front, you take the front. Got it. The two boys disappear into a blur of blue and green. The sound of metal being crushed and sliced open was grating. Ochako and Jiro catch a flying Kaminari that Izuku throws their way. After cutting Kaminari free, Tenya kicks 4 drones right off the platform with one kick. The boys go to town on the drones. Jiro. Do they have backup? Tenya axe kicks a robot into itself. Yeah, coming from the left. Jiro unplugs her jacks. Then, we're heading the opposite way. Tenya picks up Kaminari from the girls before taking the lead. Izuku stays in the rear to protect the flank as they leave the room. Reception hall, boss, something is interfering with the drone's sensors. We've lost those kids. The computer geek informs Wolfram, who is still walking around the hostages. Lose the chatter. We don't know if one of those brats has a quirk that'll let him spy on us. Wolfram looks upwards towards a camera. Floor 137 inches. I hear a lot of those security machines. Jiro was leaning against the wall with her jacks plugged in. Tenya was giving Kaminari a piggyback ride, still dumbed out. On the floor below us. Anything from above? Izuku examines his dagger, checking it for damage. No, it should be clear. Jiro unplugs, and the 4 head off to the next floor. Floor 138 server room. The team moves quickly through a library of computer servers as they head for the door on the opposite side. Until the door opens on its own, showing hundreds of drones behind the door just waiting. The red lights remind of dungeon monsters. Jesus. A trap? Tenya's grip on Kaminari loses. Ready to fight. Let's get ready to fight, Tenya. Izuku grabs his dagger again. Wait a sec. Melissa stops them from attacking. We can't damage these servers. It could affect the island's security system. The group looks around, finally noticing the servers. The team looks up as more drones drop from higher levels. We can handle these machines while protecting the servers, Momo exclaims before kneeling, ready to create something. Midoriya, go. Tenya lowers Kaminari while Jiro helps him. Take Melissa and see if you can find a different route. Izuku nods. We'll leave it to you. Let's go. Izuku grabs Melissa's wrist, pulling her along. Ochako, you should come with us, too. Melissa stops quickly, turning to the gravity girl. But the robots. Ochako looks forward, ready to fight, but Iida turns and smiles. Do it. They may need you. Iida activates his quirk and explodes forward with newfound speed. Ochako follows Izuku and Melissa as they find another route. Torkover, Recipro burst. Momo pants weakly as a cannon was in front of her. If you take over the gun, then, Momo moves away slowly since the cannon took up a lot of her lipids to create. I'll make us some soft ammo. Roger that. Jiro gets on the end of the cannon and fires. The drone got covered in a thick substance that coats them before making them come to a stop. Jiro keeps firing as Momo creates the ammo. Mineta was throwing his balls all over the floor to catch the drones. With Midoriya and the girls, they run through the back hallways hearing the explosions from the cannon. They didn't have time to stop and worry, so the small group pushes on. Make sure everyone is safe. Izuku orders as shadows slide down his suit jacket and shot back down the hall, going unseen by the girls. Back in the server room, Tenya goes to kick again only for his engines to fail. Stalled. He turns, seeing 6 robots leaping towards him. Iida, Yao Momo, ammo. Jiro turns before gasping. Momo was clutching her chest in pain. That's my limit with creation. Momo collapses, but Jiro catches her. Mineta was doing the wave, with blood running down from his scalp. My scalp's telling me it's time to surrender. The robots shoot metal cables out to capture the young heroes, only for them to be systematically cut down by shadows. Control room, what the hell are those things? Swordkill glares at the camera feed as knights create a barrier between the robots and the students. The students regroup behind the knights. The students let the knights take over the fighting. What about the 3 who ran? We're looking for them now. Swordkill bits his thumb, watching the security robots get destroyed by an army of dark knights. These kids are so annoying. Outside, what is this? Izuku looks at the large opening in the tower. The wind power generator. Melissa leads them to the center pillar. So, what are we doing out here? Izuku looks around, seeing the night sky that fell over the quiet island. There are more robots in the tower. Melissa was already looking up. Probably just waiting there for a chance to ambush us. But if we climb to the top from here, we'll avoid them. There's an emergency exit we can enter. She points out at the top. The two hero students look up and see the door at the top. All the way up there, Izuku was beginning to hate heights. But we have Ochako. Melissa and Izuku turn to the gravity girl. Your quirk makes anything you touch weightless, right? Izuku quickly saw what Melissa was planning. Izuku saw Melissa's hand, shaking against her chest. So, this should be easy. Leave it to me. Ochako's eyes held nothing but determination, just like her fight against Bakugo. Melissa, hang on to Izuku. Okay, Izuku bends down, letting Melissa wrap herself around him. Ochako walks over, touching them both. Izuku felt weightless as he smiles. Iron. The shadow leaks from his skin before standing next to Ochako. Protect her while I'm gone. The giant shadow nods before letting Izuku use his shield to kick off. The pair flies upwards towards the top. The door to the roof opens, and robots spill out of the entrance. Iron quickly moves in front of Ochako, letting out a roar that shook the building. Izuku concentrates on getting to the top, knowing Iron wouldn't go down without a fight. Plus, if his lower shadow knights can handle the robots downstairs, then Iron will have no issue. Right before Iron could swing at the first robot, Katsuki comes out of the left field, blasting the drone off the roof. Izuku looks down, seeing Katsuki. Move, you shadowy prick, Katsuki growls. Took you long enough, Izuku yells, getting a middle finger back for his comment. The sound of ice sliding under him. Todoroki and Kirishima. Ochako calls out, seeing the two run over. Iron and Katsuki were counting how many robots they could destroy first, both growling at each other. That was close, are you okay? Shoto came to a stop in front of her before standing protectively in front. Yeah, fine. I used my quirk on Izuku and Melissa. They should be able to reach the top. Ochako looks up while Kirishima joins in with Iron and Katsuki. Good job, Shoto sends a wave of ice towards more drones that were pouring out of the entrance. Now, you can help us stop these things. Move fat ass. Katsuki jumps over Iron stealing his kill. Aw, come on, man. You're a good team. Kirishima slices through two drones as Iron smashes one coming for Kirishima's back. Behave, boys. The wind suddenly picks up, pushing Izuku and Melissa off track. Shit. Oh, no, they're blowing away. Ochako was close to releasing her quirk as well. Bakugo. Aim the propeller at Midoriya. Quick, Shoto throws off his suit jacket, while Katsuki flew into the air. I told you not to give me orders. Katsuki screams and blasts one of the propellers off its supports. Shoto's left arm ignites, burning off the sleeve before blasting fire into the back end of the propeller. The wind created blasts Izuku in the face as Melissa was clawing at his jacket to hold on. That did it. Ochako cheers once the two were back over the roof. Yeah, Kirishima joins in as Iron and Bakugo were distracted with drones. Shoto's got more control over his flames. Thanks, Izuku smiles before turning himself. Izuku, we're going to hit the wall. The flying pair observed that they were a few floors above the door they were once aiming. Hang on tight. Izuku pulls his fist back. I need to time this correctly or we will be like bugs on a windshield. Okay. Melissa hides her face and hugs tighter around Izuku's neck. Izuku pulls his fist back before throwing it forward. His knuckles dig into the wall before exploding inward, sending dust outside. They got in the tower. Ochako quickly places her fingers together. Release, the two inside quickly wrap each other in a hug as Izuku spins midair, landing hard on his back. Reception hall. Send Swordkill in and the others. Wolfram shoves one of his henchmen aside. Yes, sir. Defend the control room until I can get there. All Might watches as Wolfram leaves the hall. Steam was pouring off All Might's body, but no one notices. Keep it up, All Might. Just a little while longer. All Might grits his teeth while shaking in his restraints. Your students will prevail. You know they will. 19 Chapter 29. You ruined my vacation. Izuku holds Melissa tightly while groaning from underneath her. That hurt more than I thought. Izuku breaths in deeply to collect himself. Melissa pushes herself off Izuku before looking down at him. Izuku, are you okay? She takes his hand, pulling him up enough so he was sitting. Yeah, I'm great. Izuku was starting to get irritated at the whole situation. You okay? Izuku's eyes check her for any cuts or scratch the fall may have caused. I'm fine, Melissa smiles, holding up her arm. Just some scratches. Good. Izuku tackles her out of the way as a sword slams against the floor, making the metal ring. Izuku quickly switches positions, putting himself in front of Melissa as Swordkill rushes forwards with his sword arm pulled back. Izuku meets the swing halfway with his own dagger. You shouldn't have come here. Swordkill grunts while pushing down on Izuku's dagger. Funny, Izuku smirks. I was going to say the same thing. Izuku punches Swordkill in the face, making him slam into the far wall of the stairway. Also, I would love to know why you asshats are doing this. Izuku stands tall while materializing a second dagger as Swordkill turns his other arm into another sword. You chose the wrong place to play hero, kid. Swordkill rushes to Izuku's left, making him move right. The weapons clash as Swordkill knocks Izuku towards the destroyed wall. The weapons meet again, and Izuku drops down, making Swordkill's momentum carry over the monarch. Izuku shoves his foot against Swordkill before kicking him over himself and out of the hole in the wall. Ah! Swordkill's screaming comes to a quick end as Izuku hears heavy thud down below. Melissa just stares with wide eyes as Izuku turns around, checking the villain he kicked out of the upper floors. Is he dead? Melissa moves towards the hole where Izuku shakes his head. No, just knocked out, probably has a broken spin. Izuku watches the villain's body twitch while hanging half over the railing a few floors below him. Swordkill's back was bent upwards with the back of his head against the catwalk to the wind generators. Definitely broke his back, shall we? Izuku points towards the stairs that head upwards. Melissa nods while still trying to pull her eyes off the broken villain a few floors down. Why yeah. The last two students leave to run up the stairs to the top of the tower before hearing gunfire from the 200th floor. Izuku disappears from Melissa's side, leaving her a floor below. The villains keep pre-firing the staircase until a green-haired man appears between them. Izuku grabs the hot barrels of their weapons, bending them downwards, and the guns explode from the barrels jamming. The two villains yelp as the guns explode in their hands, making the shrapnel dig into their skin. Idiots. Izuku knocks their heads together before pushing them down the stairs. Okay, Melissa. It's clear. Izuku dusts off his suit jacket, making sure everything was straight. The blonde-haired girl steps around the corner before stepping over the knocked-out villains. You're insane, she states while looking at the destroyed weapons. Thank you. Izuku chirps. Tower top floor. Izuku and Melissa keep close to the walls as they finally make it to the top floor. Okay, Melissa. Where's the control room located? Izuku checks down the hallway before moving forwards. In front of the central elevators. Melissa keeps a few paces behind Izuku as he nods. They both stop at another corner. Someone's in the vault. Izuku peeks around the side, seeing two men at a large console. Melissa peeks over Izuku, using his shoulders to stabilize herself. Papa. Melissa moves to get him, but Izuku holds her back as he sees David points to his assistant. Hold on, we don't know if they are alone. Izuku tsks softly. Why is he up here, though? Melissa asks, but Izuku was wondering the same thing. Maybe the villains brought him here for whatever they're looking for. Izuku checks behind them, making sure no one was sneaking up. They might need him for something. We had to help him. She looks down as her hair hits his face. Right, but then we go to the control room. Izuku and Melissa slowly make their way into the vault. David smiles as he hears the computer chime. I've unlocked it. Block, 1147. Sam quickly runs to go retrieve whatever was in the locker. Wonderful. Sam smiles as the locker opens, showing the silver briefcase inside. You did it, Professor. Sam smiles while holding the case up, showing the contents. Finally. I've gotten it back. David looks at the floor while glaring. All my research, and they just took my device away from me. David looks back up. But now it's mine. Just like we planned. Sam closes the case as David makes his way up the stairs to collect his work, and it looks like the villains are holding things down. I heard enough. An icy voice comes from the vault's door. Igris, the case, please. David and Sam jump backward as a giant knight rips the case out of David's assistant's hands before walking down the stairs towards the surprise guests. What? David watches as the shadow delivers it to his monarch before disappearing. Papa, Melissa whispers, making the men jump as Melissa comes from behind Izuku, who is now in possession of the case. Melissa? No. David holds up his hands slowly as she looks up at her father with confusion and pain. Izuku, on the other hand, was just pissed that the scientists would come up with something so insane. Miss, what are you doing here? Sam softly asks the girl who didn't acknowledge him. She was just looking at her father. What does he mean that it's like you planned? Melissa steps forward slowly. Don't tell me that you're the one behind this. Melissa begs as her bare feet drag across the cold flooring of the vault. This was all you? Just to steal something? David just stares at his daughter, unsure what to say that would make her understand his motives. No, that can't be true. Melissa raises her voice. David closes his eyes tightly before looking back at his daughter, calmly. Yes, it is. David admits. Izuku walks next to Melissa while looking at someone he used to look up to like a villain. How could you? Melissa bites her lower lip, trying to make up an excuse for her father. The professor is only trying to get back what was stolen. Sam points at the case Izuku was holding at his side. The invention inside that briefcase can amplify someone's quirk. Sam explains as Izuku's hand suddenly gets tighter around the handle of the case. Is that even possible? Izuku looks towards the inventor that created the tool. Yes, it's still being tested, of course. Sam continues as David wasn't looking at his daughter anymore. But, unlike with drugs, the device can magnify a person's quirk without doing any damage to their body or brain. Yet, despite that, our sponsors confiscated the prototype and our research data. Sam's voice starts to get agitated as he explains the situation. Then they demanded that the project be abandoned. They worried that something like this would drastically affect the structure of superhuman society. Because it would. Izuku yells, making the three in the vault jump. The chaos that Trigger already causes, and you two go and create this. Izuku waves the briefcase around. You two created something that shifted everything, and it won't cause harm to the user. Are you insane? Izuku begs them to answer as he looks at the two scientists. Quirks are getting strong and stronger as new generations are born. That's genetics, and this is. Izuku wants to destroy the invention and be done with the night. This is never meant to be in the world. Izuku materializes his dagger, ready to destroy it. Wait! The two older men yell. This is all fake. We hired actors and ordered them not to hurt anyone. It's not an act anymore. Izuku spits out while glaring at the device. There's something I'm missing, right? Melissa asks, begging them to explain more. She needed more to understand why her father would cook something up like this. You'd never do this. I'm so sorry. David looks down at his daughter sadly. This doesn't make any sense. Melissa was trembling as she yells. The papa I know and love wouldn't act like a villain, no matter what. David flinches at his daughter's words. So why, then? Why? She was begging now, and it causes her father to turn away. No, Izuku states loudly. You look her in the eyes when you speak. He growled. Lowly inches his dagger closer to the case as the tip of it scratches the surface. David looks up and swallows, seeing Melissa's distraught eyes. I had to for all might. David speaks clearly and doesn't look away. You two probably aren't aware of this, but his quirk is disappearing. David explains and watches as Izuku slowly moves his dagger away from the case. However, if he uses the device, he'll be his old self again. No, his abilities will be even stronger than they were. Izuku looks down at the case, remembering All Might's debut video he watches over 1,000 times when growing up. Saving hundreds of people in seconds. The #1 hero, the symbol of peace. David continues. He can get his strength and light back again. David smiles even if it was straining more as he talks. He can keep saving people. Just like he always has. They risked their lives. Melissa yells angrily at her father. Izuku and his classmates went through so much. Do you know how dangerous this was? Melissa grits her teeth before glaring at her father. How hard we were trying to save everyone on the island. No, what do you mean? David asks, clearly confused. The villains are fake. Mr. Shield, those villains you hired. Izuku starts seeing Sam look increasingly worried as Izuku talks. They aren't fake. Of course, it was a performance. Izuku grabs Melissa, pulling her behind him as he glares at the two villains standing in front of the exit. But the real act was pretending we weren't criminals. Wolfram grins. So you're the boss, you know. There are people you see once in a while and think, I really shouldn't mess with that guy. Izuku's smirk grows on his face as the two remaining villains were smirking confidently. I'm the guy. Izuku drops the case and kicks it to the far side of the room. Eagers, bring me his fucking head. The large shadow springs to life as Wolfram touches the vault door, sending the metal railing towards Izuku and his shadow. They both dodge the metal quickly, and Wolfram pushes his henchman in front of him. Eagers cuts him down quickly, and Wolfram watches as his henchmen bleed heavily from a cut across his chest. The knight stops in front of him with the sword held high. Izuku, stop! Melissa yells out, making Eagers and Izuku stop their attack. Izuku and Eagers got caught by the metal railing when they do. Izuku gets slams to the far wall as Eagers was cut apart by the metal. Damn it, Melissa, stay out of it. Izuku glares as metal warps around his mouth, pinning his head and arms back. You'd be smart not to resist. Wolfram quickly calms down now that the two threats were dealt with. He steps over his bleeding henchman as he walks towards the case. Good job, Sam. Wolfram smiles as Melissa makes it over to Izuku, trying to cut him free. Izuku glares at her before motioning to the door with his dagger, trying to get her to leave. Sam, this was your plan? David yells as his assistant as he walks down towards Wolfram, who picks up the case. You're going to hand it over all along? You're the one who tricked me, Professor. Sam begins as Wolfram turns to Sam. Melissa was gone from the vault, but it goes unnoticed by the remaining men. I've been your assistant for all these years, and you let them take our work. Sam talks, and Izuku rolls his eyes at the sob story. We could have had fame and fortune, but no, I deserve more. I need to be rewarded. Sam continues. Wolfram raises his pistol towards Sam. Here's the payment I promised you. Sam looks at Wolfram before he shoots Sam in the shoulder. I'm ending this now. Izuku glares as the villain looks ready to end Sam's life. Come to me. The control room. Melissa slips out of the vault as the main villain was distracted with getting the case. She whips her cheeks before sitting down in the main chair. She looks at the entire tower's security system on the screen before clearing everything. In the vault, the sounds of the security shutting down make Izuku grin from behind the metal as he curls his arm, slowly pulling on the metal. Who turned off the security? Wolfram looks around before he could pull the trigger again. When did she leave? Outside the tower. The robots stop advancing on the heroes. What happened? Katsuki was standing in line with Iron, Shoto, Kiri, and Ochako as they were backed up to the edge of the tower. They just stopped. Ochako breaths out while looking over the security drones. Then Iron drops into a puddle of shadows before shooting up the tower. Izuku and Melissa made it, Shoto states coolly. Yeah, Kirishima cheers loudly. The server room. The knights came to a stop as the drones did as well. Momo and Jiro breathe out in relief.
Kaminari and Mineta were kneeling and in less pain than before. Iida stands up, looking back at the knights that protected them. Izuku and Melissa must have made it to the top. Tenya grins, but it falls as he watches the line of knights drop into a pool of shadows and dart back out to the hallways out of sight. It's not over, is it? Tenya turns to his classmates. We must get to the top of the tower as well. Across the island. Island's security system is now operating in normal mode. The announcement rings out as the street drones clear the streets. Reception hall. The heroes were released from their restraints as they hear the announcement. What's happening? A henchman gets cut off as a female hero kicks him in the chest hard enough to crack a few ribs. Damn it. Another one yells before getting taken out by the hero that Wolfram kicked earlier. The crowd of civilians cheers as the heroes retake control. All Might stands up and watches the shadows in the corner of the room move upwards. This is not over yet if young Midoriya is calling his soldiers to him. All Might quickly rushes out of the room. Do not kill them, young Midoriya. Back in the vault. Wolfram growls, seeing Sam clutching his bleeding shoulder as David was kneeling next to him, trying to stop the bleeding. That damn bitch. Wolfram grips the case as he decides to leave before getting caught by heroes. Wolfram turns to face the exit only to be met with an army of shadows blocking the door. You will not be leaving this tower alive. Izuku's voice comes from behind Wolfram. Wolfram turns to face the icy voice only to get punched hard enough to send him flying into the stairs where David and Sam were once standing. Izuku strolls forward, ripping the metal off his arms as he glares at the villain that was currently embedded in the stairs. You screwed up, Izuku states while standing in front of the case that was back on the floor since Wolfram dropped it after getting hit. Igris, Iron, he calls out. Get the scientist out of the vault and take their project with you, I will take care of the villain. The knights quickly obey as Iron scoops the two scientists up like sacks of flour before throwing them over his shoulders and running out of the room. Igris bends down, picking up the case before following Iron. Igris. The knight stops at the entrance. You will only hand that off to me. Understand. The knight nods before leaving. Wolfram watches in shock as his plan ultimately falls apart due to one child. Why you? Wolfram's fingers dig into the broken steps. You ruined everything. He activates his quirk, throwing 3 metal pillars downward at the monarch. The pillars slam down where Izuku once stood. No, you ruined my vacation, Izuku speaks into Wolfram's ear. The villain flinches and turns his eyes towards Izuku, who is sitting next to him spinning his red dagger in his hand. I came here to enjoy myself. Get away from reality. Izuku sighs and moves quickly once Wolfram tries to attack him again. He's fast. Wolfram's eyes dart around, trying to find the child that ruined his plan. But you asshats just had to be greedy and selfish. Izuku was standing at the top of the stairs as Wolfram looks up at the dark green eyes staring down at him. You are nothing but a lowlife that preys on other people. Izuku jumps out of the way as Wolfram was getting desperate and frantic with his attacks while pushing his quirk harder to speed up the attacks. He's faster than my eyes can track. Wolfram gets up, standing in the middle of the vault while looking around. The entrance was blocked by a mass of souled shadows, and he was trapped inside like a rat. Show yourself. Fine, Izuku whispers in his ear before cutting his thigh open. Wolfram screams, getting the attention of Melissa that was helping her father patch Sam up. The three looks towards the mass of darkness that once was the entrance to the vault. What's happening? All Might asks since he was the first to make it to the top. Izuku's still inside with the main villain. Melissa informs her uncle quickly. We just heard a scream. All Might turns his attention to the knights blocking the entrance then to Iron and Igris, who were standing near the civilians. Don't worry Melissa, Midoriya can handle himself. All Might's sweat drops as he hears more screaming from inside. I need to get in there. I'm not worried about him, I'm worried about the villain. Melissa admits as she saw Izuku ready to kill another human being. Even if he was a villain, they were still human. I will get them. All Might walks towards the shadows as they part for him like the Red Sea. All Might swallows weakly, feeling the cold shadows brush against his shoulders as he walks into the entrance only to stop by the last line of them. You're a hero. You can kill me. The villain All Might remembers calling the shots was kneeling in a pile of his own blood as Izuku stands tall in front of the downed villain. I don't care, Izuku states coldly. But, I guess if you answer my questions, I'll let you live. Izuku crouches down. Who actually hired you to steal the gear? Why do you have a shadow behind you like All Might does? What? What? All Might coughs into his hand gently as he listens. Just answer the question. Izuku glares. He said my quirks would be powerful enough to stop even All Might. Wolfram shivers under the presence of the heroes in front of him. But you're not All Might. No, I'm not. Izuku picks up Wolfram's chin. You said quirks. You have a second quirk. It was given to me, Wolfram admits as the blue eyes burn into his soul. By who? Izuku's dagger touches Wolfram's throat, making him flinch. I received a phone call from the Underground King himself. Wolfram watches the curiosity spikes in the man before him. He said he wanted to work with me. To help, he wanted to see the professors fall from grace after making the device. He said it would destroy All Might. All for One is behind this. All Might speaks up, causing Izuku to turn his attention to the sudden visitor. Izuku lets his knights move away as All Might stomps his way over. All for one. Izuku questions, feeling Wolfram flinch upon seeing an enraged All Might. The two presences that stand in front of Wolfram makes him feel like an ant under a boot. Izuku gets up as All Might was glaring down at Wolfram. Move out of the way, you shadow dicks. Katsuki's voice screams from the entrance of the vault. We will talk about this later, All Might. Izuku pulls his fist back, slamming it against Wolfram's face a few times till he feels the villain go limp. You can arrest him now. Izuku walks away as he calls his army back to him. Yes, we will, young Midoriya. All Might grabs the villain by the back of his jacket before picking him up. Izuku walks out of the vault seeing Igris, the last knight, standing still holding the case in his hands. Izuku looks at David before taking the case. Before you get arrested, Mr. Shield. Would you like to see your invention actually be used by All Might? The inventor looks up at Izuku before nodding with tears in his eyes. Yes, please. Your lab before the cops get here. Izuku looks at his classmates. I'm glad to see you are all doing well. Could you please watch these men while I take David and All Might somewhere? Whatever, you nerd, Katsuki growls, but it dies in his throat as All Might comes out with two bloody villains. Izuku, what did you do to them? Tenya kneels, checking on the two villains. I didn't hit anything vital. Momo, can you make sure they don't bleed out while we are gone? It shouldn't be more than 15 minutes. Izuku waves off with his free hand. I'll be leaving Igris here if they cause trouble. I doubt they will be moving anytime soon. Momo grabs the medical kit that Melissa grabbed from the control room earlier. Perfect. Izuku pulls David to his feet before giving him a light shove towards the elevator. All Might, please come with us. All Might nods and follows, leaving the young heroes with the villains. The three enter the elevator, and the doors slide shut. The group breathes out a collective breath of relief, now feeling the dominating presence of Izuku leave. Is anyone else shaking? Kaminari asked while hugging himself. Mineta nods quickly along while no one else does because they hide it. What's up with him lately? Ochako looks at the floor. He's colder. He's mad at the teachers for making him reveal his past to everyone. Shoto answers while leaning against the wall across from the villains. Igris was standing next to him, copying his stance. I would be too, he mutters. But taking it out on villains is a little much. Melissa looks away as Momo presses the gauze against Wolfram's thigh. Better than on us. Kaminari and Mineta say in sync. He wouldn't do that to us. Ochako pouts. True, Greenie likes us too much. Jiro plays with her jack while tapping her foot softly. I wonder what happened inside. The group turns their attention to the vault, seeing it destroyed by metal pillars. Looks like a war. Tenya states. More like a slaughter, Katsuki growls, remembering Izuku's suit looked untouched for the most part. In David's lab. Why would you do this? Yagi asked in his civilian form as Izuku sits on one of the counters with the briefcase near him. I was so scared you'd lose your light. David looks at the floor, not able to meet his friend's eyes. Scared that the piece you built as a hero would fade away with you. David finally looks up as Yagi shakes his head softly. Try it on. Izuku opens the case showing the headpiece to All Might. Because once you take it off, I'm destroying it. David flinches at the declaration. Okay, Yagi says softly while walking over. He picks up the support gear, and David helps him with it. Ready? Yagi asks his friend who nods. Yes, here we go. Yagi turns on the device as the blue lights activate around his head. Yagi buffs up with little to no difficulty even as he was way past his time limit. Izuku watches as All Might laughs loudly, and David smiles, seeing his work pay off. You are the smartest person I know, Dave. All Might hugs his friend tightly before placing him down again. Thank you. David just smiles before Yagi reaches up, taking off the device and turning it off. But, it's time for a new light to rise. Yagi stands in front of his oldest friend while holding out the support gear. David just looks at the equipment he spent years on, researching, and building. If it's any comfort, Izuku begins catching both the adults' attention. I'm already working on something that has the possibility of healing All Might. No drugs, no devices. I can't talk about it now, but I hope I can get it before Yagi loses any more of his time. Izuku gets up, grabbing the device before placing it back into the case. Yagi coughs into his hand, not expecting that to come from his student's mouth. Really? David asks, and Izuku just nods. Yes, I don't know if it's foolproof, and we won't know till I get it. Izuku latches the case. Let's get back to the group. The police should be here by now. The three adults make their way back to the elevator to meet up with the students upstairs. After party. The criminals were taken away, and the reception hall was empty besides the young heroes of the night. Everyone sits around one large table, stocking up on the foods that were left out for them as the staff cleans up around them. All Might watches from the exit while smiling as Mineta and Kirishima make jokes about harems. The girls roll their eyes but still laugh at the antics. Even Melissa joins the heroes as they invited her after her father was taken away by the police. Nice, isn't it? Izuku speaks softly next to All Might. All Might nods watching his students. Will you be joining them? The teacher turns to Izuku, who nods. Eventually. I wanted to thank you for coming in when you did. Izuku rubs his neck slowly. I don't think I would have stopped myself if I was alone. Of course, young Midoriya, but you must restrain yourself even as an underground hero. Some villains can be redeemed, All Might grins. What did you do with the device? It's gone, Izuku confirms while watching part of his class eat after a hard night's work. It was too much of a risk to keep that thing around anyone. Agreed, I'm disappointed in Dave for making such a thing, but I see why he did. All Might sighs. It's hard to keep secrets from the ones closest to us. We don't know if they will be dragged into a war they were not signed up for. But it's about faith and trust, Yagi. Izuku stands straighter. It's lonely at the top, but you do it to protect everyone knowing you can handle the situation by yourself. I just want to make sure I have someone worth protecting and fighting for. Yagi, I hope you find that person, so you are not lonely yourself. I'll see you back at the hotel, we can relax and talk later. Good night Yagi, Izuku slips through the doors leaving All Might in the hall. All Might watches as the group of students jump up when Izuku walks over, greeting him with their usual smiles, not a single hint of fear even after tonight. Yagi smiles and closes the door before leaving the young heroes to have their fun. 19 Chapter 30. Talks between friends and enemies. Back at UA. Izuku sits down, on the common room couch once he was back from the trip. Most of the class was back as well. Shoto was revisiting his mother, and Katsuki was visiting his parent. Izuku himself was thinking about his talk with Yagi on the plane ride back to Japan. Flashback. Yagi and Izuku sitting across from each other in his jet. Who's all for one? What shadows hang over my shoulder? They start at the same time before chuckling to themselves. I guess I'll go first. Izuku leans back into his seat. You already know about my army of shadows, but you don't know where they come from. Izuku plays with his thumbs. You can't tell anyone about this. It's dangerous and if it gets out, I seriously think the public would crucify me. Yagi sits straighter as Izuku's tone was strained while he continues. My quirk lets me level up by defeating monsters in dungeons, the first 9 months before UA. That's all I did. Trained to get stronger and to get higher levels. Izuku makes sure Yagi was following. When I hit a certain level, I got a quest for a job change. A job change? Yagi tilts his head. Yeah, it's complicated to go fully into it. Anyway, this quest made me go through a dungeon. By the end of the quest, one got a job. Shadow Monarch. Izuku leans forward, resting his elbows on the table. Ah, that's where your hero name comes from. Makes sense. Yagi smiles as Izuku rolls his eyes. Yes, but that was a promotion from the base job. See, in RPG games, when you select a class or job like Knight, Warrior, Magicians, and so on, I did well enough to get a promotion quickly after. Izuku continues his explanation. What was your class? A warrior or a magician? Yagi sips his water slowly. Both fit young Midoriya well. He is a warrior in battle but has his soldiers. That would explain the magic around them. I'll get to that in a second, Yagi. Izuku smiles, but behind it, he was freaking out slightly. I'm about to tell All Might I'm a necromancer. What has my life come to? Izuku breathes in deeply. Anyway, these promotions go from Knight to Swordmaster, Warrior to Berserker, Magician to Grand Magician, then me, Necromancer to Shadow Monarch. Yagi stops halfway through his sip, letting those words sink in, then the events that have happened over the past few months. The UA exams, the USJ, Sports Festival, final exams. Yagi chokes, before turning his head, spitting the water on the floor. You control an army of the undead. Yes, but not like zombies, trust me that would suck. Izuku smiles sheepishly, remembering the 75th floor boss's army. Shadows of the dead. So that's why I asked Wolfram about the shadow over his shoulder. Why you have 7 of them? Izuku looks above Yagi as he turns around, seeing nothing but an empty jet. You said 7, Yagi's faint smile was not missed by his student. It's because of the conditions of my quirk. As you said earlier, this cannot ever get out, or people would be in danger. Izuku quickly nods in agreement. My quirk is named One for All, it's a quirk that has been passed down for generations. I am the 8 holder, and Mirio is the 9th. He is my successor. A quirk that can be passed down, that's insane. So Senpai is as strong as you? Izuku asks quickly. He will be stronger, every generation gains strength. Our only goal is to end the evil that is all for one. One for all for one. What are you two? 2/3 of the 3 musketeers. Izuku yelps while holding his head as Yagi hits him with a head chop. Sorry, Izuku mutters lowly as Yagi rolls his eyes. Anyway, his quirk lets him steal other quirks as well as grant quirks to others. Yagi clasps his hands together. He's over 200 years old and a master at manipulation. So all for one, it literally means this guy was able to take everything for himself. Izuku crosses his leg playing with the fabric while thinking a plan to kill the bastard. This was back at the advent of exceptional. A time when society still hadn't managed to adapt to the changes. Back then, the norms of what it meant to be human suddenly collapsed. With that, laws became meaningless. Societal progress halted. It was catastrophic. Yagi informs as Izuku just nods along. Some people say we would be enjoying space travel right now if it wasn't for the advent of extraordinary. Izuku drags up some quote he heard before. Yes, and in that age of confusion and disorder, he took the initiative and brought people together. You may have heard about this. He would steal quirks from other people, and with his overwhelming power, spread the influence of his organization. He is responsible for so much death due to his wicked acts. He once was the evil lord of Japan. Yagi looks up at Izuku, who is flipping through a notebook that appeared from thin air. I read about rumors, but I guess they are not rumors, are they? Izuku turns his notebook around, showing a single name. Sensei. I found rumors about this name, all talking about him as if he was the boogeyman himself. Izuku closes his notebook. He always enjoyed that name. Thinking himself as a teacher to mold the future generation. Yagi spits out distastefully. He's a mass murderer, and I thought I killed him the last time we fought, but the Nomus and Wolfram are proof he is apparently alive. Yagi's hand goes to his injured side. Well, the next time you face him, All Might. You have me and my army backing you. Izuku smiles, no need for you to die so easily to such a grumpy old man. You still have a successor to teach. Did you really mean you have a way that might heal my injuries? Yagi sits forward. We have tried every medical and healing quirk around today. None were able to heal me. Like I said before, we won't know until I get it for you. Izuku runs his fingers through his hair. Yagi nods in understanding. So, who else knows about your quirk? The detective you met, Sir Night-Eye, Nezu, my old mentor, Mirio, and you now. Yagi counts off on his fingers. Okay, I will not tell anyone else as long as you do the same. Izuku holds out his hand for Yagi. Of course, does anyone else know about the creation of your army? Yagi reaches over as Izuku shakes his head. No, you are the first person I've told. The two shake hands before sitting back and falling into a comfortable silence. We will take out All for One down together. Right. Izuku brings up quickly and looks at Yagi, making sure he won't go down a sacrificial path. Right. Yagi smiles. End of flashback. Izuku feels something brush against his cheek, making him crack his open eyes open. Hi, Izuku. Ochako smiles while leaving over top of him. Hello, Ochako. How are you? Izuku closes his eyes again as he decompresses. I'm good. How are you? Ochako's bangs still brushing against his cheek while they continue to talk. I'm good, Ochako. Do you need something? Izuku feels the pads of Ochako's fingers dust against his cheek. We were going to go to the mall to buy stuff for the camp. Wanna come? She grins while poking his cheek. Izuku turns his head, seeing the girls were already ready, with most of the class getting ready to go. You're not going to let me say no, will you? Izuku turns his eyes back to Ochako, who is grinning more. Nope. Get your shoes on, we are going shopping. Ochako uses her quirk, pulling him right off the couch before dragging him to the door like a balloon. Okay. Izuku smiles. You can put me down now unless you like dragging me around like a floating balloon. Release, Ochako smiles, and Izuku spins his body, making sure he lands on his feet instead of his face. Izuku glares playfully as Ochako smiles. Sorry. No, you're not. Izuku slips on his shoes as she giggles. Nope. Ochako bounces outside following the class. Izuku rolls his eyes and follows. The Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall. This place has more shops than anywhere else in the prefecture. It's got the coolest and trendiest stuff. Mina giggles as they walk through the entrance of the mall. It was filled with civilians going about their everyday life. It was peaceful, and Izuku smiles as the class was already splitting up into groups. You, with the 6 arms. Or even you, with the big, swollen calves. A store owner yelled out at Iida and Shoji, causing them to chuckle under their breath. Oh, aren't they those UA first years? A crowd of boys was mostly looking at the girls. Good going at the sports festival. They cheer. Whoa, people still remember that. Ochako blushes and moves closer to the girls. I've gotta find myself a giant duffel bag. Jiro moves her hands while talking with Momo. Let's look together, then. Oh, can I come? I need new hiking boots. Ochako joins them as they start to break up. Oh, I almost forgot about boots. Kaminari snaps his fingers. Our manual recommends well-worn footwear or, should we focus on utility instead? Iida mutters quickly. Looks like we all need different stuff. Let's split up and meet back at a designated time. Kirishima offers his idea. Everyone quickly left after agreeing, and Izuku just stands where his class once was. They just left. Izuku facepalms. Whatever, maybe I can get a new suit. Izuku strolls through the mall looking for the suit shop. He smiles as he opens the door to the suit shop, hearing it open again once he was looking around. Ah, Midoriya. The woman that owned the store walks out of the back, smiling. How are you doing? I'm doing well, Ayako. Just looking for a new suit. My vacation was interrupted by pesky rats. Izuku pulls off his jacket as she nods. Sorry about your suit. It was wonderful for fighting in. No problem, get up there. She points to the center platform, and Izuku does so. She snaps, and suddenly Izuku was surrounded in soft fabric. What color? Your choice. Something for everyday wear this time. Also, I am sorry for bringing this to your shop. Izuku looks at Ayako, who just rolls her eyes. Shigaraki, why are you following me during the summer? School's out. Give it a break. Izuku calls out as the crusty shit lord walks from one of the racks before standing in front of Izuku as Akyako's quirk goes to work, creating a spiral of fabric. Necromancer, Shigaraki glares and tries to walk up the platform. I wouldn't do that, Ayako speaks from the side while moving her fingers. It will cut you to shreds, Izuku explains as the women's quirk was beautiful yet very dangerous. Just talk, Shigaraki, and don't go after Ayako. I'll kill you before you could. Igris stands tall near her with his sword planted in front of him. Shigaraki looks at the knight then back to Izuku. You took down the hero killer, Wolfram, and my Nomu. Shigaraki glares. Are we destined to fight, or maybe I'm destined to bring you to my side? Fat chance, Izuku lifts his arms as Ayako works around his stomach. Look, Shigaraki, I don't know your life, so I can't talk you out of whatever you're planning. Just leave my class out of it. We are learning to be heroes. If you are just trying to break our spirits to get us to quit, it won't work. Okay, arms down, Midoriya. Izuku nods to Ayako, who starts working on his pants. Anyway, why are you here, anyway? I wanted to talk, actually, about the hero killer. Shigaraki growls. I thought he was working with you, Izuku touches the material of his jacket. Always so soft. Izuku smiles. I never really agreed to that, even if society seems to think so, and that's my problem. Everyone's got their eye on the damned hero killer. Our attack on Ua, the Nomu I unleashed in Hosu. It's all overshadowed by him. But it did get us new players, Shigaraki growls lowly. Oh, the attack on UA was covered up because of my actions. Izuku yelps. Easy around the crotch Ayako. She just smirks off to the side. Covered up. Who decided that? Shigaraki looks up at Izuku, who just smiles. Ask your sensei. Izuku watches Shigaraki's eyes widen at the name. How do you know of sensei? The villain's hands curl into fists. Not the point of our conversation, Shigi. Izuku feels the fabric tighten around his thighs. What's your real question? Why track me down? What makes us so different? Shigi yells while stomping his feet. What a child. Ayako and Izuku think while sparing each other a passing glance. Well, if you want an answer. I don't understand you. I understand him, he wanted to cure the world of fake heroes. Which is absurd in its own right, the world's a balance. Izuku raises his hands. Every good person has a little bit of bad in themselves, and every bad person has a little bit of good in them. Izuku drops his hands. It's our job to balance everything. Izuku chuckles. Sorry, back to you. He's destructive but for a reason. Why do you want to kill All Might? Do you even want to kill him, or are you just a puppet for your sensei? Shigaraki growls and moves up only to have his cheek sliced by a piece of fabric. I told you, her quirk will shred you apart. Next time we meet, Midoriya. Shigaraki growls. I'll kill you. Come after my class again, and I will steamroll you or anyone else that gets in my way till I reach your puppet master then rip his soul out. Ayako's quirk finishes, and Izuku was standing in a new black suit. He looks down at Shigaraki. What do you think? He turns around some. Fitting for a monarch, don't you agree, Shigi? Izuku grins as the hooded figure leaves the store growling. The door shuts, and Izuku sighs. Thank you, Ayako. Lovely work as always. Will you be wearing it out or want me to change you? The woman smirks while holding up a shopping bag with his street clothes. I will be wearing it out. Izuku walks off the platform calling Igris back. How much? Well, for destroying my other suit and bringing that man-child into my shop. Ayako walks behind the counter. Let's say 140,000 yen, and we will call it even. You're an evil woman sometimes. Izuku hands over his card. I know, sweetie. Yet this is your third suit from me. She winks and rings up the purchase. Have a good day, Ayako. Izuku grabs the bag of his old clothes. You too, Izuku. She smiles and watches him leave. Oh, that lucky girl that jumps him first. She giggles before going back to her job. Izuku rolls his eyes while taking off his tie, leaving the top button undone. Izuku. He looks up, seeing Jiro looking at him. Damn, Greenie. I know I saw it at I Island, but damn, you clean up well. Thanks, Jiro. Izuku smiles. I didn't say it at I Island, but you looked beautiful in your dress. Jiro's face turns red before she turns away. Anyway, does everyone have everything? Yeah, we were looking for you. Didn't know you were suit shopping. She deadpans, trying to calm herself. I didn't need anything else. Izuku chuckles. Shall we? Izuku motions. Jiro nods, and they start walking back to their classmates who were waiting. Izuku. Tenya chops. It's past the time we agreed to meet up. Sorry, Tenya. Got caught up with an old acquaintance of mine. Izuku smiles as he rolls his shoulders. So, are we going to get some lunch or just stand around? Let's eat. Kirishima yells, and the students walk towards a restaurant. Izuku falls back as he pulls out his phone and calls Detective Tsukauchi. Hello, this is Detective Tsukauchi. Hello, Detective. It's Izuku Midoriya. I just wanted to inform you Shigaraki was at the Kiyoshi Word shopping mall a few minutes ago. He's long gone by now, so no need to worry. We were talking about the hero killer and his sensei. Yagi informed me about him. Izuku explains as he hears the silence on the other side of the receiver. The hero killer wasn't with the league but since the media fucked it up. They got new players. I will let Ua know. Thank you for the information Midoriya. The detective states. Thank you, detective. If you need anything else, you can reach me at this number or come, pay me a visit at UA. Izuku looks up, seeing the class chose a noodle shop. Well, I have to go. Have a good day. Izuku hangs up just as the class splits up and to eat. Who are you calling? Momo sits across from Izuku and Ochako. Jiro was by her side. Detective Tsukauchi. Izuku flips through the choices. Why? Ochako was about to order the cheapest thing on the menu when Izuku orders for her. She glares at him, but he just smiles. No reason. If anything comes from it, we will know back at UA. Izuku closes the menu. No need to worry for now. Izuku leans back while unbuttoning his suit. Just enjoy the day. Back at the dorms. The class was called down to the standard room of the dorms towards the end of the night. So, given what happened at the mall, Aizawa starts, and Izuku facepalms as most of the class look confused. You didn't tell them. Aizawa looks at Izuku. I did not. Izuku groans before sitting down. Thanks for that, sensei. What happened? Momo looks at Izuku, and so did everyone else. Shigaraki, the leader of the villains that attacked the USJ and set Nomus on Hosu City, came to have a chat with me when I was getting my new suit. We only had a chat, no fighting. Izuku calms the class before they freak out. He left, and I called the detective to inform him of the information I collected while we talked. There was no reason to cause a panic at the mall. Izuku. Ochako yells alongside Jiro. You could have told us afterward, man. Kirishima states with his arms crossed. Why? Izuku looks around. He wasn't there for a fight. He was asking stupid questions and acting like a child. We enjoyed our day. I wouldn't ruin that with his childish ass. Izuku sits up. Anyway, Aizawa, please continue. Okay then, our usual accommodations were cancelled. We will not be revealing our actual destination until the day we depart. Aizawa crosses his arms while leaning against the wall. Huh, but, I already told my parents. Shiro leans over the couch. That's precisely the point, Momo breaths out while looking at Izuku. The school can't control who learns what or how. You. Katsuki turned towards Izuku. You should have killed him. I was getting a suit done, Katsuki, trust me. Ayako would have killed me if I dirtied her shop. Izuku pulls at his pants some. Or done something worse. Whatever. Katsuki glares at Izuku. Just be ready to leave in a few days. Have a good night. Aizawa walks upstairs, and Izuku rolls his eyes. When will you open up? Ochako asks coldly. Most of the class falls silent. What are you talking about? Izuku stands up, ready to leave. The final exam, she states. Your fight against All Might. What do you want to know? I had a fucked up childhood. I got bullied. I got beaten up because I was different from everyone else. Izuku shrugs. I'm not the only one. Izuku watches Mina, Kirishima, Asui, and Kaminari look down at the floor. We each go through different things in life that make us who we are, Ochako. How are you okay with it? She curled her hands up. I'm not, Izuku states calmly. I'm pissed off at my past. I'm mad at the teachers that turned a blind eye. I hate the girls that would trick me into waiting around a restaurant because I thought maybe I wasn't a complete loser. Oh, how about the boys Kachan hung out with? The class looks confused, but Katsuki flinches at his nickname. They would wait around until he left and then beat the living piss out of me. So Ochako, when you say I'm okay with it, that's wrong. I'm not okay with it, and those who wronged me will burn. Izuku turns around. It's just not the right time. Some of my classmates will be politicians, cops, or businessmen. And one day, I will show up on their doorstep, Izuku breaths out. Well, we will just have to wait and see, won't we? Izuku looks right at Katsuki. Have a good night, and get some sleep. Izuku leaves the class on the lower floor, just wanting to escape the talk. His past always makes his skin itch. 19 Chapter 31, A New Development. The first day of training camp came quickly. Class A and Class B make their ways out of their dorms, each paralleling themselves to the two buses. It was early morning, so no one had the energy to be too excited for the trip until the beautiful morning was ruined by a loudmouth blonde. What? Some Class A kids are getting extra lessons. That means some of you failed. Monoma mocks. Class A did their best to ignore it as they pushed their bags into the bus's compartments. Hua, how weird is that? Everyone knows Class A is totally superior to Class B. Wow, Izuku cuts Monoma off. Thank you, but if that's your opinion about my class, I really can't deny you your opinion. Izuku bows. We are blessed that our sister class thinks so highly of us. We will make sure to live up to it. Izuku throws his duffel bag under the bus before getting on it, ignoring the snickering from his classmates as Monoma was trying to come up with something to say. Wow, Midoriya shut Monoma up without physical violence. Setsuna Tokage states while grinning. Big sis, you should learn how to do that. Kendo rolls her eyes as she drags Monoma to their bus. Get on the bus so we can leave. A bountiful babe bu, Mineta flinches, feeling a knife fly very close to his nose. He slowly turns, seeing Izuku looking at him. Bus, now, Izuku states while pointing with the same dagger he just threw. Yes, sir. Class A quickly puts away their stuff before getting on, each having to walk past Izuku so he could count them off. He's like Kendo. Pony states loudly and in English, catching her class's attention as they watch Class A listen to him. Guess so, Awase states while fixing his headband. Just a lot scarier. Aizawa and Vlad King were the last ones on the bus. Both presidents already counted off, and they nod to the bus driver to take off. Izuku sits towards the front near Aizawa as he had his eyes closed, trying to relax. We'll be stopping in about an hour. After that, Aizawa comes to a stop as he turns to see the class, all talking over him. Oh well. Aizawa shifts, seeing Izuku in the seat next to him, apparently ignoring it all. What no talking for you? Aizawa just watches Izuku reach into his jacket, pulling out his headphones before putting them on without looking at Aizawa. Yeah, he's still pissed. Aizawa sighs and goes back to watching the road. 1 hour later. The bus pulls off to the side of the road before opening the doors. The class gets off except for Izuku, who looked asleep. Everyone decided to leave him due to his attitude for the past few days. Aizawa was the first one to meet their guests. He didn't notice Midoriya was still on the bus. Hold on, what kind of rest stop is this? Kirishima speaks up as the class looks over a valley filled with trees. Right, and where's Class B? Jiro stretches out slowly. Gotta pee, Mineta whines. Of course, we stopped here for a reason. Aizawa breaths out, not sure if he was ready for this week himself. Heya, Eraser. A hyperactive voice comes from behind him, making him flinch and look at the floor. Sorry. Haven't seen you in a while. Aizawa slumps slightly. Rock on with these sparkling gazes. Another female starts. Stingingly cute and cat-like. We're the wild pussycats. The blonde and brunette heroines strike a pose as a younger child rolls his eyes while glaring at the class of heroes in training. These are the pro heroes who will be helping us out this time, the pussycats. Aizawa drones out. Geez, is it just me, or does Aizawa look more dead than usual? Mina questions the class lowly. This whole area here is our territory. The brunette points out. Your lodging is at the foot of that mountain over there. So far away. Huh, then why'd we stop halfway? Ochako nervously questions no one. Uh-oh, Sato backs up slowly. Let's get back to the bus. Hurry, Sato mutters. It's now 9:30 am. I'm thinking around noon, at the earliest. The brunette cat smiles. Ah crud, no way. Kirishima almost trips backward. Run, Mina yells. Kiddies who don't make it there by 12:30 won't get any lunch. The blonde cat bounces in front of the group that was retreating. Momo feels the ground shift under her before looking around and screaming. Izuku. The reaction was instant. Shadow soldiers surround the class as the three adults wear face down in the dirt. The ground stops shifting under their feet as the blue-eyed powerhouse gets off the bus growling. Now, who the hell woke me up? Izuku asks while looking over towards his class. No one speaks a word as Aizawa grunts trying to get out of the grip of Igris. Iron was holding down the two pussycats. Damn, thanks for the save, Greenie. Jiro chirps. Midoriya, Aizawa growls. This is a training exercise. Let us go. Izuku finally looks at the new heroes and recognizes them instantly. Oh, sorry, Mandalay, Pixie Bob. You can continue. Izuku calls his soldiers back as the class gulps. Izuku. The class yells. What? At least I gave you a few seconds to think. Either jump of the cliff yourself or get thrown off it. Izuku offers and sits on the stairs of the bus watching as the Pixie Bob slams her paws down. Still, half the class already ditched the platform making their way down the cliff themselves. The rest were enveloped in an avalanche of dirt. Mandalay leans over the railing. This is our private territory, so feel free to use your quirks. She yells out. You've got 3 hours to reach the facility on foot. Make it through the beast's forest. Aizawa was already walking towards Izuku, who was scrolling through his phone. You going to join them? If I joined, we would just walk through the forest. You want this to be a training exercise, so no, I won't, plus it's their punishment for asking about my past after I told them it's not their business. Do you want me to go through that? Izuku points out towards the forest. I could probably do it in 15 minutes. Izuku deadpans, still not looking at his teacher. Oh, you're an interesting kitten. You single. Pixie Bob smirks while looking him over. Yes. Izuku looks back to Aizawa. Can I go back to sleep, or did you decide something else? Go back to sleep. You're less of a headache. Aizawa pinches the bridge of his nose. Same to you, Aizawa. Izuku gets up and smirks as he sends Iron and Igris to report to Momo. The teachers miss the shadows shooting down towards the forest. Down in the forest. Momo regroups everyone as she breaths out. Guess Izuku isn't joining us, so we will have to do this ourselves. She glares at the forest in front of her. Bakugo, Kirishima, Shoto, I need you guys leading. Shoji, Kyoka, and Koda, please do surveillance and make sure we are not going off track. The rest help out however you can. Momo. Ojiro points behind her. She turns around, seeing both of Izuku's larger knights kneeling to her. Guess he was going to give us support after all. Iron. She questions and the giant knight looks up. Igris. The smaller of the two looks at her. Please help us make it through the forest. They both stand to their full height before Iron looks at Katsuki and roars. Oh, it's on you, overgrown shadow. Rematch. Katsuki and Iron take off into the forest, and explosions follow. Igris just stays next to Momo before shaking his head, following her lead. 3 p.m. base camp. They're finally here. Pixie Bob smiles. The class walks out of the forest, dirty, and some were in pain. Needless to say, they didn't make it in time for lunch but much faster than we anticipated. Pixie Bob watches two shadows bow towards Momo and disappears. It'll only take 3 hours. Yeah, right. Zero groans, rubbing his elbows. So hungry. I'm gonna die. Kirishima whines. Sorry, that's how quick we would have made it. Mandalay teases. Flaunting the power gap in our faces. Sato huffs out. Your classmate said he could do it in 15 minutes. Pixie Bob states. The class quickly stops complaining, remembering that the two shadows helped a lot, and it would have taken them longer if they didn't have the support. But you all did well dealing with my Earth Beast. Especially you four. Pixie Bob points out Shoto, Tenya, Katsuki, and Momo. Gonna have fun with you four. I'm marking them as mine. Hey Mandalay, I didn't know she was like that. Aizawa points the blonde. She's worried about being a spinster forever. Mandalay keeps her paws open. A spinster. You're that old? Izuku asks from the bench near the entrance of the building. The class looks over to see their president laying out on the beach as Pixie Bob rushes over to shut him up. Why didn't you join us? Mina whines. I won't be around you guys forever, Izuku states while holding Pixie Bob back. You need to learn and grow on your own. Also, it's punishment. Izuku sits up and yawns. I even gave you Igris and Iron. By the way, who won Katsuki? I did. Katsuki grins. Iron, Shoto corrects. Iron, Momo follows. Iron, Kirishima finishes. Shut it. Katsuki explodes weakly due to the overuse of his quirk. Your class president already dropped off your things into your rooms, so get to the dining hall. After that, you'll bathe. Then it's bedtime. The real training starts tomorrow. How hurry up? Aizawa points to the doors. The class gathers in the mess hall, and all cry out at the buffet of food left for them. Izuku, what did you do while we were in the forest? Shoto asks while sitting across from Izuku. Just did my daily training. Ran around a bit. They have a lot of lands, plus it was quiet for the most part. Izuku grabs some more rice from the middle. Kirishima was talking about the food with Pixie Bob, which was typical when he got hungry. Don't expect this pampering to continue. It's for today only. So eat your fill now. Pixie Bob warns, but the class was too busy eating to pay attention to her words. Hot springs. Well, Mineta smiles once they enter the hot springs. To be honest, the food's whatever for me cause that's not what I'm really after. Mineta stands at the base of the wall that divides the boys' side from the girls'. What I'm after is right on the other side of this wall. What are you mumbling about over there, Mineta? Izuku was trying to relax in the springs and enjoy the night sky. He didn't want to deal with the perverted grape. The boys' side falls quiet as they could hear the girls talking on the other side. Ah, I've never let this good. The guys perk up, hearing Mina's voice. Can you believe there are hot springs here? This is the best. That voice was Ochako's. Yes, Mineta's ear was pressed against the wall as he drools. They're really there. Guess they don't have girls and boys bathe at different times, nowadays. Izuku looks at Mineta then to Tenya. An accident. Yes, we might just have a little accident here. Mineta, I'm giving you the last warning. Izuku rubs his chest. What you are about to do is illegal. Is harassment and possible sexual harassment on top of it. If you climb that wall, I'll feed you to tank. Izuku slides down into the water. I agree we have beautiful classmates on the other side of the wall, but that doesn't give you the right to be a pervert. Now, get in the hot spring and stay away from the wall. Last warning. So strict, Mineta smiles and making his decision. We're here to overcome those walls. Plus ultra. Mineta starts climbing, and Kirishima quickly gets away from Izuku as he was already jumping out of the water. For moments like this, it'll all be worth it for this. Mineta was about to reach the top when two things stopped him. A child with a horned hat glares at him, and his classmate's hand encases his head like a basketball. Kota and Izuku make eye contact as Izuku jumped that high. Izuku sends a short nod to the kid before letting gravity take control, and Izuku rips Mineta off the fence. You brats. Mineta was knocked out once Izuku lands, making sure Mineta's head hit first. God, so immature. Izuku drops Mineta before kicking him towards Todoroki to collect later. Mineta's really the worst, huh? Mina sighs, and Kota turns slightly, getting more than he bargained for as the girls of Class A were all nude in the bath. Most of the girls were decent enough to cover their chests. Mina just went all out, giving the kid a thumbs up. Gah! Kota trips backward off the wall, falling on the boy's side. Izuku quickly turns and catches the kid, making sure to cradle the kid's head so he doesn't snap his neck. Oh shit. Mina yells. It's good, Mina. I got him. Izuku calls over the wall. He's fine. Izuku shakes his head as he looks towards the boys. Don't let Mineta out of your sight. I will have Aizawa deal with him. They quickly nod, and Izuku walks out of the hot springs towards the building management office. Mandalay was the only one inside, luckily, since Izuku was only dressed in a towel. Hey, Mandalay. Izuku opens the door while cradling the 7-year-old in his arm. Kota fell off the dividing wall in the springs. Mandalay quickly takes her nephew and lays him down on the couch. Thanks for bringing him here. Mandalay takes off his hate before checking his temperature. I think he got an eyeful of the girl's side when trying to stop Mineta from climbing the wall. Don't worry, I'll deal with the grape. Izuku scratches his cheek softly. We put him up there on guard because Eraser told us one of you was the embodiment of lust. Girls today sure do develop quickly, huh? Mandalay looks at Izuku, who just shrugs. I'm just glad he didn't get hurt due to the embodiment of lust's actions. Izuku turns. Anyway, I'm going to head back to deal with the pervert. Have a good night, Mandalay. You too, Midoriya. The heroine waves as Izuku leaves only to come face to face with the women of his class. Luckily, all dressed in bathrobes. Girls, Kota is fine. Please go back to the springs. Izuku looks the girls up and down slowly. Before snapping his fingers in front of their faces a few times. They were gawking. Izuku moves left, and their eyes followed. Izuku snaps his fingers again, finally breaking them out of their shocked state. Ladies, Kota is okay. Just passed out from the overload. Please go back to the baths. Thanks for letting us know. Momo nods a few times before dragging herself and the girls with her. You're hot, Ribbit, Suyu states firmly, and the girls quickly nod. Suyu. Ochako yells. What? She's telling the truth. Toru's bathrobe moved towards Izuku's chest. Doesn't mean she needs to say it out loud. Jiro was turned sideways like she was trying to look away, but it wasn't much help since she was just looking like the rest of the girls. Thank you for your compliments. You all are beautiful, but seriously. Get back to the baths before the boys come out and see you in nothing but bathrobes. Izuku motions towards the girls where they all look down, seeing he was right. Mina raises her phone, snapping a photo before being dragged backward by Jiro and Momo. Ochako was blushing and hiding her face as they leave. Izuku facepalms once they were gone. Did she seriously just take a photo? Yes, she did, Aizawa states from behind him. Where's Mineta? Knocked out in the locker room. Finally, going to expel him. Izuku turns to his teacher. Probably, or move down to Gen Ed. Aizawa answers. Good, or I'll kill him. Izuku sighs. Can I go relax now? Aizawa nods, and Izuku leaves the hallway to go relax until tomorrow. Day 2 5:30 a.m. Morning, kids. Aizawa starts as Izuku just sips his coffee from the tables nearby. The rest of the class was just waking up all with bedhead. Today, the real training begins. Ideally, you will all emerge stronger. Strong enough to acquire your provisional licenses. Aizawa explains. More specifically, there's a growing hostile force out there. Through this, you'll be prepared to face it, so stay sharp and work hard. Aizawa throws Bakugo the same softball from the test at the beginning of the year. Try throwing this. Here we freaking go. Katsuki swings his arm around a few times. Oh, testing to see if we've improved. Mina asks. Jiro quickly covers her ears as Katsuki throws the ball, and the explosion follows. They wait around for a few seconds before the phone beeps. Aizawa turns the phone around. 810.2 meters. Aizawa clams. What? Huh, not much farther than before. Shiro crosses his arms. Yes, you have been through a lot these past 3 months. Undoubtedly, you've all grown, but it's only your techniques and minds that have matured. Well, and your bodies a bit. But as you've all just seen, your quirks haven't kept up with the pace. Starting today, you'll improve on your quirks. This will be so harsh that you'll wish you were dead, so do your best to stay alive. Aizawa turns to the open field where the students would be training. Izuku finally looks up from his phone and coffee, seeing a spark of blue in the forest. Izuku gets up and walks into the woods, ignoring Aizawa. His teacher quickly follows, and so does the class. As they get closer, Izuku's heart drops. Midoriya, what are you? Aizawa comes to a stop behind Izuku as he stares ahead. What is that? This is a gate, to a dungeon, but there's a problem. Izuku swallows roughly as his worst nightmare just came to life. And what's that? Katsuki growled, staring at the large blue portal. I didn't open this, it opened on its own. 19 Chapter 32, Training in a Dungeon. What could go W? Izuku sits on the grass, looking at the portal. This is a problem. Izuku bites his fingernail while feeling the power frequently fluctuates like it was hiding something inside. This one looks bigger than most of the gates I've gone through. Izuku rubs his temples. Aizawa was on the phone with Nezu. Izuku was already planning for hero agencies to be ready if these gates open worldwide. Izuku buries his head in his hands. Are you going in? Momo sits down next to him. After Aizawa saw the gate, he called off training for the morning. Soon enough, his class joins him while sitting in front of the gate. It's kinda pretty, Toru states, looking at the purples and blues mix. Izuku chuckles softly. What's behind the gate? Kirishima asks from behind him. Enemies that are monsters. They are not human. Izuku breaths out. This is where I go to level myself up. I wanna go. Katsuki grins, and Izuku shakes his head softly while looking at the notebook. I agree. Shoto looks at the gate then to Izuku. Sounds fun to me. Shiro smiles. How bad could it be? Kaminari asks naively. Izuku gets up looking around his classmates before looking at Katsuki. Look, this isn't a game. Izuku paces in front of the gate. This gate is at least an A-ranked gate. Inside these gates are monsters, not villains. They won't run away or show mercy if you're injured. They will kill anything that walks through those gates, and if it's different, it dies. So, if you walk through those gates, you go for the kill. You don't hold back, and you do not hesitate. The class was silent. Multiple people swallow roughly, realizing the dangers. These dungeons are no training simulation. There is no pause button, or All Might to call end match. This is real. If you enter these gates, there is always a possibility you might not make it out alive. Izuku finishes his explanation and looks back at his classmates. I just got off the phone with Nezu. Aizawa walks into the clearing as he sees his class looking sick. What did you tell them? The truth. Izuku looks back at the gate. I should do this alone. Nezu believes if these things are going to be popping up everywhere, then this is the time to train for them. While you can bail them out. Aizawa sighs. They do not have to go if they don't want to, but it could be useful to get first-hand training with you protecting them. Aizawa watches Izuku rock his head back and forth while mumbling at an absurdly fast pace. You understand I cannot control the outcome of their actions or the actions of whatever monster is behind these gates. Izuku turns back to his teacher. It's their choice, because if you are correct and these gates start popping up worldwide, then they will be hero's job to close them and fight off whatever is inside. Aizawa looks back to his class. It's your guy's choice if you want to go in, but I would heed Midoriya's warning. He's the expert in this situation. The class looks up to Izuku, who flips through his notebook carefully before looking at his classmates. Only a few looks of hesitant. Who still wants to go? Izuku asks. Shoto, Katsuki, and Momo were the first 3 hands up. Then came the rest, everyone except Toru, Kota, and Mineta. That left 17 students that wanted to go. Aizawa, will you come with us? Yes. Okay, get Momo food. Lots of it. Izuku flips his notebook around, letting her see what's inside it. This are weapons, she steals herself, grabbing the notebook. They're perfect for each of our quirks. I designed them during my free time. Izuku looks around his class. I meant it when I said it. Once you enter, you do not hesitate. He looks back at the gate. We can enter by noon, giving Momo enough time to build the weapons and time for you guys to familiarize yourself with said weapons. I will keep asking if you guys still want to come by noon. If you want to bow out, there is no shame in doing so. This will be dangerous. Please understand that. Rest up, stretch out. We leave at noon, the class nods, and Momo heads off with the notebook to the picnic tables. Izuku looks back at the gate before following Momo. Izuku kept his promise. Every hour he walks around. Are you sure you're ready to do this? Izuku sits around the table with Bakugo's group. No shit, nerd. Katsuki grins. Finally get to go all out. Katsuki fixes the slimmer gauntlets around his forearms. Yeah, let's do it, bro. Kirishima bangs his knuckles together, making a loud ring to it as Momo created knuckle dusters with spikes that could eject from the knuckles. I'm good to go. Zero takes while making sure his quirk would function properly with the extra gear added. It laterally added sharp metal into his tape while shooting it out that would allow it to dig into the monster's neck while strangling them. Same, though I never liked using my quirk on humans, Mina admits while taping similar gauntlets to Katsuki's. They held highly acidic acid inside them so she could shoot farther distances. These won't be human, Mina. Izuku rubs her shoulder softly. They're monsters. She nods softly while trying to fix her mentality. Kaminari. I'm ready to rock and roll, man. This gauntlet is awesome. I should have it on my regular costume. Kaminari grins. His gauntlet allows him to shot sharp metal discs that work as a weapon and a conductor to his electricity, so he actually has a way to fire in one direction. Good. I'll be back around. Let me know if you want to drop out. There is no pressure to go inside the gate. Each one nod as Izuku leaves the table to check on the others. Shoji, Ojiro, Sato, and Tokoyami. You can back out at any time. Izuku stands at the head of the table. I'm good, but why a shield? Shoji lifts the shield that was similar to Iron's. Your job inside will be the defense for long-range quirks. Ochako, Jiro, and Kaminari. With your strength, you can block strong attacks. Izuku picks up the axe, spinning it around a few times with ease. You're going to be a tank. Izuku slams the axe into the table as he gets a nod from Shoji. Ojiro. Izuku turns to his tailed classmate as he fixes the spiked armor to his tail. I feel like I should have thought of this a long time ago. Ojiro chuckles softly. Do you mean it when they aren't human? Yes, inside those gates are monsters wanting to kill humans. Trust me, I've heard it myself. So I know you're honorable, but keep the honor for human combatants. Izuku checks his armor, making sure it was on correctly. I'm good then. Ojiro smiles. Dark Shadow, Tokoyami. Izuku turns to the god of darkness. We are ready. Dark Shadow sounds happy to let loose. I will try to keep him in check, Tokoyami explains. Don't, we may need his full power and trust me. Dungeons are usually dark. Izuku fist bumps Dark Shadow. Let me know if you want to back out. We have an hour left. Rest up. Prepare yourselves. Izuku leaves the table. He walks over to Tenya, who is sitting with Ochako, Tsuyu, Aoyama, and Shoto. Izuku sits down next to Shoto since he was the one ready to go. How are you guys doing? Nervous, Ochako states while playing with a slingshot. Can you explain this? Sure, stand up. Izuku takes her hand before pointing her at a tree 20 meters away. Use your quirk on the ammo, then let it fly. Izuku stands off to the side as she activates her quirk on the small metal ball before pulling the slingshot back. She let it go, and her eyes widen as the metal ball rips through the tree's bark before embedding itself inside the tree. What the fuck? Katsuki asks while staring at the busted tree. Inertia, Momo states with her cheeks full of sweets. Glad that worked. Same. Izuku grins. Long-range attacks. Izuku rubs Ochako's lower back softly as she stares at the damaged tree. Oh my god, she whispers before grinning. That's cool. Izuku, must I wear these? Izuku turns towards Tenya, seeing him fix the shin guards that had swords down the middle. Because your kicks can be lethal without them, but the blades will help you cut through things. Izuku manifests his daggers. Why do you think I use these? Izuku spins them around his fingers. Like I said, back out if you guys need to. I have done this type of stuff by myself before. I can do it again. No, we are doing this as a class. Ochako smiles. We want to help you. You don't have to do it alone, Izuku. Shoto taps on the long sword that could handle fire or ice. We can handle this. I hope so. Momo rest, I'm going to check on the gate. Izuku walks away from the tables, not noticing Class B walking towards Izuku's class. What are you guys doing? Kendo asks while seeing the weapons. Even Vlad King looked curious. The class looks around before looking at Aizawa, who is just coming out of the main building. Are those weapons finished? Aizawa grunts while fixing his new knives to his belt. Weapons. Vlad King asks his coworker as Aizawa comes to a stop before sighing. Vlad, come with me. Kids, Aizawa looks around. Midoriya. What? Izuku calls from the forest. Get back here and explain to Class B now. Fucking son of a bitch, Midoriya's voice could be heard from inside the forest as he walks out. Well, sit. Izuku points to the tables the newcomers quickly sit while looking over their sister's weapons class attached to their bodies. Aizawa and Vlad head off to the building as Izuku begins to explain his quirk in the gates. What is going on, Aizawa? Vlad crossed his arms. Why are your class armed to the teeth with lethal weapons? Only third years have authorization for that class. The world may be changing, Vlad. Midoriya's quirk creates gates to dungeons with monsters inside. These gates are usually controlled and only able to open by Midoriya. That changed today. A gate opened in the forest, and now our jobs will change if this goes worldwide. Aizawa sighs. This might be the only way to train them for the changes that are coming. Vlad just stares at Aizawa looking for the joke's punchline, but when he didn't find one, he turns to see Midoriya explain to his class, and some of them raise their hands. Looks like we are both going in. The pussycats agreed to stay outside and train the ones who don't want to go. Is this a smart idea? Vlad swallows softly. No, but Nezu already okayed it. Aizawa looks at Izuku, not sure what to expect inside the gate. Plus, we will have Midoriya ready to take action if something goes wrong. Do you trust him? Vlad King looks at the young man. To protect everyone. Aizawa looks at Vlad, who nods. Yes. A few minutes earlier. Izuku breaths out, finally finishing his explanation about the dungeons and gates. So, who wants to go? I am stressing this right now, but you do not have to go. Izuku rubs his temples, seeing a few hands go up. Names and quirks go. Itsuka Kendo, big fists, the class president stands up, sending a nod towards Izuku. Juzo Honanuki, softening, the skull-head student gets up after Kendo. Nito Monoma, copy, the pretentious blonde wasn't gloating or spiting Class A's name. Jirota Shishida, beast, the only man with a full beard speaks up. His sharp teeth were sticking out of his lips while he spoke. Tetsu, steel, the steel bro of Kirishima grins while fist-bumping Kirishima. Hiryu Rin, scales, Rin's voice comes from behind Kendo, his hair was pulled back in a low braid. Both his eyes were round like a reptile, which fits with his quirk. Shihai Kuwaro, black, a tall man speaks up as his white hair covers his right eye. His skin was pitch black, but he had a sly smile across his face while looking at Izuku. Reiko Yanagi, poltergeist, the only other female from Class B that wanted to go speaks up in a quiet and emotionless voice. She looked like a ghost due to her fair complexion. Is that it? Izuku looks around Class B as no one else spoke up. At least they are smart enough not to want to go. Izuku breaths out slowly. Momo, you still good to make more. As long as I have food and you give me what I need. I can keep going. Momo smiles as she already had 2 samurai swords near her. One for her, one for Jiro. Good, those in Class B willing to come with us, please come with me to explain your abilities so we can create the best weapons for you. Izuku looks back at Momo. Let's get back to work. We have 40 minutes. Izuku sits down as the students from Class B comes closer to explain their quirks, so Izuku could create the best weapons for them. The 40 minutes come to an end, and everyone stands in front of the gate. The members of Class B look at the glowing portal as Izuku breaths out, slowly letting himself calm down. Here's the plan, tanks. Sato, Shoji, Karisium, and Tetsu perk up. Your job will protect long-range attackers. Each one nod. If you get hurt, fall back immediately behind the tanks and drink the red potions I gave you. Izuku holds up the glass container filled with red liquid. It will be slow, but it will heal you. Izuku puts it away. The attack force will be the main force fighting once we enter. Who made you boss? Monoma asks. Why should we listen to you? Many people were about to yell, but Izuku noticed there was no snarky comment or spite behind the words. He was asking an honest question. Because I've cleared multiple dungeons by myself. I've killed monsters stronger than any of you could imagine, and if we are going to make it out of this alive, we need teamwork. Alone you guys might not be strong enough to do this, but as a team, I think you guys could clear a dungeon. Izuku really did believe that. They are all strong on their own but still first years. I would rank them B or C but together. Izuku runs his hand through his hair. The tanks were already teamed up in front of a long-range team. The attacking force is grouped up with partners that work well with each other. They are an A-rank team. Izuku looks back at Monoma. I will help if you guys are stuck in a bind, but as soon as I say we are leaving, we leave. Izuku looks around the students. I will ask this for the final time. If you wish to bow out and not come, please do so now. This is dangerous, and you can get hurt or worse inside. If you are coming with steel yourself, keep your eyes open and do not hesitate. Is the understood? Yes, sir. Class A yells, and Class B follows quickly. Okay then, Izuku turns around. Let's enter. The teacher stood at the back, sending a nod to the pussycats as the class walks through the gate. You have entered the dungeon. As soon as the team walks through the gate, they were quick to look around. Looks like a cave. Shiro looks back at the portal as Katsuki scoffed. No shit, idiot. Katsuki glares ahead. Easy Bakugo. Kirishima chuckles. Shut up and keep the chatter down, Izuku calls them out. Eyes and ears up, Izuku's head turns, hearing something step out of the shadows. Shit. What the hell are those? Juzo was ready to sink any monster close so they would drown into the floor. The growling reminded Izuku of his first dungeon. Jackals, Izuku informs as the two beasts rush the long-range team. Shoji slams them away with his shield before bringing his axe down on one of the jackals' heads. Kirishima punches the second one in the head, leaving a long metal spike deep in its head. Both of the jackals quit moving and lay still. We got him. Kirishima grins, but his attention turns back towards the shadows as more movement could be heard. There's more, Reiko states dully as she slams one of the jackals into the cave ceiling before throwing it against the wall quickly. Shoto jumps over Izuku as he brings his sword down, sending a tsunami of fire down the cave, burning the jackals alive. Yeah, he's definitely going to be an S-rank hero one day. Izuku smiles as Katsuki yells at Shoto for taking his sweat time. That wasn't too hard, Sato states, but Izuku drops the bad news. Dungeon jackals are C-rank monsters. They're too weak and placed too low on the food chain, they're usually hunted down. They shouldn't even be in here. Izuku kneels next to one of the jackals before seeing the thick collar around it. Fuck. Izuku watches Momo kneel next to him. So, these aren't ordinary in dungeons. She looks back at Izuku. No, they are, but these aren't ordinary. Someone has been raising these things. Izuku pulls at the collar showing her. That means someone kept them alive on purpose. To use them as hunting dogs, Kendo kneels off to the other side. Izuku, something's coming, Jiro yelled from behind the tanks. Izuku looks up as he sees the crimson eyes before the red flesh. What are those? Kaminari yells. Orcs. Tetsu yells. Hi orcs. Izuku looks at the 10 of them. Shit. The orc roars before throwing his spear at Izuku. Shoji jumps in front, using his shield to deflect it and would have fallen over if it wasn't for Izuku holding him up. You good? Izuku asks slowly while keeping an eye on the orcs as they spread out before attacking. It almost shattered the shield. Shoji looks up, seeing an orc about to come down on their heads with his axe. The orc was hit with a metal ball that creates a hole right through its brain, making him crash to the floor. Izuku turns, seeing Ochako reloading. I knew she wouldn't hesitate. Izuku smirks before looking across the field. The members of all teams split and start fighting. This is a problem. I knew this was a bad idea. Izuku glares around as Momo dodges another axe. Fall back, Shoji, and take Momo with you. I'll be fine. Shoji nods and pulls Momo away as others attack. Aizawa was working well by himself. Vlad-sensei was helping a few students towards the front. An orc comes down almost cutting off Monoma's arm, but he can sidestep it in time. Tenya quickly kicks through the axe slicing through the handle. Monoma, fall back. Izuku orders, and he does so. Don't let them surround us. Katsuki blasts the orc backward as Shoto freezes a second one against the wall. Izuku could see they were already working their quirks to the max. I need to end this and get them out alive. Suddenly all of the orcs stopped moving before reaching for their throats, letting out wet chokes. Then their heads simply fall off, and bodies dropped. What just happened? Kendo kneels while breathing roughly. What the hell? Zero rubs his elbows slowly as one orc ripped himself out of the bindings. Kaminari while already showing signs of his quirk being overused as he drools. Monarch happened. Dark shadow wraps around Tokoyami's neck while cleaning the blood off his claws. You can see me while using that skill. Izuku asks while he stands in front of the class. Dark shadow nods. Good to know. Also, we are leaving. You guys are already worn out. It's too dangerous, and these guys are way too high. You did well, be proud of that. Izuku kicks one of the orcs' head down the hallway. This should have never happened. I was foolish to think they could handle it. Izuku cleans off the purple blood as the classes group back up. I agree. The class presidents state clearly. Yeah, I almost lost my arm. Monoma chuckles weakly while rubbing said arm. I'm almost out of ammo. Ochako pulls out a few more metal balls from her pocket. I can still keep going. Katsuki grins. Same. Shoto uses his fire to clean his sword. Of course, you two are powerhouses. The team thinks collectively. This isn't a debate, Izuku speaks up. These guys are just the welcoming party, the boss is much stronger than them, and I will not put your lives in danger. Izuku looks around the class seeing some of their hands shaking from the battle. I'm sorry for bringing you guys inside. Izuku bows. But, we need to retreat. Fine. Katsuki scoffs. Fuck, they wouldn't go down. It's like they ignored the larger explosions. Katsuki rubs his forearm feeling small spikes of pain roll down to his wrists. Okay. Shoto nods as he looks back at the orc that quickly broke out of his ice prison. I need to get stronger. Shoto turns his attention as the long-rank fighters take the lead. Heading back to the gate that leads them here. Izuku, Ochako yells from the front as he stays in the back to make sure the class doesn't get attacked again. What? Izuku looks back towards the front and curses loudly. It's a barrier. Don't touch it. Izuku orders as Aizawa looks at him. What does that mean? Aizawa growls. It means it was created with a high-level spell to keep us inside. Izuku rubs his face. Can you get rid of it? Vlad King asks. No. Suddenly the wave of power came in from the deep end of the dungeon. What was that? Mina's voice quivers weakly. It's so intense. Rin coughs, trying to cover his voice that cracks. I shouldn't have come. Sato swallows roughly. We can't leave. Aizawa looks around his class before his eyes fall on Midoriya. The kid was just looking towards the darkness of the dungeon, seemingly unaffected by the power wave. He deals with this all the time, how does he deal? Aizawa stops his own questioning seeing a sick grin spread across his student's face. He's an adrenaline junkie. It created a trap for anyone that entered. What a dirty move. Izuku grins before shaking his head, already hearing the steps. Izuku, Jiro starts while standing behind him like he was a shield. I know, Jiro. Izuku watches as he counts the footsteps. 48, 49, 50, 51, 51 high orcs. Shit. There's no hope for victory, well for my classmates. Izuku rolls his neck while his heartbeat starts pounding like a war drum. He feels Jiro's hands curl into the material of his shirt. The orcs stop with a good amount of distance between the class and themselves. Kruu, one starts like it was trying to speak. Crook. Another speaks before the first one makes his way forward. Alone. Izuku breaths in deeply as the orc was face to face with him. He's the captain then. Izuku had both his arms behind his back with Baruka's blade but didn't attack yet. The orc opened his mouth and words came out that were not known to any human. Is it trying to speak? Momo asks. Jiro still has yet to let go of Izuku's shirt as she was hiding behind him. What is it saying? Suyu asks no one. Izuku just controls his breathing and tries to lower his heart rate. The orc's head shakes violently before his mouth opens. Human. Holy shit. Katsuki even drops his arms to his side. It can speak Japanese. Ojiro flexes his tail slightly. I am Kargargan. The orc's mouth moves slowly as if it was struggling to speak. I wish to meet with you. Follow this one. The captain spoke, and Izuku knew instantly. The boss is speaking through the captain. Izuku lets his dagger go gently, taking Jiro's hand into his to calm her down. Choose, will you die here, by my soldiers, or will you, follow my soldiers? Kargargan growls through his captain. Izuku looks back at his class. We'll follow, Izuku states calmly. His class all look towards him. Izuku. Midoriya. Izuku holds up his hand to silence them. Follow, human. The captain's eyes go back to normal, and the orc turns to his comrades before leading the class deeper into the dungeon. What the hell Midoriya? Aizawa growls as he stands next to him. If we kill the boss, then they can't use their magic. Izuku keeps his voice low. Katsuki overhears the conversation. We are being brought right to the boss. Izuku walks forwards, leading his class. Outside the gate. Do you think they're okay? Toru rubs her arm softly as the ones who didn't go were still being trained by the pussycats. Who cares, they're crazy for entering. Mineta rubs his head. They will be fine, Kota smiles weakly. They have Midoriya with them. The shy animal lover rubs his throat as it was sore from yelling so much. You're right. Toru smiles. At least I hope so. 19 Chapter 33. Orc Boss vs Shadow Monarch. The team finds themselves inside a throne room. Izuku looks around the lit room, but this time, the room was filled, the throne was filled and protected by large orcs. There were more than a few hundred high orcs. Jiro's hand tightens around Izuku's as the captain gestures forward. Soon enough, the group stands in front of the throne. So, that's the boss. Katsuki's hands constrict before relaxing slowly. The boss is a sorcerer. Izuku looks at the necklace and earrings made of bone that were arranged like a king's jewelry. The boss was leaning on one of his fists while looking down at the humans. Izuku's eyes travel towards the 4 bodyguards that surrounded him. This isn't good. Jiro looks at Izuku as his hand was subconsciously tightening around hers. She could hear his heartbeat speed up while his eyes harden. Aizawa feels the hair on the back of his neck stand as the 4 bodyguards were all sporting their own armor and weapons. Then the boss opens his mouth. Humans, the orc leans forward slowly. Welcome. The class tenses up as their eyes fall on the leader. This is insane. Kendo looks back at Izuku, who is slowly letting go of Jiro's hand and pushing her backward. What happens if the gates don't close? Can these things leave? Kendo looks towards her classmates, seeing the same fear rolling down their spines. What do we do? We are going to die. Kirishima wishes he could chuckle or be optimistic about the outcome. All these guys are more powerful than the team. What do we do now? Kirishima eyes Katsuki, who is glaring at the boss. Dark Shadow is even scared of their darkness. What will Midoriya do to win? Tokoyami keeps his arms crossed, standing towards the outskirts of the group. Can he win, or will our fates be sealed in this dungeon? I'm manly, I'm made of steel and so is my will, Tetsu repeats in his head. Midoriya, I know I bash on your class, but right now would be a fantastic time to bail us out. Monoma screams in his head as he grabs his own arm to stop the tremors that roll down his spine. Do you fear me? Kargargan asks before pulling off his mask and unleashes the magical power that was hidden beneath it. A wicked wave of energy shot in all directions as it washes over the entire dungeon. Shit. We have to fight this thing. Izuku clears his throat roughly. Why bring us here? Izuku's voice was cold as he felt the power but disregards it the best he could. Right now, he made a promise to himself before entering, he would not break it. I will kill each and every one of them. If they so much as touch a hair on my team. Izuku was glad he let go of Jiro's hand because of how tight his fists were clenched, he would have crushed her hand. Your warriors would have been enough to end us. Izuku lowers his head slowly, letting his bangs conceal his eyesight. For entertainment. Kargargan clearly declares getting a reaction out of the class, but they stay soundless. During our remaining time here, we'll kill you one by one for my men's entertainment. The orcs around the throne room cheer loudly, frightening the class. However, Kargargan places his mask back on, sealing some of the magic he had. There seems to be something odd amongst you humans. Izuku inwardly smirks. Entertainment. Juzo swallows harshly. Instead of treating us like enemies, to him our lives are just toys. The hero students felt nothing but dread as Midoriya warned them. He said it over 100 times. He has no control what happens inside the dungeons, this isn't a game or simulation to practice or improve. This is real, and they will end up dead. I am no one's entertainment. Katsuki screams as he detonates himself upwards. Katsuki's body starts to spin faster as his explosions propel him straight towards the boss. Howitzer, Katsuki was feet above Kargargan as his right hand stretches out sparking. Impact. Hymn of Protection. Kargargan casts his spell as a blue shield appears between Katsuki and himself. The explosion shakes the entire throne room, and Katsuki is thrown backward. The smoke clears, and Katsuki looks forward to seeing the orc didn't move a muscle. Kargargan was still sitting on the throne, looking down at him. Foolish human. Kargargan flexes his pointer finger. Gravitation magic. Katsuki suddenly felt like the weight of the world was on his body before he was flung upwards. Kargargan moves his finger downwards. Gravity acceleration. Katsuki's body slams into the floor, causing massive damage to the wooden floor. Kargargan does it multiple times as the class watches in horror. Bakugo. Mina screams. Katsuki. Kirishima yells as tears roll down his face watching his best friend falling from the ceiling. Then suddenly, Katsuki was gone. The orcs stopped cheering, the 4 bodyguards were quick to be on guard, and Kargargan's eyes widen in surprise. Everyone turns around, seeing Izuku laying Katsuki down on the wooden floor towards the exit. Izuku, Katsuki had a gash going down his face, and he was bleeding from his nose. Katsuki feels something being poured down his throat as he stares up with ice blue eyes. Kachan, you are a lovable idiot. Izuku finishes with the vial before throwing it away. Stay here, heal. I am going to kill every monster present in this room. Katsuki's eyes turn his attention on the throne again, seeing Kargargan motion to one of his bodyguards. The bodyguard flies above the rest of the group aiming for Izuku, and Katsuki tries to choke out a warning as the large orc and axe were coming in for the kill. Izuku simply reaches backwards as blue surrounds his left hand. The orc was frozen in midair before being shot into the ceiling and then slammed mercilessly just like Katsuki. Katsuki just looks up, seeing the orc was stuck in the ceiling before letting out a weak chuckle. Give them hell, Izu. You have quite an amazing talent for a mere human. Kargargan just looks at his bodyguard. But how long will that last against all of us? Izuku gets up before looking at Kargargan. I have to admit, you are the first monster I've felt this type of power from. Shadows slowly creep from Izuku's feet as they circle him, and Izuku himself lets his presence known to everyone inside the room. Aizawa's felt this power during the final exams. Kargargan laughs, not caring about the presence before grinning. Isn't that obvious? However, the shadows under Izuku's feet grow outwards. This is such a terrible match-up. Izuku grins. For you, I mean, come forth. The pool of shadows slowly expands surrounding his classmates. My shadows. The class gathers closer to each other, feeling like they were in the middle of a battlefield as the shadow knights stand tall, all with their weapons are drawn. The giant bears were clawing at the floor growling lowly. The class feels a spike of power from Izuku as they turn, seeing Iron and Igris standing behind Izuku. Their shadows cast darkness over Izuku as they could only see the blue glow and malicious grin of their friend and classmate. Trying to pick a fight with my warriors with only that many soldiers. Kargargan's voice clearly held some tone of teasing behind it. Aizawa and Vlad King quickly pull the rest of the class in the middle of Izuku's army. Kirishima and Mina quickly help Katsuki making sure he was okay as the two kings face off with their troops. The orcs surround them as Aizawa watches shadows circle around the class, creating distance between the orcs and the army. If you look down on us too much, Izuku's calm voice carries weight across the throne room. It'll be disastrous. You have activated skill, Sovereign's territory. Shadow soldiers fighting above the casters. Shadow will have their stats increased by 50%. Let's see how this new job-specific skill will fare to my soldiers. They should be much stronger than they were back then. Izuku turns his attention to Igris, who is leaning forward ready. Iron looks prepared to rip some orcs apart as the giant's knight's teeth were clenched together. What just happened? Rin asks while feeling the power grow around Izuku. He feels so much stronger now. Ochako covers her mouth, watching her best friend stand tall against the monsters. How can such ominous energy come from a human? Reiko asks softly. What are you all doing? Kargargan leans forward off his throne. Destroy him already. Kargargan orders. The army of orcs goes on the attack as Izuku doesn't need to say anything. His army was ready. Iron opens his arms before roaring loud enough to shake the room. Iron has used skill, taunting cry. Izuku watches the messages fly across his sights. The enemy's stat was too high. The taunt has failed. Izuku could feel the irritation rolling off Iron as he raises his axe above his head with both hands and bashing 4 orcs across the throne room. Igris, on the other hand, was more elegant. He draws his sword upwards as orcs surround him to attack only to disappear in a blur leaving 8 orcs cut into pieces. Izuku looks forward towards Kargargan as 4 orcs were coming for his head. Izuku martializes his dagger again, before cutting each one down easily. Izuku quickly moves forward, cutting through lines of orcs with ease, making them stumble backward and fall over dead. The rest of my soldiers are at least B rank. Izuku looks towards his mana reserves. They outnumber us by a fuck ton. I need to lower their numbers as much as possible if I want to get them out of here. Izuku controls his breathing before dodging a fireball. Hymn of the Fire Dragon. Kargargan calls out, and the field was engulfed with flames. What the hell? Izuku looks back. My soldiers. Izuku quickly turns back, glaring at Kargargan as a massive dragon's head was in front of him while breathing fire. Why are you acting so arrogant with useless puppets like those? Kargargan was starting to get on Izuku's last nerve. Izuku comes to a stop as he was the closest to the king of the orcs. You're the one acting arrogant. Izuku knuckles turn white while gripping the handle of the dagger. As long as I have mana, they will regenerate. Even if they can regenerate, you will be consuming you, mana. Kargargan grins behind his mask. Your mana will run out before you can finish off my warriors. A few more of Izuku's lower knights were cut down, and Izuku's mana drops once they regenerate. Trust me, Izuku's voice comes from above Kargargan, making him look upwards. You'll be dead before that. Izuku promises as he equips 2 daggers. Hymn of Protection. Kargargan calls out quickly as Izuku hits the same shield Katsuki hit earlier. It's useless. The longer you spend wasting your time on me, the faster you'll lose your soldiers. Kargargan was still just sitting on this throne while his orcs keep fighting. Izuku steps back some looking at the lazy orc. I wonder. Izuku could hear Iron yelling and Igris's blade scraping the floor while fighting. I have a few strong guys on my side. Izuku's voice slowly starts to lighten up some. You shouldn't be worrying about me running out of mana. I'll destroy you all at once. Kargargan holds out his hand, casting another spell. The spell creates blazing fires where Izuku's soldiers stand effectively, destroying them. Izuku just rolls his eyes while thinking about his past battles against sorcerers. Metis was in control of thousands of undead soldiers but a fragile defense. This asshole is outstanding in defense and spells. Izuku turns his attention to the hundreds of high orcs in the lopsided battle. This is different from when I took on the job change quest. Izuku's lips press into a straight line. Inventory. Izuku holds up his hand so Kargargan could see. Potions are available here, so I can keep replenishing my mana. The smirk returns on Izuku's face seeing Kargargan stare at the potion. Since I don't want to fill my stomach with potions, I'll finish you off quickly. It'll be an entertaining spectacle. Izuku throws the empty potion bottle at Kargargan's head. I will now show you the unwavering domain of a necromancer. Izuku grins. Arise. The class all watch in pure fear as red hands reach from within the orcs' dead bodies. Izuku listens to the horrifying screams of the deceased as the shadow orcs stand on their dead bodies now under the command of the shadow monarch. What the? Kargargan claws at the throne. You're turning my warriors into the undead. The undead. Kaminari backs up, bumping into Aizawa. Aizawa catches his student from falling as Shota finally understood the conversation so long ago. If I ever use it in the real world, you and the heroes would not like it. Izuku smiles. Aizawa's eyes widen as the now undead orcs stand behind Izuku bolstering his own army. This is how he grows his army. If he was a villain, Aizawa quickly cuts off that train of thought as his students huddle closer together and away from the undead army. This is insane. Vlad King whispers, but everyone could hear it as the orcs surrounding them actively step away from the undead. There are still a lot of you left, but Izuku tilts his head while smiling. They will all soon turn into my shadows. Everyone from Class A shudders at the playful tone as Izuku lazily raises his finger, pointing right at Kargargan. And when I'm done, you will too. Can it be? Kargargan leans forward like he was trying to get a better look. Is he the Mo? Arc? Kargargan stands up, quickly pointing out. Go, cut them into pieces, and offer their bloodied corpses to me. Kargargan was agitated as his bodyguards jump off the throne level to join in the battle. Undead orcs and still living orcs fight head to head. Iron clashes with one of the high-leveled orcs, and Igris takes on the other two. Izuku tilts his head like a playful puppy while smirking. Is it a battle between generals? Izuku knew Iron and Igris will come out victorious. He would never doubt his strongest soldiers. Iron headbutts the orc general crushing the orc's head in, causing the red eyes to blow out of their sockets and just to make it better. Iron brings his axe down, cutting the orc in two bloodied pieces. Igris himself just stares upwards as the last two bodyguards of Kargargan jump towards him. One brings his sword down only to meet Igris as the one with claws go for Igris's midsection. Igris pins the orc's sword to the floor using the momentum to vault over the two orcs. Igris reaches behind his back, pulling out his own dagger. He throws it into the melee orc's head before stomping the blade through its head while looking into the second orc's eyes unbothered as the orc crumbles underneath Igris's boot. The two swordsmen clash their swords, but Igris was much stronger, so the orc was thrown upwards. Igris doesn't follow as Iron was already midair behind the flying orc with his axe pulled back. Igris turns away just as Iron swings bashing the orc towards the wall, but Tank's massive paw catches the hurt orc before slamming him through the floor. Iron throws a thumbs up towards Tank as the large bear just waves its paw a few times. Izuku just chuckles. Looks like my generals are superior. Izuku keeps up his cocky facade as he checks his mana levels. My mana is being consumed faster than I can recover. If it were to be drained, my soldiers would all disappear simultaneously. Kargargan just looks at his dead generals. There's no way, but how? The Tusk's orc wallows. We can't just sit here and watch. Let's join him. Kuwaro states ready to move. Hymn of agony. Hymn of frenzy. Izuku listens to the spells Kargargan uses as he hears wet hacking from his teammates. Hymn of blindness. The audience shouldn't intrude onto the stage. Kargargan yells as he continues to cast spells. He turns his attention to the monarch. And I will no longer let you run your arrogant mouth in front of the great Kargargan. Kargargan cast 3 spells in a row directed right towards Izuku, who is watching his friends kneel and choke on blood. Buff. Status effect has been removed. Due to the effect of immunity. What? Kargargan yells, watching as the veins in Izuku's arms become more pronounced. Suddenly Kargargan felt pure fear as Izuku finally turns his full attention to him. You fucked up. Izuku snapped his fingers, and a shadow magician shows up next to Izuku. Let's get rid of that annoying shield of yours. The magician raises his hand as the red orb was held in the magician's other hand. The fireball grows larger and larger before being shot directly at Kargargan. Hymn of Protec. Kargargan was cut off as the blue shield was obliterated, and so was his mask. Gah. Kargargan looks up, gasping. You, how dare, your rubbish talent will no longer work on me. Hymn of Rage. Hymn of Strengthening. Hymn of Giants. Hymn of Combustion. The orc roars as he suddenly grows as large as Mt. Lady. The orc's skin burns red and blue as he stands in front of the raging battle. We need to leave. Aizawa wipes some blood off his lip as the spell from earlier faded. Now. I'll crush you all like insects. Kargargan roars in anger. The giant steps on Izuku's soldiers as the monarch just look upwards. I have bad memories with giant enemies. You're touching my sore spots. Izuku's attention was pulled off to the side. MP. 04526. Damn. Izuku deadpans. Don't get so cocky because I played with you for a bit, human. Kargargan stands tall with his magic bursting around his massive body. Do I, Kargargan, still look inferior to you? Kargargan roars fire downwards, where Izuku was standing. Yep. The orc flinches and looks upwards, seeing Izuku inches away. Izuku slams his dagger through the giant's eye, causing purple blood to squirt from the open wound. If you get bigger, you'll just become an easier target. Izuku rips the blade free. There's no way that a sorcerer can stop an attack from an assassin without any guards. Izuku vanishes into a blur of blue as he works his way down the giant's body, cutting Kargargan. Izuku's feet hit the floor for half of a second before he jumps upwards. I'm done wasting my time trying to get a critical hit. Sometimes, Izuku lets go of his dagger and makes a fist. This is better. Izuku punches Kargargan's large face, sending the giant to his hands and knees. Izuku lands in front of the giant. Kargargan had one of his eyes closed shut as he looks up at Izuku. The moment a magician loses his guards. The 3 bodyguards Kargargan once had under his command were now standing behind Izuku. They have zero chance of winning. There's no way. Kargargan looks around to the destroyed throne room. There's no way that this body of mine would crumble, Kargargan screams as his bodyguards slam their swords into his back. Izuku watches the red eyes dull and the pool of purple blood pool around the giant's body. You fucked with my family, Izuku states fiercely. The dungeon boss has been slain. You leveled up. You leveled up. Izuku pays no mind to the last of the orcs being slaughtered by his soldiers. I took care of the boss, they can take care of the rest. Izuku grabs the dropped items so he can hand them out to the ones that came with it. Then he reaches down, touching Kargargan's body. Arise. The team quickly steps back now, able to watch the necromancer actually extract a new soldier. They collectively hold their breath watching as the shadows spill from the dead body and grow until kneeling in front of Izuku. Izuku inspects his new soldier and smiles. You're much quieter now that you're a shadow. Choose a name for the soldier. No offense, your last name was a mouthful so. Izuku looks closer and smiles. He has tusks, the giant rises as Izuku turns around. Well, let's go with Tusk. Tusk LV.1. Rank. Elite Knight. I can save up to 135 shadows now. Izuku cleans off the blood from his hands. I'll send the shadows exceeding the limit to nothingness, the rest will be saved. The class watches quietly as the shadows drop into the floor while spiraling around Izuku and disappearing. Midoriya. Aizawa begins but watches as Izuku jerk and spin around facing his classmates. Shit. Izuku somewhat forgot about them while dealing with Tusk. Alright, please keep this a secret from the public. Aizawa turns away from Izuku as he talks to the students that came. That includes the ones that did not come with us. Please remain silent about Izuku's. Aizawa looks at Izuku. Skill. Izuku coughs into his hand. Skill. Aizawa finishes. The dungeon shakes softly. And that's time. We need to leave now. Izuku looks over everyone seeing the empty glasses around their feet. They must have drunk them after getting hit with Tusk spells. That giant asshole. Izuku looks at Katsuki, who looks slightly better but was being helped by Kirishima and Shiro. We won't have training until Wednesday. You guys have gone through enough for now. Vlad King informs, and everyone nods in agreement as Izuku leads them back towards the entrance. Jiro lags behind Izuku, playing with her hands. Izuku can feel her nerves, and he simply reaches back with his clean hand. It goes completely unnoticed by everyone else, but Jiro. She slowly slides her hand into his as he pulls her next to him as they walk through the collapsing dungeon. His thumb gently rubs over the back of her hand to calm her down. Izuku comes to a stop as the glowing blue gate was just feet away, and a few students cheer with relief, seeing the exit. Everyone out, I will be the last one to leave. Izuku gently lets go of Jiro's hand, and the group begins to leave. Ochako was standing on the opposite side of Tenya as they leave. Ochako glances at Izuku, and Izuku watches the smallest hint of fear flash in her eyes as they step through the portal together. Monoma sends Izuku a nod as he leaves through the gate. Kendo and Momo were waiting until everyone else left as they believed it was their job as class president to be the last to leave. Katsuki sends a small grin towards Izuku as Kirishima and Shiro walk him out. Mina and Kaminari were joking between themselves while lagging behind Katsuki's group. Then Vlad King drags the 2 class presidents out of the dungeon, leaving Aizawa and Izuku. After you, sensei. Thank you. Aizawa walks through the portal, and Izuku looks around one last time before following. Once outside, Izuku hears the gate harden and shatter before disappearing. I'm cooking tonight, they deserve some good food after dealing with that. Izuku stretches out lightly, seeing the trail the group left while walking through the forest. What will you do if these things go worldwide? Aizawa wanted to ask it earlier but couldn't. Now they had time. Just have to prepare the best we can. If anything, I'll clear them myself if I need to, but if it goes worldwide, we might not have heroes and villains anymore. We would have to come together to close the dungeons because monsters don't care. They will kill everything, villain, hero, or civilian.